Hey, what's up, everybody? I'm working the night shifts. Oh man, I say nobody was going live, so might as well, right? Guess y'all can keep me company for about an hour or two. Shout out to I'm listening. Uh, I'm listening. When do you get sleep, man? Sheesh. I think I'm gonna get a. I think I'm gonna get a little talk about some response videos that people have been doing. So let me know who's in the chat. I gotta say something about guys like FD Signifier, and I really think it's unique on a very large scale that when you have somebody who calls themselves a nerd or a geek, you wouldn't call yourself that 30 years ago. I think that a lot of people benefit from this type of shit only because it's popular, only because it's cool to be geeky. No girl wanted to be the geek girl. It was not fun to read comic books unless you were totally 10 toes down into that stuff. Salute to Andre. I look at guys like FD who try to defecate on the and urinate on the Manosphere. I look at them with a very, very, very shifty side eye. I'm going to tell you a little secret. Majority of guys were probably a little awkward talking to girls first. You're not special in that club. How'd you get better at it? You talk to them more. You treat them like people. You overlook how pretty they are. You don't even, okay, let's see what you're about. Personally, if you're trying to convince that the black manosphere is like the white manosphere, you're crazy. If you think over here we're a bunch of incels hating on women, you're nuts. You're nuts. Now, one time did you take in consideration how many guys who are in this space are actually married, who are actually in long-term relationships, who are basically have no problem changing whatever woman in and out their bed that they choose. Not one time have you taken into considerations that there's a cultural issue within Black America when it comes to the dynamics of male and female within that culture. But you'd think that people with a large format would take in consideration and say, hey, that would be beneath me to go to the lesser channels. I'm going to pick on somebody my own size. But like a good bully, You're too afraid for that. Like a good bully, you are too cowardly for that. You got to understand being relevant. And currently, this beer is relevant, despite the fact that YouTube in itself is vehemently against us. I mean, they have a serious hard on against us. But because we're one of the most sought after, niche spaces, very niche, very particular space, it's hard to just completely shut us out. To be very accurate, when guys like Amazing Lucas and yourself has to come over here to start a little commotion and a little traction for your channels, that says something. Usually it's David who has to go to Goliath, not the other way around. I want you to take in very, very detailed consideration. Where do you see awkward talk? Where do you see awkward, socially awkward black men? Out of everybody here, I'm probably the most socially awkward person in this space. But at the same time, since I've been in this space, I'm going to ask you this question. Alaikum salam, Philip. What's up, baby? B. Scott. AB, I'm going to ask you a question. How many women have I dated, have I shown and cammed up on? How many women? All Star G, what's up? How many women have you seen me cammed up on? Even on even on your platform, on the Coliseum. You ever notice how doting and how joking and how jovial women are around me? The same stuff I've said on this show, I've said to them. They might not agree with it, at least not at first, but once they take consideration and recollect during a real time event, they start seeing what I see. They can no longer deny it. They tell me and call me. Charles, I understand what you're talking about. For a person who might be socially awkward, or at least used to be at one point, I made up with it with style, with profile, with class, with humor, with dignity, with respectful nature, and being respected. So I had to ask this one thing again. Why is it that guys like you have to simp to get a female to even fart in your direction when guys like myself only have to exist? There have been plenty of times, a plethora Well, I've turned more down than most men get on. I've turned more down on accident than most men get on purpose. And women are not the zenith. You're supposed to be the intellectual. You're supposed to be part of the intelligentsia, the respected people. A shout out to Dre for the $5 holla. Why do you try to browbeat the so-called men underneath you? Okay? When you become a certain rank in the military or police department or fire department, there are some things that are going to be beneath you, but you're never afraid to be a team player. I want you to take in consideration this. When you openly simp for women who you as an intellectual have to do so many hours of laborious research and have to tell the truth, because I'm praying that you're one of those guys who's in the educational sphere who tells the truth. Something tells me that it might be different. Something tells me that I'm not going to get that, but I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt. You may not like what's being said in these parts, but I do have to ask you this one thing, my friend. Tell us where we're wrong. Tell us where we're wrong. One time, will anybody out your guild, will ever give us a reason why we're wrong? I've always wondered that. I've always wondered where guys like yourself, amazing Lucas, want to come over here and try to kick the proverbial little man. And have you ever noticed that it has not worked? Thanks to you coming over here, thanks to you coming over here, you have literally made us even more popular. I want you to really think about that. Each time guys like yourself, amazing Lucas, and others speak about the Manosphere, the black one in particular, you make us more popular. You make the Leviathan much more powerful. And frankly, too many of people like you go off of feeling. off of first impressions. But at the same time, we know what it is. You can't talk badly about the hand that feeds you. It's going to mess up your bottom dollar. It's going to mess up the bottom dollar. Subdural and dural. Here's another question I may ask. Is the message of the Manosphere creating better men? Was the message of Kevin Samuels creating better men? That's what I really want to get down to the brass tacks. A lot of you guys who out there who were opponents of Kevin Samuels, you couldn't argue with the message, but you didn't like how he said it. You didn't like the vernacular. I want to ask this one question. Has the message of people from your stratosphere has it created better men? What's wrong with telling black men especially to aspire to be high valued men, to know how to dress for the occasion, to be a go getter, to be studious? What's wrong with that message? What's wrong with telling young black men they should value themselves in the scheme of the game? We're not going to go during the walkway of intersectional feminist bullshit. I'm going to ask you this question. Does it help more than does it hinder? Does a guy like Angry Man help build better men? A guy like BGS, Dr. T, Keep It 100, Green Gorilla, AB Media 83, Art News Style TV, Art of It More. Are these channels, hell, I'll even throw myself, Charles Faulkner Jr., The Roger Report, Bernard Raleigh. Are these guys making better men with their rhetoric, with their verbiage? See, I'm not Mr. Z, and God bless Mr. Z. I'm not as tactful. It takes Mr. Z a while to get really, really upset and loose with his lips. He's going to try to stay as classy as possible for as long as possible. Me, I like to get down to brass tacks a little bit fucking closer and shorter. To him, he would try to call me an incel loser. I'm going to be the loser black guy in his eyes, even though my son lives with me. Even though I dated a plethora of beautiful women. Even though I'm stylish when I choose to be. Hey, Mr. Z should take that 20K a month sellout bonus. Take the damn money. Don't be an idiot. Take the money. You can do more behind the scenes than in front of it sometimes. Here's my quote. Has this space made better women? That's the question nobody wants to touch. Has this space made better women? How many female content creators like Kendra D, aka Crimson Cure, Toya the Tutor, you have ladies like Asada Muhammad, Fitness Mom. You had true conservative women like Shirley, may God rest her soul in peace, paradise, and power. You had different walks of life that we show very feminine, very ladylike, classy women in the space that we help make better women. Y'all can go back a year ago on my channel. Just put up the most popular video I ever did, my most popular live stream with Kevin Samuels, and I had 800 live listeners. And the next day, I had 4 women on a panel who were thankful for Kevin making the statements he made to make them think about becoming better women for their men. I mean, of course, Namer, there's more that's going to try to co-op. But guess what? You can't sweat the technique. You can't sweat the technique. Here's what I'm really getting into. Can we literally, and I do mean literally, put this in consideration? Why don't we get credit? What's up, Tampa? Why don't we get credit for most of the vocabulary and the research that we bestow upon the world? I'll leave that to you. There are so many people who try to steal our shit. There are so many people who damn near became iconic in this space, and they put so much into the space that the space would not be the same without them. There are certain phrases like strag that's in the mainstream media. There are certain, you have literally people with PhDs with cultural studies writing papers, which is with the degree that Dr. Tiasan Johnson has for his doctorate. You have law enforcement and military professionals giving their take. When do you see the versatility of even the white manosphere that we have? We'll never be given that credit. We'll never be given the credit of how much we changed the atmosphere. But because we have a few not so nice words or truthful words, we get criticized. I think that's very disingenuous. Even I said you don't judge a tree by its bark, you judge it by the fruit it bears. But we get to be looped in a hole. Hmm. I think that's very funny, humorous even. What do you guys think? Are we more of a detriment or an asset? Because I think people actually find us captivating more than most. Just like listening to BGS's take on his video, which I will admit I haven't finished yet. And he tried to say, well, I make, I have all these X amount of subscribers, over 700,000, because you're not the pariah. You were not popular till they like what you said. You were the gifted child. This is the channel. The reason why Namer says that a lot is because he gets it from this channel. This is the channel for the multifaceted man and woman, the multifaceted black man and woman. He tries to talk about anime and all this other stuff. How many years have we talked about anime and comic books? Hell, even when BGS started up the Coliseum, we would take an hour, 2 hours, especially with guys like myself and the Angry Man and Artisan MC arguing over this stuff. Okay, this is not new. See, people don't do it because it's fun. People don't support a black man being different from the ill. You can't have an original thought unless a black woman gave it to you. Sorry, that's how it is. That's how it is. Now, I'm not going to say we're perfect. Far from it. Like any man or woman that walks this earth, we got shit with us too. But here's the difference. At least we talk about our shit and our shortcomings. We make a consolidated effort of fixing it. I can't say that for the others. I think about it, right? How many times has Neymar been very candid about his battle and his triumph with mental illness? What about myself with depression and PTSD? What about others when it came to divorce, loneliness, anxiety, anger, abuse? Those are things we spoke about very candidly and overcame. What about others? What about the Sergeant Major Calvin Rogers of how much he misses his, you know, his, you know, his deceased wife? You never take in consideration on how much we showed our scars, how much we showed, how much we healed, and how much we triumphed. Guys like you would never see that because you cherry pick. You want to play a narrative that seeps into your ideology. What about that? Nobody ever talks about the mental health that we provide for each other. By the way, folks, One of the most painful things you'll ever see in life is a guy with a 22-inch neck, and he's trying to find very fashionable bow ties and dress shirts. Many of you don't know my pain. I'm back, ladies and gentlemen. My struggle is to stay so stylish, but I'm looking for neckties for a 20 to 22-inch neck. Good God. Mm, I might have to go custom. You mere mortals know nothing of my pain. Oh, man. But I'm glad Sergeant Major made that point. The purpose of this space is to reassure that we're not crazy, that it's okay to be in pain. It's just not okay to stay there and to talk, to release that shit. Nobody wants to talk about that part. So what's up, Art? Nobody wants to talk about how much we keep a black man's sanity together. We can't do that. Isn't that right, FD? I'm still on the job. Not till 7 o'clock in the morning. I think it's shameful to have people trying to. I know I need to get my statues ready. My statue game up. How many times have we been on here and black men spilled their guts about hurting themselves or somebody else or just giving up? How many? Nobody ever takes consideration of this shit. I really think that's very, very interesting to be in such a niche place and nobody gives a damn. Oh, trust me. I would actually step my Madden game skills if you actually had any in the first place. Man, so there's no need to grow higher. But then again, one day I'm gonna just do what I usually do and show my godlike Madden skills and just eviscerate you. There, I said it. I wasn't going there, but I said it. I really had an issue, and I think I'm gonna play some more of that BGS, given his critique of FD Signifier what he says, because I only got like a few minutes into that. Uh, if anybody's kind to me, donate to the channel, especially since, you know, when it comes to trying to search for dress clothes to stay fly. Uh, I'm gonna need your helps. Oh, at the night shift day. Ladies and gentlemen, AB Media.
Hey, what's going on, Charles?
Chilling like a villain, you know me. I'm at work, at the desk.
Yeah, I have to give FD a little credit. He actually admitted on camera that he was a simp.
Yeah, that was the only thing I could give him, but he knows he's a son.
I have to give him credit for that. He admitted he was a simp. I'm like, okay,
Yeah,
now we
as
know.
long as you know. Because we can go by that. See, you can't deny it.
Mm-hmm.
Shameful if you do.
Well, I give him credit because most dudes ain't gonna admit that they were simp. But
Yeah, gotta give him credit.
now why he's worried about us, I have no idea. But
Because we're messing up his $5. He's being he's being he's being
no, I
paid to
haven't
sell it.
idea actually. But
I want to see what the real men are doing.
yeah, that's part of it too.
Even though he's a soy boy, but
Yeah, him and I'm a be yes, him and Destiny should get together.
you know, more ways than one.
Yeah, I ain't going there, but
Yeah, I mean they should form a tag team, the soy boys. They're not gonna beat you. They're not gonna beat you by physicality. They're gonna outwind you. I can't believe all these ties and neckties, man, only go up to 19 inches. Hey,
hmm
hey, I'm representing the brothers from the 20 inches and above next, man.
But according to him, we're worrying about what the divestors are doing. I'm like, what channels are you watching, man? We don't care about the divestors.
We'll help their asses pack.
Yeah, my message to divestors is simple. I don't care, go away. I already got white people in my family. What's the big
You need
deal?
help?
Really? I already got white in-laws. What's the big deal?
I mean, here's the crazy part, right? You can't get upset with progress. You just can't.
Mm-hmm.
I think I might have found my tie. Oh, but a couple of these. Oh, gotta put that in a found my tie size on Amazon, folks.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus, neck like a goddamn cinder block. God damn.
It's why,
Thank
because all
you.
them dicks you sucking.
Oh,
You know,
God
I
damn.
mean, well, didn't they call you the original deep throat? And it wasn't because you selling national secrets. Weren't you on
They,
Pleasure? Weren't
they
you on Pleasure Island?
didn't they name the jawbreaker after you?
Oh,
Shit.
here we go.
Didn't they name the black hole after you? God
All
damn,
right,
this
everybody,
motherfucker.
move away. We don't need nobody getting hit. We don't need no hit. Inverted bystanders. We don't know collateral here. Step aside. Step aside. Let them get to work.
I mean, it's all right. You know, it's all right, Namer. I mean, this guy sucks so bad he creates quantum physics. Shit.
Charles doesn't know the meaning of the word mouthful.
Shit. You can't be choked in or out.
Let me show
Oh
you.
man.
Let me show you this statue real quick.
Wait, let me see if I understand this. You trying to say this motherfucker lost his ability to gag and shit? He lost his gag reflex?
What's
That
what's the
mother
gag? Charles, like, what's the gag reflex?
that motherfucker is like a snake. He can unhinge his jaw.
Hey
Ooh.
Charles, I found that pretty interesting when we were having that conversation, and you know who jumped up on that weird bullshit that he was on, and then it turned into like a pseudo intellectual conversation. I don't know, it was really weird. Maybe that's a
Um,
common theme. I don't know. It was really weird to me.
well, you gotta realize, guys like an FD and others, they're gonna try to give you $20 words with a 10-cent brain. You know, and he should be smarter than this to come over to a space where we've done countless research, but you're being sent over here to sick on us to make us, tell the black men they wrong. It's not about when black men wear suits. We just wear them differently.
There you go.
Like,
Also, I've
we
checked
just
this guy's
style shit
channel,
on
by the
everybody.
way.
Huh?
Yeah. By the way, Andre, there's some YouTubers, there's some non-Manosphere content creators I follow, especially those who talk about like very sensitive issues. Going through like especially leftists and such. Now a lot of those dudes, they worked out a deal with Curiosity Stream to have their own stream platform called Nebula, and apparently FD's on it. Ask me how I know.
How you know?
Because I checked out one of FD's videos once, and although I do not have a subscription to Nebula, I do have one to Curiosity Streams because hey, you can never really stop learning. But
Oh shit.
this motherfucker did plug his Nebula channel, and I figured, all right, if I do get a Nebula subscription, which comes with Curiosity Stream with no extra charge, I'm gonna see what this fool is about. Because I've seen some of his stuff on YouTube. Some of it is compelling, but you have to understand the angle from which he presents it. But there are a lot of guys on the left and those who talk about geopolitics, science, and whatnot, who cannot be monetized by the YouTube BS. So a lot of them started their own streaming platform called Nebula, which is in association with a streaming service called Curiosity Stream, which y'all got to check out. That and Magellan TV. So if y'all want some educational stuff, those are some good channels.
There you go, Charles.
Well, I was about to ask.
Oh, that's nice.
I was about to ask the question that you usually ask. How big is it?
Nice.
This guy. It's 12.2 inches tall.
Jesus
It's like
Christ.
it's like 500.
Okay.
Very detailed to the motherfucker.
Yeah, that's doable right there. 500.
Yeah, it's doable.
Yeah,
They got I think they got a payment plan, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, okay.
Take my money.
Like I was more so referring to that guy that came on yelling and screaming at BGS.
Oh, you talking about BMT?
Yeah.
BMT doing his I hate the Manosphere stick again.
Oh, is that his typical thing that he does?
Yeah, you don't really like the Manosphere.
Oh, okay. Makes sense. Because he was like really angry. I'm like, what's this guy's problem?
Sometimes it's just,
Who knows?
sometimes you gotta let people who they are.
Well, my whole thing is like, if you don't like the space, why are you here and listening? If I don't like something, I don't listen. If you don't like
Sounds like
that, yeah, it's like, come on. I don't waste my time with people who I don't waste my time with people who I don't like. That's a waste of my time and energy throughout the day that I could be doing something else.
Mm-hmm.
That's what doesn't get me about
their
some of
channels,
these guys.
their channels I've checked out, and once I realized what they're about, I was just like, you know what? I gotta get the hell away from this. This is not good for me. Because it's just a waste of time and everything. You look at it, and some of these channels purposely say shit just to get reactions from people. It's like the shock jock radio shock jocks of back in the day.
I think a lot of people just they like to hate.
Mm-hmm.
There's just a lot of people that just love to hate. I'm gonna hate on you. Why? Because it's fun. What the fuck?
I never understood that.
And anonymously. Let's not forget that part. A lot of people,
Go ahead. Go ahead, Namer.
lot of people, they did some research where they found that, like, people will engage in hate and hateful stuff more often when they're doing so anonymously because they believe that because they think, well, they feel, not think, because they feel that there are no consequences of their actions. Not understanding that there are certain things like hate crime laws, because, hate speech and such, that comment. See, that's the term I sometimes think is like meant to like cause confusion and blur. So some people think it's just fun to hate other people because you're online, you're just going out trolling and such. And it's about getting attention, getting reaction from people, hoping that you can be famous. I mean, look at Twitter. That's just what.
Yeah, but I mean, famous how? Like famous because some people liked your posts. Are we there yet? Are we that sorry? Are we that sad of people that we have to go that low?
You mean childish and trivial?
I think
a
that
lot of
most
people
people
are
are.
childish and trivial. Go ahead, George Ray. Sorry.
I was gonna say that I think that most people are still going off of that old trope. You know, the whole any publicity is good publicity, including bad. But like that's not necessarily true.
In some cases.
And what is it that Mrs. Z has mentioned many times? The internet will expose us all.
And my second point well, not point, but my second thing that I wanted to say, Art and Charles, you guys are gonna have to run a game. You're gonna have to run a game, and you're gonna have to post that because Art's talking a lot of shit.
Well, it's a damn shame that Let me ask Art a question. Art,
talk about in that comment about Madden.
Yeah, I know, but let me ask you. Art, let me ask you a question.
Okay.
You ever played Fight Night?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, it's a damn shame that everybody on all the folks behind Fight Night have been focusing on the UFC games. If y'all had the UFC games on PS, if they had Fight Night on PS4, that would have been cool for y'all. Y'all would finally duke it out.
Yeah, well, they
Wait,
decided
maybe y'all can do it in UFC.
I don't have UFC.
Yeah, I played some Fight Night.
Good move.
You know what my record of Fight Night was?
What?
It was 1,500 wins and 500 losses.
Yeah, you had a.
So you had a winning percentage of 75%. Okay.
Which is really, really good online.
That's not 75%.
When online was trash.
Huh?
He said 1,500 wins, 500 losses.
What'd you say?
No, I said during that time.
1,500 wins, 500 losses.
It was funny because that was my goal to have 1,000 more wins over my losses. And I was like, okay, I accomplished this. I remember I was like on 30 fight win streaks and shit. And I love Fight Night. I was like on Fight Night because if you piss me off, I'm gonna elbow you. That's gonna cut you open, and I'm gonna keep throwing jabs and crosses and hooks into your cut.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna be.
And then you get a referee stoppage.
I'm gonna tell a ref I always call the TKO. I always told the guy online. I was like, pull me off his ass, ref, before I kill him. Pull me off his ass.
I don't remember the last fight that I played, but it was the one that had like what was the name, like Butterbean, Butterball, whatever that white dude's name was.
Butterbean.
Yeah.
Butterbean. That's the last one. Fight Night champion.
You will pick him.
Oh, the big white dude with the American trunks.
Yeah.
American trunks. The big fat white dude. He was 400 pounds. He dropped down to like 200 something. He dropped down. He dropped down in weight a few years ago.
Well, yeah, it's
called I Want to Live to See Tomorrow.
Basically.
Damn right. Yeah, but he wasn't like obese 400 pounds. This guy was like
he was obese.
He was like looked like the Kingpin.
He was obese.
It's called obesity.
Obesity.
He was. You guys have to understand. Just because he's a big dude, as far as got a lot of muscle on them. Your body can only hold so much muscle before it starts wearing on your joints after time.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's
He
why.
can catch you.
That's why.
Look at bodybuilders.
That's why we tell Judge Dre you can't be dating big girls. Gets hard on his knees.
Oh man, how you gonna say that to a nigga when you ain't here?
Easy. Just did. I mean, when you got a whole railroad card on your
Oh come
knees
on,
and
my man
shit.
Charles, why you gotta do me like that, man? That's wrong, man. I just cause I'm not here right now, cause I'm on the job, just handling my business. You gotta throw shade on me like that? Yeah, I like a big girl. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Why you gotta be mad at me like that? Come on, Charles, that's just wrong. That's
Almost
wrong.
as
You know what
much
I'm
as a
saying?
big girl. Almost as much as a big girl loves you.
Dating the big girls like doing a double shift.
As my friend used to say, dating the big girls like riding a moped. They're fun to get on, but don't let your friends catch you on one.
They're not even fun.
Well, no matter where you stick it, it's going to be wet.
You got a tub of chicken
Yeah.
grease.
Oh, Lord. Lord help us, Jesus.
Oh no, not enough. Now you got to bring Mrs. Z in here, love, peace, and chicken grease. Ooh, that's not what he meant.
Ray Thomas said big girls are fun.
All right. Truth be told, how many of y'all been with a big girl?
Ugh. Every man has been with a big girl. We just don't admit it. We omit that from our memories.
I admit that the last time I was with the big girl, I just had to stop, and the chick was looking at me like, "What's wrong?" I'm like, "Nothing," but I gotta go. I was just disgusted.
He said, I gotta go. He said, I
Where
gotta
you going,
go.
Jay? Where you going? Wait. Was he white or black?
I think she was mixed. I can't remember. It's been a
Oh,
while.
my
Okay.
goodness.
Yeah.
Like skin big girl. What's her
she
thighs
didn't.
black? Because of rubbing together.
They said she's so big her thighs talk.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go first. No, you go first. Oh man, wait till they take their clothes off. You know when they have a side boob, you can't tell if that's flab or actual boob.
Yeah.
Side boob.
What's even worse is like if you get. It's even worse if it's one of the chicks with with small ass titties, like A or B cup. Those are the
You
worst.
can't be a big girl and have small titties. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's facts.
You a big girl, you got like A titties. It's like, dude, what are you doing?
I mean, you got the A cups, the B cups, the C cups, the D cups, and the damn.
Damn!
So the only reason why your titties sit up is because it's sitting on your chest. I mean your stomach.
I mean, oh Lord. When you imagine going to Victoria's Secret trying to see big girls shop sexy for themselves, man. Victoria be like, I want to see a leopard print, you know, for me. You know what they're gonna say? Me too.
Shit, she don't need a Victoria's Secret. She need a Foot Locker.
Oh.
Hey, just saying, man.
Nah, I get it.
Yeah.
I remember it was like
Speak about
Anytime
like
you get,
my bad.
anytime you get that titty committee, shit.
itty bitty titty committee.
Here's a good question: do you prefer ass over titties or titties over ass?
Ass over
I'd
titties.
say I've progressed, so now it's
Or
titties
both.
over.
Because you know,
But then
it's very
again,
important.
nowadays,
You know, that is like very important for like men's psyche because you know there's some guys who want to get who are titty men. You know, BGS is a proud, outspoken man of the breast.
Ain't no wrong with no
I,
breast. I just like everything to be proportioned to shit.
yeah, that's the thing about me. I love the proportions. You don't want one titty bigger than the other. You don't want the titty to be so big, and when she turns around, it look like an ironing board.
Right.
Like that. But you don't want it to look like a 12-year-old boy up top either.
Nah.
But it's funny because my homeboys will send videos in our group chat about chicks with these gargantuan, huge, asses that look like a flat screen when you hang it up on the wall when they sideways. And I'm like, at some point, it's just too much. Like it just doesn't look right.
Yeah.
Nah.
I don't like what's to the point where black men that even black men will say ill.
I have no idea, Charles. I've seen a lot of brothers, like a lot of things, man. It's just like, bruh, are you serious? Yeah, she a goddess. No, she needs some gods.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
She ain't no
Yeah,
goddess.
AB just left out, but there was that one nigga that he's been posting shorts about. Like that dude just simping hard as fuck.
Well, you gotta you gotta think, Ray. It's a series. They're doing a series. Of course, they're gonna make Superman lose the first round. If he wins the first round, you're not gonna read the rest of the fucking series.
I mean, this is part of the comeback. He's supposed to not get knocked down. They didn't come
Don't
back
call
to
it a
fight.
comeback. You know,
No, he's got to have the return
don't
match,
worry.
and then
He gonna put hands on Godzilla. Don't worry, boy.
it's like this is a classic trilogy, man. I
And I
get
was
one,
watching that.
you go. Go ahead.
I was gonna say I was watching that fight too, like when he was playing it, and it's like I didn't see any lasers from Superman.
Well,
So
the coolest part about it when they had the atomic breath versus heat vision, and they were kind of like equal. So let you know.
Uh-huh.
Well, they should be equal. I mean, he's a radioactive lizard versus literally a sun god. So I mean,
Are you talking about Godzilla
Yeah.
versus
Power versus Justice League
yeah,
comic?
yeah. That's supposed to be like a little mini series, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Ain't nothing too bad about that. Ain't gonna hurt nobody. Oh man.
Oh, Charles, what do you think about the whole Mystique thing and Nightcrawler? I know you've probably been hearing about it.
You know, the first time I saw it was on Comics Explained to Rob, and it's very rarely I write it in the chat, and I said this is the reason why comic books are dying.
Oh. Oh.
So now she can produce sperm now, right?
See, that's the like I can get the fact that she can be bi because she transformed to a guy or girl. Okay, that's fine. I don't get the power set. I don't get the power set. That's the only thing. Because I don't think she can mimic. Because if she can do that with sperm, why can't she mimic powers?
It doesn't make sense. It does not make sense at all. Because it's really one of those things where how the fuck does Nightcrawler look the way he does?
Yeah.
Why does Nightcrawler have transporting powers and neither one of them have those power sets?
Teleportation. You can teleport from one place to another and shit. I mean,
Mystique's not a teleporter.
no,
So
she can.
basically, is Mystique his mother or is his father?
she's the father and Destiny is the mother because she fucked Destiny with a male penis that she transformed into.
So
And she was like,
basically, this is like the reproductive system of the aliens from Alien Nation.
well,
If
see, this is
anybody
the other
remembers that
thing.
series, Alien Nation.
Well, see, this is the other thing too. It's like what you call intended for this one of these versions to be true. Chris Claremont, and this is
Here
what
goes
everybody's
Crab.
saying. Which it is true that he did want the two women to be, I guess we had Nightcrawler's offspring. But my thing was like, okay, my thing is always with okay, that's but what about the power set? Are you saying that all shapeshifters can do this? If that's the case,
No, I
then
mean,
there's a lot of shit needs to be explained.
and that's the
And
part
why is
that
his
gets me.
fingers the way they wet? Why does he has like 3 digits on either hand?
It made more sense when
He throws.
Azazel was his father. It made way more sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he looked like him.
See right there. See right there. What you just said, Charles. It made sense. There's a rhyme and reason. Everything is put in a way that makes sense. It's logical. Because people forget, yes, it's fantasy, it's creativity, but it has to be in a realm. There has to be certain parameters for it to be logical.
Now, let me put it to you this way. For example, Superman's a character who's science fiction. Even though he's a fictional character, his powers are scientifically based. Okay? There's a lot of scientific base in it. We just haven't figured out the exact scientific way to produce it. But it makes sense. Here we go with Mystique. A lot of what that went through was just see, I'll say this. I don't like a lot of this agenda shit in my comics because it ruins the story. Why do we need that?
Mm-hmm.
What was the purpose of that? What was there a big purpose to it? Because it's shock value and it makes no sense. So that means you're giving a lot of play to Mystique, who really, when you look at her character, was
I'd
it was
rather
like,
Rogue over Mystique.
and that's the part that gets me. It's like, yo, we could have had a way better story than this. Way better story. You should have kept it that way. You're basically doing this because you can get some agenda, and you're trying to basically had. Well, actually, if you read the comments of the Death Battle for the Superman versus Goku 3 on Death Battle, a lot of fans liked that fight the best because that was the fight that actually displayed their personalities the most. Like, I don't know how fans are going to get pissed off with Superman winning when Goku's powerful. They even told you they're like basically comparable in speed. When have you seen him do the same stuff that Goku has done? That Superman has done. If you could punch the fucking World Forger in the face, yeah, you pretty much got what you want.
You're a bad motherfucker. I think it's just you notice it's like it's like it seems like people are always like this agenda shit is tied with the money. It's like they're trying
That's
to
the thing.
say we're gonna
They're not
force
making
you.
no money.
You're gonna take. You're gonna no. But with this agenda shit, what they're trying to say is we're gonna. It's kind of like when your parents try to make you eat. They say this is what you're gonna have, and you're gonna like it. We're trying to force you to take something. It's being foisted on us, and a lot of the fans are just turned off by it. And there's a disconnect by those who are up top is saying, calling the shots, not realizing we're fucking this up. And they're like, I'd rather double down and destroy this thing than to admit I'm right. I'm wrong. Guilt, shame, and the need to be right.
And it's kind of like Is it what you think, Art? Is it just agenda based? Yeah, so what? Cause Claremont wanted some shit like this, but there's a reason why you have an editor because the shit just sounds bad.
Like I said, my whole thing is like I said, I can understand her being bi because she's a shapeshifter. I think most shapeshifters probably would. It's technically probably would be bi because then they have like an identity issue. Like, what am I? And I could be anything I want, right? But my whole thing is like the power set. You mean to tell me that she can genetically alter herself down to the cellular level? And when has this ever been proven?
Yeah.
That's my whole. So now you just changing her power set so you can make this story possible. When that has never been happened before in the comic books. The only person that can actually do that is mimic. She can mimic people. Because if she can do that at the cellular level, then guess what? She should be able to copy someone's powers. Right or wrong, she goes into them.
Hence why I said I like Rogue better than Mystique.
Yeah, I mean,
Rogue can absorb your powers and use it against you.
It's what you call It's what you call really lazy writing. And and it's like you're trying to please people who never really been fans of the genre. It just never works.
No, I can understand why Nightcrawler fans don't like it. Trust me, I can. It's like you just destroyed my character.
You're insulting the base. Sorry about that.
It's like you're not making good characters. You're not making good sense. And unfortunately for a lot of people, this is what comics are based on. They're trying to please people who never gave a damn about them in the first place.
Yeah.
And in all likelihood, a lot of them won't, because you're trying to feed a fan base that's non-existent for the most part.
Well, this is the issue. Like now, and this is the major issue with comic books is that the people that used to collect comics, like me, Charles, Artisan, stuff like that, we still collect. But the thing is, we're an older demographic. They needed to get the younger demographic before manga came around. Now, all the younger kids are reading manga. They're not reading American style comics. And so when they put all this new stuff in it, changing the characters, trying to make them like a Yahweh and all that sort of stuff, the old fans is like, hell no. Not my American comics. But the younger kids are just like, yeah, that's cool, but I'm going to still go read manga.
And here's the bad part.
The people that's championing this are not reading it, but because they're still reading manga or getting it off for free.
And it's not even their problem. And the people championing it are not even reading either. It's what you call. It's what you call. The closest thing I can say that's to an American comic book is My Hero Academia.
Oh yeah, I fuck with that.
You know why it's successful? You don't see any agendas. You see a coming of age story. Every kid can relate to a kid being in school and probably being a little awkward. It's too damn relatable. Basically, All Might is the Golden Age Superman.
Charles, I was going to ask you about
it's a reflection.
That clip that you have of All Might. I'm surprised you didn't use the United States of Smash, because when I seen that shit, I was like, oh shit.
The reason why I didn't use it is because that's more epic. Like, it's hard to be more epic than this.
Now for a lesson. You may have heard these words before, but I'll teach you what they really mean. Go beyond! Plus!
Okay, this was epic as well.
By the power of Grayskull.
So yeah, we like the epic crib here.
You know what's other epic? That video that Artisan made for you.
Oh yeah. Gee, I wonder why. I might as well, since the people asked for it. I really
That's
wonder
a
what
lot of
made it.
ass.
I really wonder what made that so epic. I just can't put my finger on it. I'm really wondering what's gonna make that so epic. One day I'm gonna figure it out.
That's so
All I can
authentic.
say is it's so yeah, exactly. That's the word right there, keyword, authentic. Because in Japan, you don't see this agenda shit on them when they put out their stuff. They're
It's
staying
really
true to the
bad.
source.
Like
It's genuine shit.
it's like somebody asked me, should you put racism in comics? And I said, well, sure, as long as it makes sense. Sherry, Sherry being the Black Panther in the movie kind of killed the franchise. Don't give me the fact that she was in the fucking. Most of you motherfuckers say that because you read that she was in there. You didn't read the comic. If you read the comic, you would have been like, hell no, don't put her in there as the Black Panther. The Sherry in the comics is a totally different creature on the in the movie. She was not the equal of fucking T'Challa in fucking intelligence.
Matter of fact,
First of all,
they divvied up who Black Panther was between all the women.
yeah, he was the best fighter, the most intelligent. You really killed the movies. Really killed the Black Panther. There, I said it. Fuck all you whores. I said it.
Said, fuck
I
all
said it.
y'all.
Strangely enough, they left out one character from the comic books that was not in the series. I mean, that wasn't in the movies. They left that one character out. The one I'm talking about is White Wolf.
Oh, that's what they
They
played.
never mentioned.
That's what they called Winter Soldier. So they mentioned it.
Yeah, they thought he was him. But White Wolf was a separate character.
No,
that's what they named him.
Was,
they named him White Wolf.
No, the black kids. No, the Wakandan kids, when they saw him, they thought that was White Wolf. They thought it was White Wolf because they'd never seen white people inside Wakanda. But if you read the comic books, there was somebody named White Wolf.
Now for a lesson. You may have heard these words before, but I'll teach.
Yeah, I know, but they did. It's not like they's like, oh, they that was the name because Shiri even said that's what do they call you? They say White Wolf. I understand he's a separate character in the comic books.
They mistook him.
They did not mistake him as White Wolf. That's the name that they gave him.
Yeah, they're just. You gotta understand.
So when did Buck get his arm back?
He didn't have his arm then. He was armless at that point.
Oh.
He only had one arm, and I was thinking.
Yeah, he was armless at that point. And that's when he came out of the hut, and then Shuri was there, and that's when she said. That's when she said that's what they call you, White Wolf. It was just a lazy
Wait
attempt
a
to
minute.
shoehorn another character in without actually putting the character in.
What the MCU has a bad habit of doing is trying to meld a lot of fucking characters together.
Yep.
Which is a bit irritating for comic fans.
Shoehorned like a motherfucker.
To bring it somewhat back on topic, like that was part of my issue with this FD guy. Cause like, yeah, I understand he's doing his whole twerking for B-dubs. Like I get that. I get it. Well, I don't agree with it, but I get where he's coming from because he's got to make his money, right? Well, my issue was he's going at anime, he's going at rappers and shit. I'm like, what the fuck is this guy's problem?
He's going to anime?
He
That's
claims
what
he's an
I've
anime.
been saying that for
He
days.
claims he's an anime fan.
He went at Attack on Titan. He went at Dragon Ball Z.
Why?
He went at
Sword Art
Online.
But he claims he's an anime fan.
Okay, he went after Dragon Ball because of what?
He said that Vegeta was the better character in Dragon Ball Z in comparison to Goku.
As far as what?
Because Vegeta, like basically you were saying that Vegeta, like character development. Basically, you were saying that Vegeta, he was all about battle and war, and he was the Prince of Saiyans, and he's supposed to be the one that was supposed to defeat Frieza. But Goku did it, but then he realized that he could just be a family man, and he hugged his son.
Oh, so he sees himself as Vegeta.
Maybe.
Okay.
And I thought it was funny that he was going at Sword Art Online because I learned this from because me, I'm a quarter Asian, right? So I hung around a lot of Asians, and the Asians that introduced me to that show, they told me it's a fucking it was meant to be like a troll show making fun of MMORPGs and stuff, and it wasn't meant to be taken seriously, but for some reason people took it seriously and created some sort of cult following behind it.
Okay, so did I hear that right? FD went after anime. Why?
That's exactly. That's what's been pissing me off about it.
If
I'm
you don't like anime, you don't have to watch. I mean, seriously.
A lot
I've
of
been
these
watching
people,
videos just to understand it.
A lot of these people have a problem with anime because it doesn't. All right, this is the deal with anime. It doesn't have American sensibilities to it, i.e., there's no woke shit in it. There's no and so this is one of the issues that a lot of anime heads have with the dubs, is because they're changing the dubs to put feminism in it. And I think there was one anime they had a problem with. It was a girl with the big giant boobs who was like a teenager. And
Which
she had
anime is that? That sounds like everyone.
No, she had short hair. She had big giant boobs, and I forgot what the name of that anime was, but they had a real huge problem with that. And Japan just told them to go fuck yourself. Pretty much.
Yes,
Go fuck
there
yourself.
are. Yes, there are. What's the big deal? You don't like to go through?
Yeah, and I think this is one of the reasons why they stopped doing Dragon Ball Super is because of the whole Mick Rihanna thing. And when they found out what they were doing behind the scenes, doing this to their anime, that's why I think one of the reasons why Japan just said, nah, y'all ain't doing any more Dragon Ball till y'all get your shit together. Because the Tournament of Power was the most popular season they had, and they just stopped it. But the manga's still going on.
So
you
I don't
see
know
similar
if you
shit like this in video games, for that matter. Go ahead. Sorry.
I don't know if you watched Sword Art Online, but he was saying basically that he was too masculine and too stereotypical. That's why he doesn't like that.
If he don't shut his soft, equal opportunity ass up.
But we're the weirdos, right?
Be nice. Be nice. because I like to call FD signifier, soft as a Toll House cookie.
If he don't shut his Audi Tenter or any ass up.
And for Attack on Titan, I never finished the series yet. I'm still on season 3, but he spoiled the fucking show for me, so I'm kind of pissed off about that too. But like he's basically mad that the main character, like Eren, killed off like 80% of the population to save the world, basically. And I'm like, that's some black pill shit right there.
And did it make sense?
He's mad about that. He's just like, why did he have to do that?
Did it make sense?
It did.
All right, then shut the fuck up, you bitch. Damn, I hate motherfucker. These dudes. Oh my god. These are the type of motherfuckers I hate being a nerd around. Cause they be like, oh, why can't you just find a peaceful solution? You know what? Sometimes you gotta put a bullet in somebody's fucking head. Okay.
The one thing I was told in the police department and the military, sometimes in order to save a life, you gotta be called to take one.
Yep. I mean,
like
look
Charles,
at first half of the window. Also, let's bring in the
AB, what you saying, AB?
If I'm not mistaken, Charles, didn't you rescue people while you was over in Iraq?
Yeah, almost had to kill a couple too. If it came down to my life and my fellow soldiers or people we're rescuing, if you try to harm us, I will harm you.
I mean, shit, you got to think about some of those soldiers had to shoot kids because those kids were getting ready to kill somebody.
We almost killed the kid who was setting an IED off. What happens if we would have set the trigger? We'd have been dead. Do we want to do it? No. But will we have to do it? Oh well.
Yeah.
Like two things, Charles. There was this one stream we were talking about, like Batman was like the most black pill motherfucker ever because you're just like, when he was like with the Justice League, you said that he had a fail safe that he could take out every single one of them if need be, if they got out of control or got controlled. I'm like, damn, yeah, you're right about that.
I mean, you gotta think about it. What fail safes did they have against Batman?
He said the Justice League.
And guess what? They could easily kill him much easier than he could kill them, right?
Right.
So I mean, yeah, I can't get mad over progress.
I mean, look at our generation, Charles. When it came to action movies and whatnot, who are our heroes?
Well, we had the Terminator, we had the Rambo.
Yep.
We had the Predator.
We had, Commando.
We had classic action movies.
Commando.
I mean, but look, Commando. Look who the action. I mean, FD Signify will write himself as an action star.
Oh, jeez. Okay, let me shut up.
The orangutan city commercial.
Top 5 line.
He's the orangutan.
The problem with FD is that he used to play with Polly Pocket. Okay, he chose Polly Pocket over Mighty Max.
Oh no.
He said it in his video that he was socially awkward and whatnot.
No shit.
Now wait a minute, Charles. If FD had a action hero movie, he would have to have his wife or somebody to steal the show and be the actual hero.
They would carry him They would carry him through the threshold.
Right.
With the theme up there, goes by Shiro.
Right.
I mean, I think he would. I think he's most likely to cosplay as Rainbow Bright. If you don't know who Rainbow Bright is, look her up.
No, I'm just gonna say it. Okay, wait a minute. So what does that make his wife? The unicorn?
I mean, what kid didn't want to be a Hulkamaniac in the 80s?
Really?
Well, there were kids who wanted to be JYD. You had kids who wanted to be more like
But
Superfly, Jimmy Snuka. I mean, I related more to Superfly, but go ahead.
Iron Python. Got quiet for a little bit.
You muted yourself. Hey, you muted yourself.
I was looking up who Rainbow Bright was.
How old are you?
Oh, wait. What year were you born again, Dre?
91.
Yeah, he wouldn't know.
Yeah. This guy's my little brother's age. This guy's my baby brother. God damn it.
Shit, he wouldn't know who my pet monster and all that.
Oh, I remember My Pet Monster.
I remember the movie.
How many? Dennis the Menace besides the comic strips. Who remembers growing up watching the Peanuts animated movies from back in the day, as well as reading the comic books?
Oh, I remember that movie, yeah.
So,
And the Christmas special. Merry Christmas, Charlie Brown.
GoBots the movie. Then you had Pound Puppies the movie. All those shows had movies.
Who remembers? These guys. I don't think these guys are remembered like some of the good anime that was back in the day. You know, Saber Rider and the Star Sheriffs. I remember. What's his name? I remember there was one I used to love growing up watching. There were a couple of them. Y'all would know them because and it was about soccer.
You borged
That was
out.
a good anime. There's also, huh?
You borged out a little bit.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. I've mentioned this before, like watching anime series or Japanese anime. One anime series I remember was called Captain Tsubasa. It was basically
Soccer,
yeah. Mostly it was like junior level, middle school, high school level soccer. And talking about playing, junior level international soccer.
You know what you might like,
what?
Have you ever heard of Blue Lock?
Maybe.
It's a soccer anime. It's actually Blue Lock.
Let me look it
They're
up.
trying to find the next striker for the Japan, and so they got all these strikers in training facility. We have to go against each other. It's actually pretty good. I like it. I wait on the second season, see if it drops.
Yeah. Have you seen that anime on Netflix? Blue Lock, he said.
Blue Lock. I'm looking it up.
Have you seen that anime on Netflix called what's the name again? Kuroko's Basketball.
Describe the story.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. I've seen all that.
Yeah, that was.
Wait a minute.
Now I'm not like
you gotta understand something. I didn't finish watching this video, and I want you to hear what FD said real quick. Okay?
Coming King. Negro, please.
Listen to this.
I aspire to actually doing, and I looked at what niggas like y'all do. And I need y'all to understand this. Y'all keep talking about yourselves like y'all are the alphas. But let's be real. Nobody that rarely posts in the Coliseum was ever going to be homecoming king in their high school. All y'all niggas, just keeping it real. So it really.
I'm gonna pause it right there.
Who was that? FD?
Yeah. I'm gonna pause it right there, right? What is an alpha?
A leader among men.
Keyword
men.
Men follow this guy.
No
Was I
comment.
team captain? Was I team captain of my wrestling team? I was a black kid beating private school kids in wrestling in a sport where they wrestled since they were 5.
Internationally too.
Yeah, that's about as alpha as you could get.
I've led people at my job because they follow me.
Yeah. So when we hear this rhetoric by a guy who's supposed to be, all intents and purposes, an intellectual, um, you're not the cool kid who. You're not the cool kid who's.
Well, see, this is the problem with when they say alpha. What do you mean by alpha? Do you mean a leader among men, or do you mean a man that can get bitches?
Anybody can get bitches. I mean, the homosexual get bitches. But here's the problem: everybody can get anything. You just don't like the quality of what you get. And
Yep.
when you look at it in retrospect, I never wanted to be prom king. If it happened, cool. But I didn't. Me and my friends didn't give a fuck about being prom king.
That's kind of my point, Charles. I'm like, okay, who cares about being prom king? I didn't even care. I'm like, okay, cool, that's who won.
Did you get some in the limo? That's the point, which I did. I mean, I mean, here's the fucked up right. Um, we had so many people in a black school. Did he ever go to a black high school?
Who knows? He might be a suburban kid.
Because that would be very interesting if he went to an urban black high school. Because he
I went
doesn't
to a
sound.
mixed high school, so
He doesn't sound like it.
You know what? This sounds.
And it's like.
Go ahead.
And it's like, when I hear this rhetoric about being a prom, I was an intellectual and a jock. I was multi-fat. I was reading. Me and my boy, and who's a brown belt, probably a black belt in jiu-jitsu. We're in English class doing our term papers and actually writing and drawing comic book characters. So, whole rhetoric about we're like you, dude. You're more. What do you mean like that? Not everybody wanted to be a prom king. You go to prom just to chill out with your boys and see the pretty girls and then go to the after party. It's really.
I wasn't necessarily a jock, but I had to keep their girlfriends off of me.
I mean, what do you think
I don't know what you're talking about.
An alpha is the person. Do other men follow this guy? Are you the leader? If you're the commander of a shift or a unit, you're the alpha. Alpha is not. Alpha is not what you call universal, because if I go to Art's place where he works, he would be the alpha because he knows the climate there. He's in charge there.
Right.
Not if I go to AB when I need shit about a website or computer programming. I don't know shit about Eritrea, so guess who's going to take the lead on that?
Me.
I don't know shit on Canada. Guess who's going to be the lead on that? Let's go to the most alpha of quote unquote alpha men, special forces.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know the company commander, who's usually a major in there? He's not always going to lead the team. Sometimes it's going to be the guy who has the most experience in that field. Even though he's still responsible, but the person who's going to take the lead on the team is going to be the experienced one. So this thing about alpha is coming from a very feminine standpoint. And let me just play a little bit more of this.
He blows my mind. Now I'm not like you, sir. Sorry. I wasn't like you. I was never like you. The niggas that I ran with in high school were athletes. The niggas that I ran with in high school played on on the football team, ran track, and played basketball. I'm a gym rat. I'm a gym rat. Okay.
We drew comic books. The same guys we were in English class doing term papers and passing. In between classes, we were trading comic books and drawing characters. But yet, you're talking about a wrestling champion and a black belt in jiu-jitsu. We had guys who boxed, who were comic book and video game heads. We were not in this box you could totally put us in. As my boy Sean would say, you're the most popular, unpopular guy I ever met. There's more people who know you than you know them. I went to an all-black, pretty much all-black school and won wrestling championships, even in against white schools. That's rare. Not even your basketball team. Your basketball team wins championships. Yeah, you're supposed to. You're a black inner city school. That's usual. But a black inner city kid winning championships in wrestling, that's not usual. Yeah. So you gotta. This whole thing about, well, you're more like me. How? Explain yourself. I'm going to say this before I play the rest of this shit. I really hate really, really intelligent people have a really fucked up problem explaining themselves.
It's like, what did he? So he talking about he's socially awkward. Just like, listen. You know what makes you socially awkward? Not trying.
Yes, you're not trying.
Not trying to go to parties. Not trying to go out with friends and have a good time. Not trying at all. That's what makes you socially awkward. You got to practice at it. Yes, it's gonna be scary out there. A girl might reject you. So the fuck what? You know how many times I've been rejected? I didn't give a fuck. I went out to the clubs by my damn self. Something I probably shouldn't have never did. I wouldn't, and I've never advised any man to never to do that. But I was like, yeah, I'm just gonna go out and just talk, have a good time, and have some fun with some chicks, and flirt a little bit, whatever. It is what it is. I mean, but in order for you to get over your social awkwardness, you have to be social.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta think about it. Being rejected is part of the game. Sometimes you get rejected so much it develops thick skin. I mean, you'll laugh about it. Well, damn, glad I did get her, but she rude as shit. But it's like I told this one young man who's 20. You got all the stuff girls like, but you're lazy and you're afraid. And he's like, what? And then he had to admit to me, I know you because I was you. I said, you're 20 with a car. There's no way in hell I would be. Dude, you're supposed to be like forgetting which girl you're talking to. Just like, I'm gonna just tell you that now.
Oh, you got a car? Oh my goodness, we can go places. No shit.
You know what a car meant at 20? You could be in PGM and Baltimore. I'm there. There was nowhere in the tri-state area I was not. Oh, well, I live in Delaware. Okay, tell me when to go. Give me the directions. Oh, for real? Yep. And the problem is a lot of young men are scared of rejection, and rejection is what makes you manly. Can you overcome the rejection? And people take pride in being that awkward kid. I mean, would you and I be out of place at BlurCon? No, because it's made kind of for us.
Not I wouldn't be out of place. I would not be out of place at BlurCon. I would feel the same way as I did in the hood where I worked at last week. Because I worked in the hood. I didn't give a fuck. I didn't because I grew up in a trailer park. And we had a drug dealer down the street. We had all that shit in the trailer park. And I'm so multifaceted. I could talk to a CEO of a company all the way down to the lowest level pookie that you can talk to. And everybody likes me. I can have a conversation with anybody. I can have a conversation with someone that's 90 years old about the stuff they're into. I can have a conversation with people that's like 12.
Right.
and everybody gravitates to me because I'm the type of person I can have a conversation with you about anything, because I learned how to be socially active in all age groups and all social status.
Oh yeah, by the way, AB and Art, I'm so socially awkward. Women don't like me.
Oh well.
Oh
There's no
damn!
food with
Wasn't
that.
I wasn't I wasn't I on your channel?
Oh yeah.
Girl didn't look half bad, did she?
Nope. Beautiful African sister.
Pleasant to be around me, wasn't she?
Mm-hmm.
So that awkward, even jokes and making the obscene jokes I do, girls don't mind it. It's a time and a place, yes. You can't overload them, but there's a time and a place you could be this. Now I'll play a little bit more. I gotta hear the rest of this rhetoric.
What kills me is FD acts like we. Oh well. Go ahead.
Okay. You can say it real quick.
What kills me is FD acts like we don't talk to women on our own panels. Oops. Did I say that out
Oh,
loud?
oh, 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 oh.
Well, he can say that about me because I don't let women on my panel anyway.
I mean, but that's Art's prerogative. And,
Yeah.
and and I understand why Art does it because there's
You had a good
times
reason to do it at the time. Yeah.
yeah, and there's times I let Toya, Sada Muhammad, and other women on my panel. There's times I had women who were total bitches, and I had to tell them about themselves. And once we got that understanding, everything was all good. Playing Homecoming King, possibly. In fact, we got some homecoming kings basically in this manosphere. Okay, I know of 20 guys that are, at least 20 guys that are Ivy League. One of my boys, Jay Bones, worked for the UN for 10 years. He's married to a chick that's in Israel. Jay Bones is worth about $10 million. So you talk about you niggas, I don't know who you're looking at, dude. Most of the niggas that you're talking about are fucking engineers and programmers. Most of them. A lot of my subs are physical alphas. One's a kick, a couple of them are kickboxers. Okay, several of them go through so many fucking women, it's ridiculous. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. In fact, I guess you didn't see my video on Game Week, where I actually went through pickup from start to finish. Went through pickup from start to finish.
Sure did.
I've been vetted by pickup artists and dating coaches about my view on pickup. It's called Game Week, okay? I did 3 live streams on fucking Game Week. Look at it. Which you don't. That's how come niggas like you cherry pick.
Mm-hmm.
That's how come with this side of the game, okay? Because I've been on both sides of the game, still on both sides of the game. Niggas like you cherry pick. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Let me stop ranting. Let's get through the video. Like it truly has me stuck how some of you don't see how the things I talk about and the ways I talk about these issues are not some like barrier to greater black masculinity, but they're like a way out. That's why I've got to follow it. It's not because I'm the most alpha Chad dude. It's not because I am obviously the most successful. We call y'all sweet. Basic and academics and basic, Dr. Thunder said the same thing. All my PhDs said the same thing. You're typical. Now, if you are the new wave of masculinity, okay, I can't argue with that. I can't argue with that.
I hope not.
I really can't.
pause it for a minute.
Go ahead.
And you can comment on since you're a soldier, you can comment. But can you get my sentiment? These are the masculine men they want to start World War III with. I'm just saying.
I mean, we would lose if they knew what type of men we're breeding over here. We would lose. I mean, I'm looking up suits and hats, and you got these brothers in suits, the hipster style, and also the classical suit style that I'm looking up on the computer. Guys
Rocking
like
loafers
him.
with no socks. God damn.
Oh yeah, smooth. I mean, that's how they used to do it back in the day, anyway. You got to remember this, right?
Huh?
This image of masculinity is so bastardized in our society is that I can't wait till the men stop listening to the women. Because what's masculine to men is going to be different to women, especially modern women who want their way. Who want their way. They're not going to pick guys. Like every time I ask a chick, why didn't you pick a guy that was a suitable father? Well, he can't. No, you didn't, because you picked him because you knew exactly who the fuck he was.
Yep.
You knew it was somebody that you could overcome.
You can control. That's all. That's all. It always have been. Every chick that I've known that had kids with a dude that won't shit, she knew she could control that motherfucker, and when she couldn't, she got rid of him.
Yep. And then I said, there's a reason. All these chicks you may see me with in the next coming weeks or days or whatever. A lot of them were chicks I knew for almost 20, knew either over or almost 20 years. Why now? Why now?
Hey, big
I
head.
said, hey, big head. What do you think? Where do you think he got it from? Where do you think Kevin got it from when we spoke about that? I said, here's the crazy part, right? A lot of stuff that you heard on Kevin Samuels, a lot of people forget every time Kevin would see my name in the chat, he would shout me out. Why? Because we talked about shit like this.
Mm-hmm.
We talked about how women's nature are when the chips are down. When they start noticing they're not getting the same attention they used to 10 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
when the value system starts becoming even and the man starts taking off away from her, the big heads come out.
That's the beta game. You wait. You wait on her to make it to go through all the bad boys first, and then you try to get your shot. It's like, nah,
you want to get something on discount, basically. You want to get a used car on a cheap discount.
No, you are the discount. No, you're the discount. She looks at you as a discount because she didn't choose you first. You're second. You are a second place man in her eyes. Why the fuck are you gonna be with a woman that thinks she's above you? You were second place.
I mean,
she didn't choose you first. I mean, if she chose you first, then she would think that you were above her. But since she chose you second, she thinks she's above you, and the only reason you're there is just to fulfill her needs.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. And if you don't do that, then you're not doing your job. And that's why I be telling chicks, like, listen, I'm not second place. Either I'm top dog or I'm just not. I'm not gonna deal with you.
Yeah, I'm not gonna deal with you.
You're gonna follow my program. This is me. This is what I have planned. Are we following this plan? Oh no? Deuces.
That's why I tell a lot of black men, the greatest power is to walk away.
Yep.
Not to argue.
Say no.
But to walk away. Just put the walk away. Oh my God, these fedoras, man, they are so beautiful.
Did you guys ever see that video of the guy with I guess it's a reality TV show? And so the chick wanted the guy to fight for her. So she said, like, I'm done. And the guy said, well, you made your decision. And she got mad. And she got mad because he was just like, he didn't care. He just was like, oh, so you made your decision? All right, bye. And she's just like, what, you didn't want to fight for me? It's like, I'm only going to protect with something that wants to be here. You obviously don't want to be here. So you can go.
Why stress myself out about somebody who wants options?
Yeah. That's how you don't feel? Okay. All right. No doubt. Bye.
Think about
Have a
it.
good life.
See, this is the part where I tell a lot of black men, instead of pleasing a woman of which you dress, the most attractive you'll ever be is when you discover your refinement.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense?
Yep.
You
Then
should
you
get a
can look at
fedora. You should get some loafers. You should get some low tops, some
right.
cardigan sweaters. You should be so funky with it that nothing steals your joy. But what's the first thing men
I
are going to
mean,
do? This is the reason why I tell men, do not take a woman with you to buy a suit, because she's going to make you cute and not manly.
Yeah.
Right.
She's going to make you cute and not stylish. You should be looking.
always have your men with you.
You should always look a combination of new money and old money when buying a suit.
Agreed.
You should have
Perfect balance, though.
some old school fedoras, some platted, you know, waistcoats or sweater vests. You should have a sweater that, with a V-neck where you can show your tie. You could do this in a casual setting. You could do it, dress down. But at the same time, you should do it for you and not for anybody else.
Mm-hmm.
That's for
The
damn
number
sure.
the number one thing men need more than anything else is confidence in themselves.
Uh-huh.
Before you get even clothes, you get even money. You gotta have confidence in yourself. You gotta have confidence to say no. You gotta have confidence to say yes. You gotta have confidence to say, I'm the baddest motherfucker walking on this fucking block. Who gonna touch me?
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
Because there's so many times where I see brothers just give up. And they don't have to. You need to start having confidence in your damn motherfucking self and say, I'm worth it. I'm worth being at this job. I'm worth making this money. I'm worth finding a woman that I need to love. I'm worth for you to listen to my fucking ass.
Mm-hmm.
And if you don't, you need to go. If this job don't want to pay you the money that you think you deserve, and you putting in that sweat equity, you need to go. Go find somewhere else.
You should never be the only person when it comes to jobs you should have loyalty to is your damn self.
Damn right.
Because they're not going to be loyal to you.
Sure
I'm
enough.
going to play a little. I'm
At
going to
the
play
end
a
of the
little
day,
bit. Go ahead.
I say at the end of the day, when you're at your job, you have to realize you're just a number. I was at my job for 12 fucking years. At the top of my job when it came to shorts, not having that many shorts, doing everything I possibly could. But guess what? They still find a way to fuck me over, and I had to start over.
Uh-huh.
But the thing about it is, I'm not like some of those guys that was trying to work it out. Like, nah, before they fucked me over and switched over that new pay scale, I left because I knew what I was worth. You're not gonna fuck me over, and I'm gonna just sit there and take it. Nah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, word? That's what you gonna do? Deuces. 12 years and not. Deuces.
I'm out.
I'm out. I know what I'm worth. And that's why they call me back, trying to get me to come back to the damn job. I was like, nah, you gotta pay extra now.
And fuck your recommendations. I ain't let you know where I went when I went found new jobs.
I told them they need to
Let
pay
you
me
fuck up
about.
my shit.
I told them they need to pay me about close to 60,000. You since y'all forcing me out of the damn job. Now that you want me back, now it's in their ball court whether they gonna give me that money or not.
Were they doing like the Jackson 5 asking you? They saying they want you back?
Yeah, the boss
Were
called
they
me
saying
back.
like the Jackson 5?
The boss called me back because he told me that they're losing too much money because they just went through 3 people at my old job and they couldn't do the job correctly like I did. And so after a year of me, he left that damn bakery job. They called me back and they say, "Hey, is there a possibility that we can get you back?" I said, "Yeah, you get pay me this much money." I said 57, and they have to get back to me. I told them, like, I lost too much. I lost 3 weeks of vacation because I've been there for 12 years. I lost a lot of fucking money. I didn't lose that much money. I lost some money doing that. I lost a lot of equity that I built up in that job. I lost a lot of shit. So I'm just like, nah. I feel like I wasted my 12 years. So guess what? You got to pay now. Mm-hmm. I'm not coming back for you to do the same thing to me. Nah, you gonna pay up. Either you gonna pay me this money or don't call me no more. I know my worth.
All right, ready? Playing a little bit more.
If your version of soy boy masculinity is popular, especially with white guys, okay, maybe you and Destiny need to, hook up and have a conversation because we all probably have more in common. We need to sit down and have a conversation because really, you and Destiny really have a lot in common. I'm not even gonna say it, okay? I'm not even gonna say it, but only I don't.
I'm gonna pause it for 1 second. What he meant they have in common, they look like they both breastfeed babies.
Critique black academics for a reason. Because I'm not here for that. I'm here to solve problems. Now, you trying to steer males into this intersectional masculine feminist paradigm, it doesn't fucking work, which is falling apart as we speak. And you think because you got a freaking channel on YouTube that is supposed to make an impact in the world, supposed to have all the fucking answers, okay? If that's the case, why don't you go to Brookings? Let me just stop for a second, man. Let me get on with it. So most masculine, most whatever guy you've ever seen on the internet. It's because I'm kind of a normal nigga. Yeah, you're not normal. You're not kind of
I'm sorry. I couldn't help it.
You're not.
I couldn't help it.
I'm a normal nigga? Really?
Yeah, normal.
Wow.
No nigga.
I couldn't help it. But no, I'm like, oh, come on, man. That's some bullshit.
Normal nigga. A normal nigga. Oh boy. Oh boy. Playing.
It's because I'm kind of a normal nigga. Yeah, you see the wife and kids. You see. You're not normal. You're not kind of a normal nigga. Okay? You're not. And the normal niggas don't go around spouting Marxism, intersectional feminism. Okay? You're not. I'm sorry. I don't know where you hang out at. Okay? Red Tube is not where normal niggas hang out at. I'm sorry. Success. You see a lot of the things y'all aspire to that I don't even like. I could be a lifestyle influencer right now. I could be belief in family. I could be doing that shit. I could be doing a whole thing. Now that I've gotten this platform, I don't need to make 2-hour-long anti-policing videos. I could just be having images of me playing with my kids, opening up Target bags, and make way more money than I'm making recording this right now at 10 o'clock at night. But I'm not passionate about that like that. I'm passionate about the fact that in 3 years, I can make way more money. In fact, I can make way more money not doing this, not being on YouTube at all. I can make way more money on Patreon, and my patrons have told me this. I make way more money with 1,000 people that want to hear what I got to say. They're willing to pay money, $50 a month, to hear what I got to say. Way more money. So it's not about money. If I wanted to talk about dress and perfume and esoteric stuff, just like Kevin, I could have rolled right along with Kevin. Kevin came right out of the camp. Okay, COVID actually elevated him. Kevin was making millions of dollars a year, at least. Okay, right out of the camp. I've already proven what is possible. My only problem is that YouTube and this policing that goes on. My political views, and my views, my political views are probably more negative towards YouTube than my view on women. I can coach women if I really wanted to teach women, and I really wanted to go esoterically toward women, change my stance, and change my tone. I can teach women. YouTube is entertainment. Now, if you want to teach lifestyle and stuff like that, go for it. I would suggest you do. In fact, I don't even know why you're down here with us, because
That part.
nobody can see you, Otis. You're ready to, man. You know, we're down here for a reason. We're not down here to be popular. Why do you think we can't show our faces? It's because niggas like you, soy boys like you, and females will start calling, trying to get people fired. In fact, a lot of them already have. Some of the brothers on here had women calling into the spouses in Florida trying to get her fired. I built a platform bigger than any black male making the type of content that I'm making, like, period. And although I am very critical of the nature of fandom and like influencer culture and stuff like that, I feel like I'm doing something useful, or I would stop doing it because I don't care that much about this shit. Why is it so important to y'all that I hate black women? Y'all are watching my videos. We don't care about you. That's the problem. We don't care about you. In fact, before you talked about the Black Manosphere, we didn't know who you were. Why do you think you're so important? If you left us alone, guess what would happen? Nobody would talk about you. That's the whole thing that you don't understand. We don't care about you. We don't make videos about you. But you want attention. Obviously, that's what it is. People have asked me, why is he over here bothering us? Why is he over here getting in our business? That's the question. Why are you over here? What are you here for? You claim you're ancestral leftist, but that really doesn't read. Because if what you talk about was so popular and so on point, Jared Ball, who has interviewed you, he'd be where you are. Most of the shit is just luck. Most of the stuff is basically on the YouTube algorithm. Most of the stuff is finding your niche. I can do product placement. I can do products because I'm a gear geek. I can get my programmers and my geeks get together. We could actually form a coalition and test products. I'm an audiophile. Headphones, earphones, speakers, that kind of stuff. I love that kind of shit. When you marry that with computers and tablets and technology and phones, I can do this shit all day. Or I can go into geopolitics. I can do this stuff all day. I can do what the Duran does. Duran actually listens to me. Them cats are sitting, giving speeches at the UN. Anyhow, continuing. Regular basis. Saying yup. Ooh, that's a good point. Oh shit, he cooking. It's straight. But what about black women? What about what the black women doing? What about the divestors? Go there. This might end up being a long one. None of that shit was on script. That was niggas just tired. Y'all just called me at a good time. Let me get back on. Let me get back on track.
What about the divestors, man? Nobody cares about the divestors. Okay, yeah. What is it with y'all, man? Y'all care more about the fucking divestors than the Black Manosphere does. Nobody cares about the divestors. And before that, it was the swirlers. Nobody cares about that. The divestors and the swirlers care more about the Black Manosphere than we care about them. We don't care.
I always thought that was funny.
That's the problem. The reason that
I'm gonna pause it. You know, when do we care about divestors?
Good question. I don't know.
I don't. I mean, I think he's just trying to. I think he's trying to equate Mr. Z on this one because Mr. Z always puts out response videos, but he's not targeting the women in question. He just calls out what they're saying, and he's responding to what it is and explaining to all of us what the hell is they're thinking. He's not responding to them. Because remember, FD has had 2 conversations with Mr. Z, and let's not forget how those turned out.
And you got to remember, Mr. Z had him on the back foot. Mr. Z doesn't have a degree. Mr. Z is not part of the intelligentsia.
No, he's not.
You're going to let this grease monkey, for all intents and purposes, put him on the back foot? Intellectual man? I think it's...
Just because you have a degree does not make you smart.
People are learning that.
You're qualified, not competent.
People are learning that shit very quickly. People are finding that shit out very quickly.
Excuse me.
And now you got this guy talking about, well, I'm just a regular nigga. How? If you were a regular nigga, you would actually agree with us more.
Excuse me. I've never claimed to be regular. I'm a little out there. I'm weird at times. Unhinged, but that doesn't make me normal. Nothing about me says normal. When people listen to me talk and stuff, they're like, what the hell is regular? Because even if I was talking about intelligent things, some people just don't get it. But the people who do, they're like, wow, you're so intelligent like that. That doesn't make me normal. I'm not a regular person like that. What does it mean to be regular, first of all? What are we talking about? What is he talking about? Ask him, we should be asking him, define regular. What do you define as regular? Or normal? What are you talking about? What do you define as a normal conversation? Anybody?
That's the thing. You have to understand that what he considers what he's doing is normal. Having a wife and kids, him submitting to his wife.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I've never heard of a guy that was happy about his wife refusing to cook for him. That's all I'm saying. Never heard of a guy say like, "Yeah, my wife doesn't cook for me. I'm happy about it." They deal with it, but they're not really happy about it, and I see it in their faces. I see it in their fucking faces. They are not fucking happy about that shit, and that shit pisses me off that they're accepting that shit from their fucking wives. But this is what they
and the
think they should
contempt
do.
their wives.
You got a lot of these guys that these women say that these guys should have no problem with them stepping out of their marriage and having sex with other men.
Wow. That's called the labor of love.
And they should be able to tell their partners like, "Oh, I had a good date." It's like, what? You're my
some
fucking
polyamorous cuckold shit. Get the fuck out of here with that.
You're my fucking wife. You decided to go on a date with another guy that you like, and I should have no problem with it because you're just exploring your sexuality. Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, I'm sorry.
No, she want to exercise her option.
But that's the thing. If you go out and do that, she's gonna feel some type of way about it.
And you can't feel some type of way with the other way around. Get the fuck out of
here. Because women are oppressed. I've even heard a woman say that. I've even heard a woman say, and I kid you not, even if the sex is consensual, it is still a form of rape. Because the man has a penis. A man has a penis and he's inserting it into a woman. Are you fucking kidding me?
So, what if a woman coerces a man into sleeping with her? Is that not a violation of his right to consent?
Oh, it's different because his dick got hard, so he obviously wanted it. That's what
you don't see. That's the thing, and that goes to show how much they demonize men and everything about masculinity and about being male or maleness, and they try to angelize. What's the opposite of demonizing something? Angelizing. How could they call it angelizing?
I guess exalt or deitize.
Exalting. Deitize. They try to demonize what it means to be masculine and male sexuality, but deitize female sexuality as like it's mysterious. Oh, it's just that. Fuck that. And then you try to put all men to think all sexuality is just one and the same. No. What I like and what I find sexually alluring may not be what Art finds sexually alluring, what Charles finds sexually alluring. We all have our own things, our own kinks, our own niches. But they try to say that all men are just this, that, and the third. All men are just this. All men are pigs. All men are dogs. To understand the concept of the dog, get the fuck out of here about that shit. Here's another thing I remember was I can't stress this enough. I remember we were talking. I remember Dr. T, one of his conversations, talked about how men, as young boys, are violated. Black boys are violated by older women. And I mentioned the level of homophobia they use to justify it by saying some stuff like, at least you know he liked girls. At least you know he ain't gay.
Wow.
Because women are scared, he's gonna turn out like you think because he doesn't find you attractive, he's this? Get out of here.
I want you to think about that. A black boy, a black man has no rights that the world has to adhere to. I'm gonna finish playing a little bit more of this. Playing.
Know that you're here. The reason that I know that people like you are here is because the Black Manosphere is making inroads into your territory. Because for a long time, guess what? People like you ignored us. But if you go back to the original so-called Black Manosphere 1.0, those are people just like you. Those are the guys in college. Those are Gen X people in college. They were having relationship woes on their campus and in their professional lives. That's where it comes from. The vast majority of guys inside the black manosphere have degrees. Vast majority. The vast majority of people inside the black manosphere, as we speak, the vast majority are corporate. They're not blue-collar dudes. They're not dudes on the corner. Because most of the dudes that are on the corner don't like the black manosphere. The vast majority of them don't. That's your problem. That's what you don't understand. Okay? I know, because they've told me I got at least 15 subs from Yale. I know I got 10 from Harvard. I know I have at least 20 physicians. Okay? My whole trust when I was doing COVID, right? 4 PhDs. Had one guy, he had his master's in biology, right? Working for a drug company. Had 5 nurses, right? ICU nurses, all professional people. I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. Count them right now, right? In our circle, okay? I don't know who you talk to. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 PhDs using their CV out front. 5 of them. And tangentially, you have another 10. I'm adding ones as we speak. So I have no idea what you're talking about, dude. Continuing.
I'm telling you, if you're a black man, you're going to be limited. You're going to be limited to the ghetto. You're going to be limited to and blaming the white man for everything. See, I'm at a point where I don't get it. I don't watch Mississippi Burning. I can watch a Steve movie, and I laugh.
I'm listening to the Homeboy's video. He said something that I thought was really deep and profound and kind of powerful in terms of like how it made me think and reflect on how we get to this point. He said something like, I know FD is simping because he's had to have heard how black women denigrate black men in favor of white men all the time and say that white men know how to really treat a woman. That it was impossible that I didn't hear that same type of denigrating, disrespectful rhetoric growing up that he did. And I hate to tell you this, and I don't mean any harm in this, but no, I didn't hear shit like that. And again, this is coming from a dude that was not like King Dingaling popular nigga in high school and college. And I never, ever, ever in all of my romantic failures and all of my connections with black women was made to feel like these women.
I've never. You know how weird that is, man? That's black on top of that. You know how weird that shit is?
Let's speed it back up.
And I really want to.
How it made me think and reflect on how we get to this point. He said something like, I know FD is simping because he's had to have heard how black women denigrate black men in favor of white men all the time and say that white men know how to really treat a woman. And that it was impossible that I didn't hear that same type of denigrating, disrespectful rhetoric growing up that he did. And I hate to tell you this, and I don't mean any harm in this, but no, I didn't hear shit like that. And again, this is coming from a dude that was not like King Dingaling popular nigga in high school and college. And I never, ever, ever in all of my romantic failures and all of my connections with black women was made to feel like these women preferred white men over black men. It's completely foreign to me. I'm not saying that it doesn't happen. We know there's a community that definitely feels like that. But I've never heard black women talk about preferring white men over black men. I just haven't. But I have to believe, and I want to express to everyone else watching, that my experience isn't as universal as I'd like to think.
Thank you.
And I do think this.
Thank you. At least you admit that, okay? So why are you preaching to us? My thing is, why are you here? Same thing to Alma Wadi. I say the same thing to the pro-black community. We're not looking for you. Why are you here? Maybe one day they'll explain it. We're gonna go, let's go through most of this, man, because I don't want to.
I haven't made it about the hood yet, yo. I am not Hassan. I don't have the socialist money. And I think this explains a portion of their behavior and why they come off so bitter and almost irrational in their need to hyper-focus all their pain and anger towards women. So I actually had a conversation with someone who I would say is in the divestor sphere. And there I made an argument that I think people who are very critical of black men often don't seem to understand, that I think helps explain some of these pain points, which is understand that there is a hierarchy, a strata in how black men are treated in society and how the good ones are treated versus every other nigga in the world. And this has ramifications in education, employment, intimate partners. There's a big gap in the experiences of black men who embody these ideal traits of masculinity and those who do not, or worse yet, those who might be labeled as bad or deviant or thugs or miscreant. Like for me, I was always a decent student and was mostly quiet about rules, and because of that, I think I got opportunities that other boys, especially those labeled bad, did not. I got second chances that other kids labeled bad did not. That bad label, once it gets put on a boy, it all but ensures the worst possible treatment and the worst possible outcomes for that child. And the same can definitely be said for little black girls. This is all very documented for both black boys and girls, but at the risk of playing Oppression Olympics, which I promise you I'm not going to do too much in this video, I'm constantly faced with the fact that I don't think people are aware of how this hierarchy affects black men and boys. And I think this is something black men and women don't seem to.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. They know it. Trust and believe they know it, okay? I was raised basically, I would say 6 blocks from Freeway Ricky Ross, right? You know who he is, right? The biggest drug dealer in the nation at the time, okay? 6 blocks, okay? I know the opportunities that can happen if you're a good student, if you're smart, especially back then. Me and my neighbor, because she was with us during Thanksgiving, okay, grew up together, talked about it. Talk about the people that made it out. Talk about how you can be, your opportunities can get closed off. In fact, like weeks before, I talked to another brother raised in the same neighborhood and became a gangbanger.
You know what's funny about that is that there's not a lot of anguish we have with women, or black women in particular. It's more disappointment. You say what you say, and then we go our merry little way about it.
And
we don't give a damn about.
That's the reason.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. No, you go ahead. I interrupted you.
We don't really care about divestors. As a matter of fact, many of us will help them pack. We just like to say, if it doesn't make it over there, don't come back. Let me go ahead.
This is one of the reasons why I made that video. I don't hate you, but you disappoint me. Because they were supposed to be our women. Supposedly. And this is one of the things that I love about social media, because a lot of men are waking up from the fairy tale stage of what they think women are. And then you get to actually see who they really are. You really get to understand that they really don't give a fuck about you. Really nothing but a fucking wallet to them. That's mostly what I think of you. You need to provide and protect for me. And then this, and the guy's like saying, like, well, what do I get out of it? He's like, oh, you just get me. It's like, okay, who are you? And they can't tell you who they are. It's just like, you realize that it's a bad fucking deal. Like, this woman don't really give a fuck about me. She just really gives a fuck about my wallet. And I'll be honest with you. There was a lot of fucking marriages to boomers where that's all it fucking was. He was just a fucking wallet. You know why? Because they stopped having sex after they had the kids. She got what she wanted, so she didn't want to have sex with you anymore. How many sexless marriages are there in the United States that she's just there because you provide security for? I'm sorry. That's just what has happened. And what has happened is now the guys that were going to be second place and just was going to be there just to provide and have kids with and not have sex with you, and you're sitting there complaining on the internet back in the early 2000s, you're not married anymore. Why? Because the chicks that would have chose you and got married to you for the simple fact that you would have provided for them, you're just saying, "Nah, I'm good," because now you wised up. And there was a conversation I was having with a chick that was who I was seeing, and she pretty much told me like I guess it was a brother or a cousin, something like that, male cousin. And she said, like, he wasn't getting no bitches in his 20s, but in his 30s, all these women are going for him. And in my mind, I'm like, well, no shit, because she wasted her youth when she was young, and now they need someone to protect them and provide for them, and he was the person that could do that, and now they trying to choose him. You're a damn fool if you do go for that. If hey, game recognized game, bro. Game recognized game.
You gotta understand that. One, women are not stupid. Okay, they're not. When the chips are down, they are not going to sell themselves short. Okay, especially when it comes to survival. That chick love you so much. Ask her what she's gonna do for you. She's got 2 kids, you have none, and she doesn't want to give you a kid. You already know what's up.
Your wallet.
Women tell me all the time, I'd rather have the option of having the kid. I'd rather have the option of having a kid than you just shut me out completely. But yet, you think I'm supposed to take care of your little rugrats.
That's
and
why.
It's funny.
Ooh.
Go ahead.
Nah, I said like that's why when my mom said what she said about my dad, because my mom had 2 kids before she met my dad.
Yeah.
And one of the things she told me was like, when I knew I met your father, I knew I had to give him kids. It was an obligation to her.
Yeah.
These chicks don't look at it as an obligation. A lot of times that I hear these chicks when I deal with single mothers and stuff back in the past, it's more so as far as that, well, you could treat my kids as your kids. I mean, okay, that's cool and all, but I still want a legacy of my fucking own, bitch. You need to A up.
And guess what? You're not even
that's the but see, that's the problem with getting a chick that's in her 30s. She knows she doesn't want to have any more kids. She knows that. She's just trying to string you along for the ride, and that's why I tell guys all the time, man. It's like, yo, she's like 30 something and something, right? Like, yeah. Are you sure she want to have kids? Because
should it be a good idea to have kids at that age? Sorry about that. Sorry, Art, but I mean, think about it. If she is 35 and older, understand you have a great chance you're gonna have a kid with some issues.
Oh, that's why I like
her age ain't shit.
Well, that's why I said, like,
go ahead.
Me personally, marriage is for you to raise children. It's not just for you just to do it. Me personally. So, even if I get with a chick today, we're not getting married. I'm not marrying you. Why? We could be roommates. We could get a 1-bedroom apartment and live together. But there's no reason to What reason is there for me to marry you and you're not going to bear children of mine? There was a reason for that when I was in my 20s and maybe early 30s. But there's no fucking reason for me to be 45, 50 and talking about like marrying somebody. Me personally. Because it's like we're not going to bear children, we're not going to build a family or anything like that. We're just going to live together like we're fucking roommates. And then you still have the opportunity to break up with me and still say, well, we were married, so you can take half. Fuck to the hell no. Nah.
Let me tell you a story, Art. Let me tell you a story, folks. There's a young woman I knew. There's a woman I know. She's now entering her. She's in her early 30s, I think now. When I met her, I was like in my early 30s. She was like in early to mid 20s. This is a woman of my ilk, of my tribe, ethnicity, everything. She once asked me, out of the blue, would you marry me? You want to know what I told her? I told her, first of all, I have no interest in marriage. I think it's outdated and whatnot. And then I gave her something to think about when I told her, first of all, most of the women of our ethnicity, I don't find attractive because I know what they're about, whatnot. There are very few women of our ilk that I find attractive or I like to want to get involved with. Consider yourself one of those fortunate few. But that's about it. Gave her something to think about. But it didn't work out. She met somebody else, and although she never got the ring, she has a kid with this person. And I met that kid. She's a little 5-year-old.
But that's why. That's why you gotta think about this. This is the cold truth I'm about to say. There's a lot of females out there who are more in love with your genetics than you. I want you to think about that.
Oh, I can imagine that. I mean, this woman is like 5'4". I'm 6'3". Never mind the fact I got an autoimmune disorder.
I mean, you're going into
it's the genetic determinism that they operate on. I understand that. But those of us who've taken a chance to learn about genes and whatnot understand there's something called epigenetics. But like what you're saying, Charles, there are women who love you more for your genetics than for you.
I mean, we gotta get out into the real world sometime.
Absolutely. I mean, no truer words have been spoken like that, man. That's the first time I heard that, and I'm like, yeah, that is on the point.
We have to. And the worst part about it is that there's a lot of guys who come to our space and you see FD browbeating. Like, that's cool. You got a beautiful family. Thank God. Nobody's criticizing that. You should be.
No.
Instead of criticizing what we do about families, show us the way by your example. You can't do that. You know why? Because you're the bottom line. You're trying to get the masculine realization that you get your masculinity from female approval. And what you really realize is this.
By specifications, as Mr. Z would say.
And what you realize is it doesn't work.
Sorry.
And what you realize is it doesn't work at all. It does not work. You'll be more miserable about that than anything else in the world. And when you have
Here's
men,
a better question. When did it ever?
You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised.
Ooh.
You have plenty of men out there who will go out there and say, "Hey, I'm gonna get all this approval from women." Even subconsciously, they think this way. And I'm like,
Yeah.
you're not a simp because you take care of your woman. You're a simp because you cannot stand up to your woman. You don't know what abuse is. You feel what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
A lot of men don't even know they're being bullied into relationships. They just don't. They don't understand that. You can have a loving relationship with your wife and not be a simp. Does she respect you? Do you respect her? Do you love her? Does she love you? If you hesitate and have to think about it, then the answer is no. The answer is no. You gotta be realistic with what you want out there in life, man. And a lot of brothers are not. I think the Disney fairy tale affected men more than it affected women. Because shit goes bad, women get very pragmatic. You think it's above a woman to sleep with a rich guy if it saves her ass? Even if she's not attracted to that rich guy? I'm gonna play a little bit more of the video. See what else he says. By the way, this is my first time hearing some of this shit, so you're gonna probably get my reaction out of it as well.
And then 6 kids in prison. I know that. I've been around uh, the neighborhood with the miscreants, with the people that weren't going anywhere, the people that were going to be lost through no fault of their own. Most of the people that don't get a chance are not bad people. They're workaday people, and they don't get a shot. Okay, just like trailer park white folks. Okay, don't get a shot to raise themselves outside of their class. Behavior is not always an indicator of success. If that was the case, just being good would get you shots. It doesn't work that way. You gotta have talent. I met some of the most miscreant people on the planet that did all kind of illegal shit are very wealthy. So what? Okay. I don't know where you're raised. I don't know what you did. I don't know what you think this is. Okay. I touched all classes. I went to school with the kids of congressmen. I went to school with the kids of CEOs. I went to school with kids that were entertainers. These people in my homeroom. People would think these are uh, upper middle class and rich people and stuff like that. With people with pools and houses overlooking the city, or with white kids overlooking the ocean. My best friend in elementary school, right? Okay, white guy, white kid, right? Father was a Navy surgeon. Had a house overlooking the beach. Okay, I've been in those spaces. I've been in academic spaces. Okay, I got 3, 4 friends that are PhDs. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. Anyway, man, let me stop rambling.
Fully get it. I'm not saying one is worse than the other. Not saying they're the same. In fact, I'm trying to explain that they're different. A perfect example of how this manifests and people aren't aware of it happened in 2016 when Yale did a study on implicit bias that really illustrated the problem.
In 2016, researchers at Yale showed teachers this video clip of 4 preschool students. Their instructions: look for misbehavior and click when you see it. The study was kind of deceptive. None of the kids in the video actually misbehaved. The researchers were using eye tracking software. What they actually wanted to study was who the teachers were watching. Both black and white teachers spent significantly more time watching the black boy in the video.
You know how people that work today, people, and they, if that was, people would think these are.
Not bad.
Spent significantly more time watching the black boy in the video. This study showed that even preschool teachers can treat kids differently based on their race without even realizing it.
So I want y'all to really engage with what happened here. Even for black teachers, let's be real, black women teachers, women make up like 90% of all teachers, and if you go to a black school, you're going to see that school is probably 70-80% black women, right? And it's not to say that black men don't do it, but like that is a thing that you have to contend with in terms of how this happens. They still were biased against the black male child. They still over scrutinized this black boy.
Yes, it's something I said when I was talking about the Monahan report back in 2015, sir. Yes. Yes. But now you come over here preaching to us like we don't know this shit. Are you kidding? Is the game really that slow? But that's the problem, okay? You come from basically white academia, because that's where you learn this shit. Come over here and trying to swing a small peen over here like you know something that we don't. Like your education is so superior that we are basically low-class, hood Negroes that don't know anything. But you don't go talk to Dr. Johnson. You don't go talk to Dr. Gigi. You definitely don't go talk to Dr. Neal. Don't even go talk to Dr. Thunder. Dr. Thunder would love to have you up. He's a PhD at a PWI, Ohio State. Come on, man. Stop being disingenuous because you're backsliding. But you know what? No, I'm gonna do you a solid. I'm gonna start critiquing some of your stuff. A lot of people have been telling me I need to go ahead and start critiquing your stuff. To me, it's all boring. That's why they call it bread tube. It's white tube. It's white bread liberalism. Okay? For the soy boy liberalists that go to Whole Foods and hang out in the vegetable section, right? Hang out at the salad bar. You're a Whole Foods salad bar intellectual. Okay? Continuing.
I think black men aren't always fully like cognizant of, but we feel that shit. We know we're always under unfair scrutiny, and
that's the manosphere, fool. You just.
I'm gonna pause it right there and come back. What's up, PK?
Yo, what's good, Charles? What's good, everybody?
I'm a little tickled by this.
Yeah, man. I just watched it. I watched it literally before I switched over your stream, man. And yeah, I was laughing at a couple different points. I think it was good commentary, man. I think BGS did a good job talking about it, but it looks like I stirred the pot a little bit too hard on it because I didn't expect for him to actually take my provocations all the way to go at him like that. But apparently he was down for the cause and he wanted to do it. So I guess he took that opportunity to just go ahead and address it. And we'll see if any back and forth happens in between the two.
Sometimes
And hopefully, and hopefully, if they do end up having those conversations, he'll go ahead and grab his nuts and decide to go sit down with one of the PhDs that are adjacent or in this space directly. I'm careful about how I word that because I don't want to tarnish their reputations. But any of the people that he mentioned a moment ago, and go have these conversations. I mean, there are reasons why these people oftentimes find themselves having conversations with us in large agreement with a lot of the things that we have to say. It isn't by virtue of the fact that somehow they didn't already hear some of the things that, FD signifier type has said before. In fact, a lot of these people were trained in those same institutions with the same ideology, with the same feminist specifications, so to speak. So it's not new hat by any stretch of the imagination for them. So I don't know why. Well, I do know why. I'm just, hopefully by virtue of some of these discussions, he will decide to grab his nuts and go have that conversation. And yeah, it is funny. I agree with you. But what's up, Art, man? I sent you a message the other day. Where you at, bro? Where you at? You hiding? Art's hiding. Nah, you probably at work.
Art, you still sleep. Oh,
I'm playing third strike right now. Hold on. With your bitch ass.
Oh, I gotta be a bitch though.
He said just because.
Trying to play third strike. Oh man.
Okay, sometimes we gotta all fight dirty. Sometimes he gotta tease you like that. Sometimes he gotta clown you a little bit. It's out of love. Nobody fights their head. We all fight dirty.
No, I fight for real. I really do. Not a whole lot, but I do. I don't do a whole lot of shit talking. I don't do that. Hey, me, I'm not good at it. You want to shit talk, that's for sure.
This guy fight. This guy fight. I know. Ask his right hand. Ask his right hand. Oh, this guy.
I wonder how we fare against the Southpaw.
Rematch. You want a rematch? Okay, hold on.
But I'm looking forward to how this whole discussion goes, though. I'm looking forward to it. I mean, shit, he lucky. I ain't never caught his ass, honestly. He real lucky. Because I wouldn't let him breathe. I ain't gonna lie to you. I would have fucking tore him apart. Because I know what he's doing, and I don't like it. I don't like it. He said it himself. What's that?
And because he knows you, and since you made it perfectly clear you don't like it, what he's doing, he probably look at you like, I can go this motherfucker. I had a hard time with Mr. Z, but I think I can go this motherfucker.
Oh man, dude. Man, dude. Now, Mr. Z is my friend. I like him. He's a good dude. I know the reason that he's very selective with the people that he's interacted with in the Black Manosphere. The people that he hasn't really largely had long conversations with, the only person that had the opportunity to really do some real damage to a lot of his dialogue, if he would have engaged them and really broke down his thought patterns and his points and gotten to the core of where he was, actually coming from. Um, BGS had one opportunity to really get to it with him on that,
Uh-huh.
especially when it comes to his most recent discussion with Mr. Z. Mr. Z did handle it well. However, I do understand why Mr. Z handles him in the way that he does. I get it. Um, however, I'm not, I'm not so nice when it comes to that. I'm just not. I don't
Why
have a
not?
lot of respect for the guy.
Why not?
No, it's understandable. Go ahead.
Why not?
I said
Yep.
I understand. I understand. But go ahead, Charles.
I was like, yep. Why not?
Well, there are a lot of reasons. Um, the first reason is by virtue of the fact that he's in academia and he has many of the levers and access levers and accesses the power. So he holds he should be held to what I would deem is a higher standard when it comes to that number one, divulging information and truth, as well as setting quote unquote the record straight. And unfortunately, he's never critically peeled back any of the layers of his own biases and his own information that he's been taught in that institution. And so by virtue of that, he's been divulging a lot of propagandist messages to black men and about black men by virtue of the intersectionalist narrative. Not only that, he has basically come out and said without any shred of shame that he's in it for the money. He doesn't really care about any truth about what it is that we talk about here in the Black Manosphere. He's not concerned with that. His primary concern is securing the bag. His primary concern is about his optics. So he doesn't really care. And if that's the case, then quite frankly, you're no better than Anthony Brian Logan. You're no better than Cynthia G. You really can't claim to be any sort of black male advocate outside of advocating for your own self interest. And if that's the case, then just say fuck you niggas. You'd be better off just doing that, and not just us niggas, but niggas in general. Like just if you're a black man, you might as well be a black male equivalent of a divester, right? Like you might as well put on the hood too. You know, the KKK's that way. Why are you here? But I mean, that's a more extreme take. Let me be more even keeled on this. The thing is, man, you have declared yourself an open and outed enemy of black male advocacy in any of its forms, and that's what you're about. Now, I could go a lot deeper on that, on why I think that is, but that's just the veneer when it comes to the academia standpoint and his attachment to the intersectional feminist narrative. There's more to it, and there's also the component that I just discussed when it comes to his monetary agenda. But I mean, just in terms of his own personal principles, there are things to be talked about there. You know, any sort of code of ethics. There are things to be talked about there. I could go on and on with this guy, but like I said, I just don't have a lot of respect for him as a human being. It's not. It's not. It's very hard for me to respect a person like that. It's very hard for me to do that. It would be one thing if it were a simple disagreement, but when you claim yourself to be an enemy against our very existence and dignity as men, black men in particular, like you know that's something else for me. So that's why. Does that explain that at all, Charles?
Charles, you there? PK, I
Yeah.
think you said it right to the point. Because he's here simply because he is an enemy, but it's also because he views the messages that are coming from the space as a threat to his bottom line. If you remember Mr. Z's hangout, if you got a chance to listen. Oh, by the way, salute Ray Hanna. Welcome to welcome in. But
What's up, Ray?
Big Kev.
Hey, what's up, y'all?
What's up, man? What's up, Ray? Anyway, Big Kev on Mr. Z's hangout said it best, and he said, individuals like this and all the divestors and whatnot, they want to appear as if they're not grifters, but they get mad when you call them out for being grifters. And he used the examples of Al Sharpton or a Creflo Dollar. You know they're faking the funk, and when you call them out for it, they get mad.
I mean, it's even worse in my view because it's not like you're. It'd be one thing if you were grifting in such a way that you weren't doing outward damage to. I'm gonna be careful here because I know the dude's got a family, so I'm gonna be careful with what I'm about to say. But you're a he's a damaging figure on so many levels. It's not even funny, and he doesn't even I'm not sure if he's even reconciled that fact or if he's teaching something completely contrary. But I'm not sure, man. Like I said, this is really touchy for me in particular to discuss because I would eviscerate the guy in such a way that it would damage not only, I think other people's ability to have conversations with him, but also I'm just not the right guy to talk to him because I would eviscerate him. I don't think I could stand to have a cogent, good, coherent, respectful dialogue with him without any sort of ad hominem attacks, and without any sort of digging into his own personal circumstance. There's just no way to do it. I don't think, not for me in particular. I just don't think I could. So I understand why he chooses the people that he does because he thinks that he has a layer of protection essentially, where he doesn't think that it will be completely destroyed or attacked outright. So he runs back to his channel and makes videos where he knows that there will not be any sort of extremist bombings to happen afterwards, because that's what I would do. I'm hitting the red button on him. If me and him ever get in the room, like I can't do it with that guy. Like he is I don't know. I see him in my eyes. He's an enemy and deserving of complete and utter destruction. That's how I see him.
Well, hell, ain't that many of the damn of these willful simps? Well, there's a simp, and then there's the willful simps, and yeah, the willful simps they need to be written off. They need to receive the death note.
Bust out the book. Bust it out.
Ray, come on, man. That's a little too harsh. That's despicable. I like it.
I hate those that sides with the team that are for genocide of black men and boys.
There are people I know in my personal life. I can't have certain discussions with because I know where they stand. Hell, a lot of them I've had to sever ties with because I know nothing constructive is going to come out of any interactions I have with them. It's going to be detrimental.
Yeah, I'm amenable to small disagreements. I don't mind those. I'm even amenable or kind of fair about moderate disagreements, but when it comes to this in particular, in the stance that he's willing to take on it,
Mhm.
very well knowing the damage that it does is it, you know it, for me that's just like, oh my god, like I don't know how I can view you as anything but, it's not even traitorous. It's like it's almost like I would see it as like you're speaking heresy, like for like, as an example, like you're enemy religion or something. You know what I mean? Like you're speaking
Yeah.
heresy. We need to go on a crusade. Like this is where that's how I view you. You know, like him in particular. Like there are certain things like it's like, God damn, man, like holy
Send
shit,
their
you
ass.
are a problem.
Send their ass to the concentration camp.
No, 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 no.
Can't
Not
say
that.
that one. You gotta send them to the fat camp.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Send them to the fat camp.
But
I mean,
Charles, did you hear my entire answer or no?
majority of it when I was coming in and out.
Oh, okay. I mean, did anyone else hear it?
I heard it clearly.
Oh, okay. Roll if
Wait
you
a minute. Are you
can roll
driving?
back. Yeah, I'm at work.
That
If you
explains it.
can roll it back, Charles, or catch it on the replay. I tried to answer it as cogently as I could, but there are many reasons to why I think and said what I said. Many reasons. I laid out a handful of them. There are more, but I'm not going to go into extreme detail. But there are. I listed three of them pretty plainly. But unfortunately, the dude is just a problem. He is a problem. I don't know how else to put it. Dude is a very, very
Complete and
real
utter
problem.
nuisance.
He is a
Definitely.
problem in academia too. I mean, it's one thing if this was a type of discussion coming from a woman is to be expected. I honestly expect it from black women in academia. But when it comes from a man, it's 10 times worse, especially when you know better, when you should know better, and when you can see otherwise. So it's a problem. It's a very huge issue.
Simping for
Not
that
only
pussy.
man,
Welcome to the world of cognition, my dear friend.
It's more so
Welcome
of
to
a
the world
problem
of
because
cognition.
it's more so of a problem because weak men are the reasons why a lot of these women have the power that they have.
I wasn't even going to go there, Ray, but you did it for me, so thank you. That's another. That's why I said he's a problem on so many levels. It's not even funny. That's why I say he's just flat out. He is an enemy. There's no other way to assess that.
And it's like dudes try to think they can coexist. Guys who are red pill and all that believe they can coexist with these blue pill dudes and shit. Like MTR thought he could, with his friend, but haven't heard any more of his friend who he had with him, to be like that that opposition, that's right there next to him, because I used to have people next to him and shit. So yeah, I haven't heard from him in a minute.
Yeah, I've never
Well,
listened to much of MTR, so I don't know. I don't know about the ins and outs of that, but yeah.
a lot of people don't want to be associated with the black manosphere or red pill talking points. That's why like people like MTR, they say they denounce red pill talking points, but they still use it. And one content creator got called out for that because everybody was saying, well, you using red pill talking points. He's like, no, I'm not using red pill talking points. I'm not part of the black manosphere. I don't like those guys. But yeah, he says the exact same shit that we say. So the audience knows that you're full of bullshit. The audience sees the shit that you do, and they have been calling people out for doing the stuff they saying. Like, okay, you say you're not red pill, but you talk about women and you're trying to hold women accountable. That's basically what the Black Manosphere or the Manosphere in general has been saying. These bitches ain't shit. They have double standards for you, but they preach equality. How the fuck? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
I think a lot of it, like how much of a percentage you guys think it is of these guys, the reasons of why they are so like going like headstrong for these strags, for feminism. How much of a percentage of it you think it is of these guys doing that because out of shame, out of some kind of guilt because they know they did some grimy ass shit to a female or females?
I was say no greater than probably. And I'm being generous right here, 10%. I think a lot of it's just social programming that guys have with women.
If I had to put a number to it, I would probably agree with somewhere around what Art said, like 10, 15, 20%, somewhere in that range. But I mean, I think there are more reasons to why that rhetoric is spread. And it's actually, there are a confluence of factors and reasons why men say that type of shit and do that type of shit. That's just one of it. There are a myriad of reasons that cover that sort of behavior. Not only is it taught, there's a big ass fucking boulder of a net. You know what I mean? That we throw into the water with that. So
it's
it's
like,
not
damn,
so
they say
simple.
like, so they said like, damn, I did so much grimy ass shit to women. Damn, man. So I gotta be on the female side with this, man. I gotta be, man, to show, man, that I love them, man. To show that I love them, man. I gotta be on their side no matter what. I gotta.
It's low, man. It's low. A lot of that shit's taught, and it's like I always say.
I
man,
agree.
A lot of the guys.
I agree.
A lot of the guys that believe in that fairy tale, just like with women, about who women are, this, that, and the third, and that's why the pills are so important. That's why I hate when people try to dilute the pills like a white pill or their mahogany pill or whatever bullshit. It's like, nah, you were blue pill. You believe in this fairy tale of who women are, and then once you get a snippet about, okay, I'm trying this that I was always taught that my mother told me, just be a nice guy, give them flowers and all this other shit. And it actually was a conversation that a woman was having on one of her podcasts. Is just saying like, when a guy came to the date with flowers and this, that, and third, she wrote in her group chat like, "Yo, this is lame as fuck. This dude's lame." And she had to correct herself and say, "You know what? I'm sorry, I ain't shit." And she said that, everything that we say we want guys to do, guy did, and she said that he was lame. And that's
I
when she
remember that
realized
particular
that
clip.
all the shit, and she said she realized all the shit that she says that she wants, that your mother would say that females want, they really don't want that, because your father didn't do that shit, and he still got the pussy. Make that make sense.
They want that thing. They say, well, here's the thing. Understand how women talk. Understand that women have a tendency to talk in vague, ambiguous terms. It's meant to be deceptive. They talk to us the same way they talk to one another. So I remember when Cousin Tito was Charles. You remember when you had Cousin Tito on your hangout, and him and I were like, going back and forth about it. When they want certain men, they want a man to do something. They're talking about a certain man in their head. They're not talking about you. I mean, let me give you an example. I'm gonna use a movie for example of that. Who remembers Dustin Hoffman in the movie Tootsie?
I don't.
Art?
I have not watched that movie now.
Okay. That movie is
Can't ask
basically
me. I'm too young. So.
Yeah. It came out like in the early '80s, but they show reruns. Tootsie is basically Dustin Hoffman is a struggling actor named Michael Dorsey who can't seem to catch a break. He's a struggling actor in New York. So what does he do? He goes into drag, pretends to be an actress named Dorothy Michael from Texas, and he ends up landing the lead in a popular soap opera. So when he was still in drag as his alter ego, his love interest, who's played by Diane Lane, no, not Diane, whoever her name is, he asked her, "What would you want a man to do?" And she said, "Well, I want a man to come up to me, say this, that, and the third, this, and the third." And he's listening to her and she's talking to him as he's, his alter ego, Dorothy Michael. Later in the movie, at a rooftop party in New York, as Michael Dorsey, he approaches her, he says exactly that thing. And you know what happened to him? She threw a drink in his face. And understand, Dustin Hoffman's character is, Dustin Hoffman in real life, he's like 5'7", 5'8". He's a slight man.
I think so.
But even, but even then,
so.
The reason why females like assholes because assholes have boundaries and they assert their boundaries. Nice guys don't. There's a difference between a nice man and a good man.
A nice guy and
a good man is a nice guy will allow a woman to use him.
A good man,
a good man is going to set healthy boundaries with a woman. An asshole does not give a fuck.
I call it basically the honorable man versus the good guy.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you're honorable, you're going to do what you promised to say. Without any reasoning, you're going to get used.
Well, I also believe the nice guy, he believes he has to be the way he is because he feels like that he has to do whatever it takes to keep the girl, I mean, to not only get the girl, but do whatever it takes to keep her, so therefore he's going to do away with boundaries. And not realizing that he's doing that is all for his downfall. Yeah.
I think that's a part of the way that number one, a lot of people in the West, but especially when it comes to black men, have been programmed to essentially be second-class citizens within their own communities. And so there aren't any sort of expectations. And this is true of the West in general currently, but I think it's more so been true in the black community for much longer, where there are no sort of boundaries, expectations, or standards that women need to adhere to get into a relationship. And it doesn't particularly matter, what a black woman does to a black man. It's all justifiable based on the fact that you're a second-class citizen. You don't have any rights. You don't got none, black man. The only thing you should be happy to get a whiff of some fucking puss from a black woman. That's kind of what a lot of men have been programmed to believe. Because of that, this filters out, like I said earlier, it filters out into larger, the predominant group and the other groups here in America. But I think that by virtue of that, what you have is now women at large believe that there aren't any sorts of boundary standards, expectations, or anything that they have to adhere to for a relationship to work in any relationship. And so because of that, we have devolved into whole culture. Now, there are particular things that happen in American history by virtue of the sexual revolution, by virtue of the feminist movement by virtue of the pill. You know, there are quite a few things that happened that essentially made it much more acceptable for women to be whores. And what we're dealing with is an entire multiple generations at this point of serial monogamy and whore culture permeating the entire group at all social strata. And so black people at large now are not are not expected to have any sort of expectations on women. Not the men anyway. You know.
Hell, not if
So
you
that's
not if
where
you
we're
got
at.
dudes like not if you got dudes like on this damn ugly money podcast telling dudes and shit. Oh, you gotta make sure, man, you do what you can, man, to please that woman, man, because if you don't put it down, man, shoot, man, you're gonna, she's gonna go to the next guy, man. So you gotta make sure, man, to put it down, man. With these females, man. Otherwise they can go to the next dude.
And
I'm like,
right there, Ray, Ray,
That right
right
there,
there.
that right
that was just
you
tonight.
trying to
Art,
that
if
was a
I may,
concubine. You
I just gotta let
go
this.
ahead, David.
First of all, thank you. First of all, you gotta go back. I remember something that Patrice O'Neill said. This before he put out Black Phillip. He said this on Opie and Anthony. He said, "Women's power is in your fear of whatever it is that you're gonna do. They're gonna do. If you're fearful she's gonna leave you, she'll exploit you and bring you down and degrade you until she finally leaves you. Because you already proved to her what your weakness is, and she's gonna exploit you to the max and take advantage of it. It's like that's why when these guys saying you got to please it, this, do that, and the third. I'm like, first of all, not every man will turn on every woman. Even certain dudes will have women who find them off-putting, like Idris Elba. There's some women don't find him attractive, but there are plenty who do. Brad Pitt, same thing. This cat in the third. So if you know you don't turn that chick on, you gotta be like, you know what? It's good. I'm good. I'm getting out of here. Because at least you know she doesn't find you attractive. And if she wants you to just give it to you, you're just a replacement. You're just something. You're just a walking dildo. So when guys say you gotta be this, that, and the third, so she don't leave you, I'm like, you should look at a woman the way a fat kid wants. You should want a woman the way a fat kid wants cake. You don't need a woman the same way a diabetic needs insulin. That's the thing. Are you
I
with the
think a
woman because you
diabetic
want
needs.
her or you need her?
I think a
Like a
diabetic needs insulin.
diabetic needs insulin. You understand? A fat kid, you want that woman like a fat kid wants cake. You don't need her like a diabetic needs insulin or a
Yeah,
paraplegic needs a
I get the
wheelchair.
analogy.
Yeah, I get it.
Okay.
I mean,
Mm-hmm.
shit. Let me put it. Oh no, you got an art. I didn't know what you were getting at.
No, I
Yeah,
said
go on, Art.
I thought he said like a fat kid needs insulin. I was like, a diabetic fat kid needs insulin. I was like,
No,
yeah,
I
I think he
said
needs insulin.
you want her like a fat kid wants cake. You don't want to need her like a diabetic needs insulin. It's like
But
I
what's the
remember
fat kid
Carlos
like cooking?
Mencia. I know. Yeah, same
What's
thing.
the
Same
fat
thing.
kid like cooking?
It's a
Or I'm sorry.
desire. Mm-hmm.
No, she should
It's
desire you more than you desire her.
yeah, that's true. But then again, some women just don't desire you. They need you for survival more often. It's more of a necessity than a
And
desire.
hey,
So I'm gonna throw this out here. I think that now so these days I'd agree with you, Art. However, the actual healthy standard, if we were looking to in a good world, or hell, even 60 years ago, the truth is that you would match where your level is, and so the desire should and ought to be mutual. If there's a lack on either part, then honestly, the relationship probably won't work out. And that's due to the fact that attraction isn't supposed to be lopsided. You're supposed to be somewhere around the same attraction level. That's how things are supposed to work. But right now, what's happening is lopsided on both ends for different reasons. Because you got men that by virtue of how they look or how much money they have or how much status they have or how fucking long their Johnson is, they can actually pull, women from all levels at all strata. It no matter what their socioeconomic level is.
Man, if I had that meme with that white kid said bullshit, because man, when it comes to because I'm just gonna be honest with you, PK.
Bullshit.
I'm gonna be honest with you, PK. There's never been a time where a man had power where the marriage was equal. Never a time where a man had power and his wife was equal to him. She was beneath him. He ruled over her. Whatever the facet was, it is what it was. Now, he may have allowed her to have consorts to where she could get her rocks off, but it was for a political move to where he married her. He may not have liked the way she looked, may not like the way she cooked their meals. It was done for power.
I think you're misunderstanding what I just said, or maybe you're relating it to something different.
Well, what I'm saying is, when it comes to having a relationship with a woman, okay, that's fine. But when we're talking about like bringing forth a next generation of individuals, there's going to have to be a leader. So it is going to have to be unequal at some point.
We're not talking about the relationship dynamics. We were talking purely about attraction and mutual attraction. I wasn't talking about how the order of a relationship is structured. Essentially, I wasn't speaking to that at all. In fact, I was only speaking about desirability and attraction. That's it. That's the only thing that needs to be close to equal. That's it.
Well, you don't have to be in a relationship to be attracted to the person and to be with them.
Well, I think that can be true, but I think that by virtue of the way that we structured this country in marriage, then it's an absolute necessity unless you want to have some sort of polygamous society. I mean, hell, we're already having a polygamous society. So I mean, you can and even where you're talking about in the instances that you're suggesting with the dynamics of the relationship that you just discussed, in eras of feudalism, I mean, shit, your kings and your aristocrats, if they had harems, they were pseudo polygamous. Well, they were polygamous, right? So you can do that, but it comes at number one a tremendous cost to your modern society. It comes at a tremendous cost to life too, because I mean, I don't know if you're aware of this, but life isn't fun under a feudalism. There are a whole lot of have-nots and only a very few set of haves, and nobody's happy. Nobody's happy.
I understand what you're saying. But this is what I'm saying. As far as it being in a relationship with a woman, and you trying to say like, okay, you're with me, I'm with you. Basically, the relationship has to be equal. For the main point that the woman has to be more into you than you are into her, because at the simple fact is she has to be willing to follow you. She has to look up to you. If the woman is looking down on you, we already know what women are going to do. She's going to treat you like a child. She's going to treat you like you ain't shit, because she's going to treat you like something she has to take care of, and they don't want that. What they've always wanted on these podcasts all the fucking time is they want a man to take care of them. They don't want the fucking work. They don't.
Oh no, I'm not talking about anything. Like I said, yeah, we agree there.
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about as far as a relationship with a woman. Now, if we're just fucking, yeah, she has to be attracted to me, and I gotta be attracted to her. That's fine, as long as we're on the same understanding that we're just fucking and we're not gonna go any further than this. But if it comes to us building a family, when it comes to us building a structure, and you falling onto my program, you're going to have to be more into me than I am into you. And so that's the only way that's going to work. If I tell you you need to shut the fuck up and let somebody do what they need to do, guess what? You need to shut the fuck up.
It's called
and you
power
have to feel
dynamics.
and you have to feel that threat that if you don't shut the fuck up, I will leave you, and you will feel some type of way about that.
It's called power
Because
dynamics.
because she will only respect you if you do what you say. See, if you don't do what you say with a woman all the fucking time, and you always pull back, she gonna look at you like, oh, this motherfucker don't give a fuck about what he talking about. I don't give. Why do I have to respect anything he says? Because he ain't gonna do it. That's one of the things that BGS was saying. Like, a woman will only respect you if you fucking leave them, because you told her, if you do this, I will leave you, and she does it. What's your next move? Is it to stay or to leave? If you stay, she's not going to respect anything that comes out your mouth, because one of the things that has been always taught to me is that your word is your bond. If you tell a woman something, you need to hold yourself to that. If you say if you do this, I'm gonna leave. Guess what? You need to fucking leave. And then when she comes crawling back, like, oh, sorry, da, 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 he's, what did we learn? I'm not the one to fuck with. So either you're gonna be on my fucking program, or you can sit your ass on the fucking street and find someone that's gonna deal with your ass, because I'm not.
Yeah, I mostly agree with that. The only caveat I had earlier was I think we're talking past each other. We agree there.
Bro,
There's no disagreement to have. But what I think is interesting, and that I think we need to be more serious about, not necessarily here in the Black Manosphere, but I think maybe in popular dialogue that isn't ever addressed, because we do, well, hell, sometimes we talk about, how things ought to work in relationships for them to be healthy. Um, but I think that sometimes, because we're not in these relationships and we're not currently discussing them for the most part, we're talking mostly to a larger societal issue. We don't actually talk about, one-on-one relationships with women for the most part. But anyway, what I'm saying is that, you know, um, when it comes to leverage in a relationship, that is 100% mandatory and necessary for men to have more leverage. Like, yeah, I agree with you there. We're not ever going to disagree on that fact. I think right now the current the current climate is for men to essentially be powerless and leverageless, and they don't. You need to have a measure of authority, unfortunately or fortunately. Like, unfortunately if you're a feminist, because they don't like this, they really gonna hate this. You need to have a level of authority and monetary leverage over women to be able to essentially get them to submit. And this is true across all cultures and all women at all levels of class. There's just no way
Well,
around it. This is the only way that you can essentially fix some of this problem. It is economic in that sense.
well, that's the problem that I have with the current society. I'm sorry. Do you want to get in, Charles?
yeah, you got to realize this about women, and I've said this a lot. A lot of them don't know what they want until you show them. And when it comes to power, take sex out of it, take money out of it. That woman will follow you living in a cardboard box the same way you would in a mansion. A lot of men invest a lot of shit into women without that woman ever having to invest in shit into him. What skin does she have in the game? If she leaves, what is she losing?
Charles, she's emotionally invested in the relationship.
I don't give a fuck, because we do more emotional labor, especially if you're a black man. She
Booyah!
must have. She must have. She must have some skin in the game. And the problem with a lot of dudes is this: they let women get away with a lot of shit.
Mm-hmm.
They let them get away
right there.
with much.
Well, that's because they've been taught.
What's the old saying? With great power comes what?
Great responsibility.
So what are they responsible for? What job do you give your woman? Women are supposed to give men inspiration. Men are supposed to give women purpose. If you don't give that woman purpose, what is she gonna do? Her mind's gonna wander. She's gonna get bored.
This is one of the reasons why they hate that fucking the table talk. What do you bring to the table? And they have to actually think about, like, what do I bring to the table? That's why they will say, it's me. Who are you?
Of course, that was going to be a shell shocker for them because we have men teaching other men that you have to give them the rain, the stars, the moon, and the mountain, and give them the world. And I mean, without realizing, hey, you give her all this shit, there ain't gonna be much left for your ass.
Because the narrative has always been like you need to provide for that woman, you need to do this for that woman, you need to do that for the woman. But then when you say, like, okay, so what do I get out of it? And it's like, what? You get the woman. And it's like, well, what is that? What do I get? Like, you have to if you can data analyze everything I have to give into this relationship, what do I get? Because I'll be honest with you, and I told PK this, I told a lot of guys this in this space, that I've seen guys work 10 to 12 fucking hours a fucking day, and they come home and they still gotta cook ramen noodles. They still gotta go find somewhere to eat.
That is fucked up.
And it fucking it. That shit fucking irks the fuck out of me. And it's not like, and some of these women are just stay-at-home moms. And some of these women are actually career women, they work. And the guy still has to make sure the kids are straight, this, that, and the third. And I look, I get it. Y'all both, if both of y'all working, that's fine. That's fucking fine. Guess what? My parents both work. They both work. And guess what? One night my mom cooked. One night my dad cooked. One night my mom cooked. My dad cooked. One time my mom will wash clothes. Guess what? One time my dad washed clothes. It's not that fucking hard to get an arrangement. But every fucking time your husband comes home, every fucking time he's working 12-hour fucking shifts. He's working 2 fucking jobs, and you trying to tell me that you can't actually cook fucking meal for this fucking man and set it to the side into a refrigerator every fucking time you have to go to a fucking gas station to get a fucking burrito, and you consider that love? Bitch.
Now,
I have never hold on. I have never in my fucking life seen any women in my fucking family that had a guy that fucking worked like that had to come home to a fucking gas station fucking burrito. Never. And so when I hear guys going through that right now that are doing that shit, I would say, you know what? You are a lazy fucking bitch. You deserve a fucking husband. You don't deserve what this man is doing for you, because a lot of fucking guys are breaking their fucking bodies down doing these damn blue collar jobs, breaking their knees, breaking their ankles, breaking their fucking backs, providing for you guys, and you can't have the decency to make them a fucking sandwich. Get
how many of these men are married?
You do not deserve that fucking man. There are
how many of these guys they're married or not married that are doing this?
They're married. 2 women that have their kids, and these women say, "I cook for the kids myself. You need to find yourself something else to eat."
Well, the first grounding relationship that 2 people have before they even get into that relationship isn't the kids. It's the man and the woman. So there are duties and responsibilities that a man and a woman are supposed to have to one another in a relationship or marriage. because that's actually just an upgraded form of the baseline relationship that you already formed, that you already have. So, I mean, unfortunately, a lot of men never ask themselves the question is what are my wife's responsibilities and duties to me? Because it's very clear when men and women have these dialogues with one another what the duties and responsibilities of a man is to his wife and children. Very clear. No one asks any questions about, gender identity or or what is a man or any of that bullshit when it comes to what it is that we're supposed to provide to a woman and children. However, the same
Well,
can't be said. I hear a whole lot of stuttering when it comes to what is it that a woman is supposed to provide a man when it comes to a relationship and a marriage. Everyone gets quiet. hundred
She's
percent of the
supposed to.
time, everyone gets
She's
quiet.
supposed to get. She's supposed to, number one, protect the glory, the image, and the honor of the man and children.
yep, amen.
And I've always said that if she can't do that, if she can't do that, then you don't have a relationship. If she can't protect your glory and your honor, your biggest cheerleader is supposed to be your wife. Even if y'all arguing or y'all have an issue, your wife's supposed to be like, "We're doing great."
Well, it's like, but I hear you, Art. I hear you, brother Charles. But man, but it's just, I've been married to her for this long, man, and plus two, man, I'm scared of the divorce, man. And I just don't want to, and we have all these kids, man. So it's just, I feel like, man, I don't know. It's just, how much of you think is self entrapment?
Most of it.
It's a lot of
Um,
self entrapment because a lot of guys know that the woman is going to get the kids. She's going to use the kids against them. I will say to the guy, listen, it is. Let me just finish up real quick, Charles.
Oh, you got like a delay. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. So I will say to the guy in general is like, listen, what do you think your children are seeing in this moment? Is this the ideal that you want your children to see as far as a relationship? Because a lot of times raising a child is actually showing them how they should be treated. The woman that you pick is going to show your daughter and your son how a woman is supposed to treat her husband, and you're supposed to be showing your children how a husband is supposed to treat their spouse, their wife.
There's a word. There's a word for that, Art. It's called actually. It's in sociology. It's called relationship modeling. It happens. It's actually happening without you even saying anything. And that isn't necessarily good because if you're not saying anything, you could be conveying the completely wrong messages. So
well, that's what I'm saying.
you just showing and not telling that still isn't good. You need to show and tell.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, because that's part of them growing and developing into a person that respects. Because, like I said, I know I said this on my channel before. Like, my ex's daughter still keeps in contact with me, right? And she contacted me when she would graduate college because of the simple fact that I showed her, whenever we ate, we sat at the table and had conversation, talked, and had a good time. And she told me that a lot of the stuff that I implemented in that household, she still does. She would get all her friends to sit at the table and make sure everybody sat at the table. They ate and they had a good time. And this is something that she told me that, a lot of that stuff when I left that relationship, it changed. They didn't sit at the table anymore. They didn't do any stuff. And this is stuff that she enjoyed and she loved. And she wanted to implement that into her life. So
the
a lot of
pure
this
bliss
stuff
of
that the
structure.
kid, well, because you have to understand, a lot of these kids just want a normal fucking family when they're growing up. A lot of these kids want their mother and their father to sit at the table, have conversations with them, even though sometimes they can be assholes and bitches. at the same time, they still want that effort put into that fucking relationship. And this is something that I have a problem with a lot of adults who don't understand that about fucking kids. I have a fucking problem. And with adults that do this shit, it's like, stop fucking eating in a fucking living room or in your room and just let your kids do whatever they fucking want. Take the time out to sit at the fucking table, have dinner, and talk to your fucking kids. Create those memories. Some of the greatest memories I've ever had was when me and my family was fucking poor. Our lights got cut out because my family couldn't keep up with the fucking light bill, and we fucking sat at the fucking table with a fucking candle and played fucking rummy, and we just enjoyed each other's company. You don't think, a lot of people don't think like, oh, we struggle, but you know what? The simple thing about having a fucking card game with your family might mean something to that fucking child. It might. But the simple fact that you just thinking about what's going on with you instead of what's going on with that child is the main reason why some of these kids are growing up fucked up. Put effort into the children and make sure they're growing into the adults that you need them to be, instead of just focusing on yourself. And that was the main problem that my ex, with the daughter that I'm still in contact with, had. She only focused on herself, not her child, and that's why her child acted out. That's why I'm pretty sure she's mad at me now. It's for the simple fact that I have a better relationship with her child, who's not related to me by blood, than she does. Her child is more comfortable talking to me than her child is talking to her.
I'll be right back.
That's fucked up.
Yeah,
that is fucked up.
It's backwards. It is, and it's sad too. And it's like, man, we're fighting against these dudes that are trying to continue to incentivize such deranged behavior. That's detrimental to a society. But they're thinking that they're doing the right thing. And I'm looking at them like so bewildered. I'm like, are you serious? You're trying to prolong the dysfunction when we're trying to, break that shit up and and mold into something better and close to how it should be. But you simp bastards, get in the way of that. And they need to get put down like a wild dog.
But that is the problem that a lot of people, adults that have kids, they don't look at the future of the children. They don't look at right now. They don't. That's what burns me up about this whole shit. I see a lot of kids, black boys, right now. It's just like, I could tell your parents didn't really put that much into you. I could tell girls right now. It's like, I could tell your parents just let you do what you want to do. They didn't put no structure, no balance into you. I could tell you wasn't raised around men. I could tell single mothers who actually had their kids around men to try to teach them about manhood, and they're doing. I could tell. Any male that has had strong male figures in their life can tell whether that boy, that child, has had a male figure in their life. Am I right, Charles? If you're still up.
Yep. That's a telltale sign. It's very critical, because if there's no man in that home, that man's going to tell you very quickly, even as a teenager, leave that chick alone.
Leave that chick alone. Put your chest up. Hell, I could tell by how when I interview with somebody, how they shake my hand. If they're not squeezing that shit tightly, nigga. Just telling you. A man, you do a man handshake when you shake my hand. I don't want no fucking loose ass, loosey goosey. This shit feel moist. You wipe your hand on your fucking thigh to make that shit get that damn extra moisture you might have had on it, and you shake my fucking hand. Right or wrong, Charles? a fucking damn kung fu grip on that shit.
A true masculine handshake.
No, that's how men should greet each other. That's one of the
Yeah,
main
yeah, I
reasons why I don't
know.
like my. That's one of the main reasons I don't like my sister's husband, because he didn't give me a masculine handshake. Hell, this motherfucker, I went into his fucking house and he was there. He didn't even come out to greet my ass. There's no reason why you, as a man of the house, is going to sit there and let another man come in. I don't care if I am your wife's brother. You gonna come out here and greet me and figure out who the fuck I am. Greet me, shake my fucking hand. You squeeze that shit. Say, hey, I'm your sister's husband. Oh, word, nigga. All right, cool. Let's have some conversations.
Hey, and digging, and you're right too for being upset about that. Now to think about, because for one, you don't want your sister to be in the arms of a coward.
Or coward or a lazy ass
effeminate.
motherfucker.
Yeah,
a lazy ass motherfucker
yeah.
who don't really care. Because then I'm gonna tell about stuff like, why are you with this nigga? Who is this nigga? Because any man who's worth his salt would go to his sister or cousin who's with us, like, yo, who? And I would say any woman worth her salt is gonna tell her son, like, yo, why are you with her? Why are you with this? She's a bitch. I thought we raised you better than this. Nigga, is that the best you could do? Nigga, I know you could do better than that.
Well, a lot of women, as you already know, bro, that these women ain't telling them that because they're
That's why I said a woman worth her salt.
Yep, they're looking at their image from when they was younger. You know what I mean? So, because they're gonna feel a little ounce of guilt. So yeah, I mean, they're not gonna they ain't gonna rise up to that. So
that's why I said a woman worth her salt, because a lot of women ain't worth. A lot of women are Lot's wife. They're looking back. You looking back, you deserve to be turned to a pillar of salt.
Hey, you hear me? That's real talk. Shoot, that's real talk. Hey,
that's
so thanks though, bro. Thanks for having me on, man. But yeah, shoot, before you call it, you know what I mean, because it's at the 4 hour mark, I will say my boy from Art's on here now. Yeah, I will say that my boy who plays as Superman and Superman and Lois, he's the strongest. He's the strongest after what I've seen. He's the strongest Superman. He got to be the strongest Superman.
As in what terms?
Well, what'd you say?
I said at what terms?
Shit. Like separating the two damn planets for when it was about to merge because of that one crazy ass bitch, Alliston bitch.
That would be Smallville. I mean, you could actually go to Chris Reeves' version.
Chris Reeves, yeah. That's a classic. Salute.
Chris Reeves' version was powerful as shit. But,
oh yeah, because he and now I remember he rewind back time because of Lois.
yeah.
That was insane.
You got to remember when talking about subjects like this is that you have people literally trying to make you take a fucker's deal.
Calling you into taking a sucker's deal.
Both
yes, and I don't understand that shit.
It's easy to understand. You were never made to be respected. You were made
I mean,
to
yeah,
provide.
I understand, but I understand, but I don't understand. You know what I mean? It's like, come on, man. Like you're on a team that's against you.
When I look at the 20-year-olds, you could tell they were taught to think this way.
Yo, Ray, 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 can you hear me?
Right?
Yeah. I'm here, y'all. I ain't going nowhere. Shit, I
All
thought
right, all
y'all
right.
was
Do
about
you
to end it.
remember? Do you
Yeah.
remember? Do you remember a few years ago when they put out Shaft on Netflix? The relationship between Shaft and his son,
The relationship between
how feminized he was and shit.
I ain't seen that.
You didn't see the 2018 one with with Samuel L. Jackson, Regina King, Regina Hall, uh, you know, what's his name?
Put the
Richard
title
Roundtree and
somewhere in
such.
put the title in one of the chat boxes, bro. I'll look it up.
Shaft. It's on Netflix. The one that's on Netflix.
Oh,
Shaft.
Shab. Okay.
Not the '98 version, the sequel, where he meets his son.
I have not seen that one yet.
All right, you see how they talk and how his son talks and shit. That's what Charles was talking about. Because the way they were talking and shit, the way they interact with one another,
Yeah.
and how Regina Hall kind of feminized him because she kept him away from. She claimed that Shaft was a bad influence on her, so she took their son John away from him. He grew up not knowing his
Oh.
dad.
Oh, I'm definitely checking that out.
And now he's grown up. He's in the FBI, but he ain't like a secret agent. He's more like a pencil pusher. And you're like, what the hell wrong with you? And like Shaft can't relate to him, like his, Shaft is old school, but he's like, don't do that. That's not how it works. All the political correctness, the woke shit.
Yeah, it's just, dude, I don't understand it, y'all. It's just, I do, man. It's just, I'm like, damn, we're talking of things, that will help, make families and societies, ironclad how it should be, you know. But it's hell, even what's his name? I think Ruben from the Ruben Report, even he said, shit, hey,
Dave
this is it.
Rubin?
Yeah, he said we're on our last leg. Yeah. When I was listening to him
And
talking about that.
he's not even straight. He's rainbow. He's married to a man, and he has no kids.
I know, right? He's saying that we're on our last leg.
You have to understand that a lot of people that, even if they're gay or lesbian, they don't agree with the shit that's going out right now. They really
That's
don't.
true. And he went from the left to the right because you see him on the Daily Wire. But
There's a
I
lot
get
of
it.
people, and that's what they do. It's like, gay people's like, nah, they don't. A lot of them don't agree with this shit. A lot of them don't think they agree with the kids being indoctrinated with this shit. A lot of them don't agree what's going on. Like they
That's
think
true.
you guys are fucking crazy.
Well, though, Art, he was the first one I came across that was like that. So it's kind of funny you said that. So damn.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, there are folks out there who agree with what we say. We shouldn't indoctrinate this, that, and third, right? But they
One of
also
the
understand that
go ahead,
a lot
Steve.
of
I'm
these
sorry,
talk.
Nima.
So, thank you. But understand that we got a lot of people like who talk about this on a social political stance. They're not about finding a solution because they're on their bread tube kind of thing. Because they're on their bread tube shit. They've been on bread tube longer than most of these new cats who are on bread tube. They're just here just to peddle the BS, talk the talking points, and just stir the pot. It's not about finding solutions. It's about trying to win the argument. It's not about finding the truth of it all. It's trying to prove who's right. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my God!
A
What
lot of
you just said
Ray,
was
let me ask you
spot
something, Ray.
on.
Ray, do you remember? Y'all remember the
Hey,
Boondocks? That was that one episode where Riley was suing his school because the teacher called him a nigga.
I think I do. Oh shit! Go ahead,
And there
remind
was
me.
and remember the two talking heads when they met behind stage, they were talking with each other. One was like an Ann Coulter parody. The other was like a parody of
Jesse Jackson.
it was a parody of Al Sharpton, but it was voiced by CeeLo Green.
Yeah.
Man, I'm shitty. I haven't
So
seen that episode yet. Oh man,
you got to see that episode
it sounded
because
like it was hilarious.
Aaron McGruder was on point about that because he's saying like all these talking heads, when you see them on TV going at each other, that's one thing, but behind the scenes, they be kicking in the same country clubs talking shit.
Yep,
This is about mutual making money. They're doing something that's mutually beneficial to everybody. This is how
Right,
they make their bread, yo.
and that's what I be seeing, man, with a lot of these talks, man. You know, in YouTube, these political talks. You know, it's just right on, man. It's just spot on what you said. It's like it's all to stir the pot, you know, and just not coming forth with solutions. You know, political solutions. You know, because that's what I like to hear. But when you like to go on these 10-hour these 10-hour talks, you know, political talks, and I'm like, yeah, I'm all asleep now. So yeah, I'm on to something else. On to the next project. Because man, I falls asleep when cats do that shit, man. It's like boom, 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 get on the political shit, you know what I mean? Hit on the main points, okay, of what needs to be done here and there and all that shit, so it can be a strong structure and have a strong foundation. All right, and then boom, and then tackle these issues this way and that way, which is the best way of how to address these issues. And then okay, let's move the conversation forward. Let's mix it in and talking about other shit as well. You know what I mean? It don't gotta be just all super important shit. It could be just miscellaneous of different shit. You know what I mean? Different things that you have knowledge of. You know what I mean? But just I can't do it. Even if I had all the knowledge politically, I can't see myself just going 10 hours with you guys about this shit, just stirring that pot and not producing no or willing to produce any solutions. So that's how I look
I
at
hear
it.
what
It's
you're
like
saying, fam.
I have a certain level of appreciation for that, you know what I mean, for all the knowledge I get, you know what I mean? But then again, it's like, okay, it's like it gets past a certain point where I'm like, okay, man, this dead horses, the horse is dead, man. Like, well, why we continue beating this horse, man? So like,
You're
you know,
right. Somebody should get a forklift and take it to the glue factory.
Because a lot of people don't understand and don't get it, and so that's why you have to beat the dead horse. Yeah, it's annoying as hell, but it is what it is. So that people can get it. If you already get it, they're fine. Just don't watch the content. But if someone doesn't get it, they have to watch it. It is what it is.
Yeah.
It's just annoying to me, but it is what it is.
And also, too, reminders are good. You know, I don't shit on reminders, and also, too, I still listen because maybe some things, you know, that that I didn't catch before, whatever. So, you know, still good content, great content. Hell, I like it though when those give this when they get this political talk. You know, when you guys talk politically, you guys hit it raw and uncut. You know, you're not dancing around shit. You're not dancing around shit like with most of the mainstream cats. You know, the white cats
dancing around a sombrero like a bunch of you know what's.
Yeah, I'm like, okay, you're talking about this shit, but I'm like, okay, solutions. Come on now. Oh, your boy dropped off.
He'll be
I guess
back.
it's
He'll be
time.
back. Wait, Dre, you still there? Andre.
Bro, Andre dozed off. I came up here
Shit.
a little bit too later than what I was trying to come up here a little bit earlier, but man, I was in the chat, but I was doing
Hey.
other shit too.
It's cool. Ray, it's cool. We're glad you back. We're glad you made it, man. Cool. Wouldn't be the same
All right.
without you. You ain't going nowhere anyway.
Yeah, oh shit, brother Charles dropped off for a moment too. So
give him a minute, they'll be back. Give him a minute. But I will say this. For real. If you remember Mark Twain, and I mentioned this quote one too many times. He said, "If there was money in the truth, people would be speaking more often. But there's far more money in bullshit and half truths."
Yeah, you're right about that one.
Shit.
You're right about that one, man. Man, it's just I just can't stand these evil bastards. Oh man. I'm like, get out the way. Get out the way of us black man's progress and success.
Yeah, right.
You know.
As corny as
And
this might sound, Ray, come here. Ray, as corny as this may sound, come here, man. Come here. Give me a hug. Come here. It's gonna be all right. You're strong, dude. You know better. It's gonna be all right. And I ain't saying that
yeah,
frivolously. You know what I'm saying?
I know. It's just, man, I hate, man, when I have to deal with this shit like at the workplace and shit, man, because it's all saturated in the workplace, dude. And it's like these bastards, want to come up against you because you're standing up against the feminism that's being displayed, the feminist shit that's being displayed in the workplace. So they want to all look at you like you're deranged and shit. I'm like, come on, man. I feel like I'm in one of those movies where the main character, breaks out of the whole programming of the society, and because he or she realizes that it's really effed up. So yeah, and then they go on this journey of trying to liberate themselves or liberate, the people who are listening or the rest of society, whatever. Kind of like the movie Equilibrium with Christian Bale. So,
okay. Oh yeah, with Tay Diggs and everybody.
yeah, Tay Diggs was in that. Yep. So
I remember. Oh, that was
yeah,
cold.
yeah, and that right there is like I've experienced that like firsthand more than once. Especially on the workplace. Where when I check that feminist shit, man, and then motherfuckers want to look at me like I'm crazy because I'm not allowing them to put me down or to treat me any kind of way. I'm like, no, I'm putting grit on this American soil, damn it, and I deserve fucking respect. Hell, you talk shit like that to the damn lazy motherfucker who just want to sit up on the couch and play NBA 2K. You give that energy to them, nah. So I'm over here doing this work or whatever project is going on. Hey, I don't want none of that bullshit. None of that Miss Ann shit. None of that. No Aunt Susan's attitudes. No Karen's. None of that bullshit. Leave that shit at home. Leave that shit at home or wherever else. You know what I mean? Just stop letting that shit, man, get in my way. When I'm trying to make something happen. Because I hate it. That's why now. That's why now I'm deciding to go ahead and get this device, that I've seen online where I can walk around with a camera and shit, a little mini camera. It runs off the internet or Wi-Fi, but I need to check to see how long, how long is the duration, because these motherfuckers need to get exposed. You know what I mean? And so, yeah.
And the legality of it.
Yeah, they need to get exposed, man. Yeah, because that's just not right. And there's a bunch of inhumane shit going on in these workplaces that these bastards are able to get away with. That is definitely not addressed in the media. So
true that.
And yeah,
I mean, I'm starting to realize where I'm at. It's like I got to deal with bullshit with some local hicks and everything, and I'm trying to move. I still got to deal with their BS every day. Anytime I leave the house, I know I'm gonna deal with them with some ignorant ass hicks and shit. There's some decent folks, but there's some dumb motherfuckers. And I still get clowned because I wear the mask, even though there's no COVID restrictions. No, the COVID restrictions are gone. When I go inside the store, I still wear a mask and everything, and people look at me funny. Well, no, actually, the people who work there, they understand, but there's some morons who just look at me funny because I wear it. I'm like, the restrictions are gone, yeah, but there's no cure for stupid.
Yeah, and you got these
There's no
heavy
solution. There's no
breathers.
fix for stupid motherfuckers. And I'm just
You
protecting myself from your stupid shit and bad breath and bullshit. And I know a lot of y'all catch it, and I know y'all gonna fuck around trying to cough on me on purpose. So I'm just staying the fuck away from y'all.
ain't nothing more irritating than catching a cold from a motherfucker because you was in a line at a gas station. Yeah.
That's why you got to go at certain times. I mean, I realize there's certain time I got to do it early in the morning.
Because you got to
I
think
used
that
to
you
go to
got those
stores early
big.
in the morning on a Saturday, on a Friday when I know everybody's still just going to
Yeah,
work or
yeah,
ain't going
yeah.
to
Because when
school.
you in, yeah, because when you in those lines and shit like that, right? You got these deep breath, big breath, dragon breath ass breathing people. I can't stand that shit. Like, get a mask. Like, I don't want to feel that shit. How is it I feel that shit? You 3 feet away from me, man.
I bet some of those motherfuckers have sleep apnea, so you can't hold that against them.
Yeah. Yeah, but some of the cats will be heavy set too.
Oh
Like they
yeah.
like they stomach stick out more than anything else.
I mean,
And they
AL
breathe.
is a trucker by profession. He talks about that shit. That's why he realized, because he's only 5'7", right?
Yeah.
But he keep himself in good shape because he don't want to end up like that shit. He be telling me, and he's talked about how some of these truckers are like, overweight and such. And don't be surprised that there's a sleep apnea machine in the cabin. Someone got to have sleep apnea machines in it. The way they eat and everything,
Yeah.
it ain't healthy for them. Not to mention, if you're driving long hours, you can fuck around and catch a blood clot in your legs and shit.
Man, hell no. No, I know they be driving for hours too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's what motherfucker gotta get out that truck there for a while and stretch.
Shit. I mean, I'm gonna tell you something, man. I mean, I grew up in the Middle East and shit, and there's some old partners of my dad's who were truckers. Now, my dad, he catch himself fortunate. He was an engineer and everything, but some of the dudes he came up with growing up back home, when they came to the Middle East, to find out opportunities and shit. Man, I'll tell you, some of them they because of the lifestyles they endured and everything, and the stresses, everything, it took a toll on a lot of them. Because I'm gonna tell you something. I remember meeting some of those cats when I got older. Because I knew some of them. A lot of knew me when I was a baby. When I got to meet some of them, I saw them. Some of them got guts, and a lot of them were dealing with issues like diabetes, cardiovascular disease. You know what I'm saying, Ray?
Yeah, man,
My dad
because
had my dad had that. My dad had high blood pressure. And I mean, it's been like I still think about it sometimes. I can't help but reminisce about my dad.
yeah, so
He
do
passed away
mine.
about
And
over the summer, so. But the thing is, like, I'm grateful for what he taught me because I remember talking, huh?
rest in peace to your father.
Yeah, thank you. I remember just talking to those guys. I remember some of my boys who were my ethnicity and nationality, and I said, dude, I looked at them and said, like, yo, we gotta take better care of ourselves. I mean, look at our fathers and shit. Because I know a couple of them whose fathers have diabetes and shit. Others got high blood pressure and shit.
Yeah.
Some had issues too. I mean, I remember one just before he passed, his father passed. He had to undergo heart surgery and had to get a pacemaker and shit.
Oh damn.
That didn't stop him from passing though.
Yeah. So yeah, that's just should have done, but just encourage us, to take better care of our health. You know what I mean, boy? It's been kind of hell for me, boy, right now. But
yeah, I mean,
I'll
there's a saying about
persevere.
yeah, I know. But Ray, let me tell you something. When it comes to marriage, a lot of people, y'all need to send this, and this is from my people. And they have this concept throughout Africa. They usually say, I'm not going to say it in my mother tongue, but I will give you the English. They usually say, the man is usually the first to die, but the woman's usually the first to grow old.
Yeah, okay.
Think about what I just said, folks. In any marriage, traditional marriage, the man is usually the first to die, but the woman is usually the first to grow old.
Yeah.
There's a reason why every man calls his woman his old lady. I'm just saying.
Oh shit.
I mean, I mean, I explained that to somebody. It's like, yo, you wonder why you wonder why every man calls his woman his old lady? Because women always talk about they want to grow old and gray with somebody, right?
Yeah.
And unfortunately, when you with her, you're the one who has the misfortune of having to watch the bitch grow old.
Yeah.
I mean,
Hey,
Paul
that's
Rodriguez,
real
the
talk.
comedian, Paul Rodriguez Sr., by the way, Paul Rodriguez Sr., folks, not Paul Rodriguez Jr. Don't get the father who's a comic mistake for his son who's a big name in skateboarding, excuse me. But Ray, to anybody out there, as Paul Rodriguez Sr. said, whoever you decide to settle down with, whoever you want to put that ring on, before you make that decision, you better go meet her parents. Get her and take a good look at her mother, because you're looking at the future.
Uh, well, yeah, that's if she chose. That's if she's chosen not to, be willing to follow, your program that you have set.
No,
But
I mean, no. I'm saying it's basically because every woman has a fear of turning into her mother, right? And every woman takes after her mother in more than one way. There's some that look just like their moms, and you're wondering, yo, some might age gracefully, but others don't. I know some people who are just like that.
well, with a strong man's, with a strong man's will and guide and structure and wisdom, that he
Mm,
can bestow upon that woman, thus, which is
mm.
his program. Therefore, with that, he's gonna make sure definitely that she don't end up like her mother. If her mother is in a worse shape and you know
Yeah,
divorced
but
and all
understand
that shit. So
whose
yeah,
program is she first under?
yeah,
Who's the
that
first
too.
man whose program she's under? It's not her husband. It's not the man she was with. Nah, it's her father or the man who raised her.
Or the mother's, program and the
That too. If there was a father, you got to find out what kind of man he was, what kind of man
program of
he
her
is or was.
in the program of her peers.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, but that's where they're gonna have to make that conscious decision to cancel all that bull crap out, realizing that the program that they was under was bullshit, and that they need to be under,
Excuse me, Charles.
something that's
We got
greater.
somebody in the back. Sorry, Ray. Charles, we got somebody in the back.
Okay.
I think our homie from New York is up in here.
Oh,
ABM, what is, fam?
What up?
I'm good. Hey, check your. Yeah, you got an echo on your end.
All right, what about now?
Boy,
Yeah,
it
you're good
sound
now.
like it sound like you just got picked up by aliens.
ABM, don't you got a headset?
No,
Okay. Check. First of all, turn off your YouTube
I did. I just did.
and okay. Check for echo. The echo settings on your audio. Excuse me. My lungs ain't been right.
You've been smoking them damn cigarettes, huh?
No, I don't smoke.
Is that better?
Combination. I got exposed. I got
Oh,
exposed
that's
to
way
mold.
better. That's way better, man.
Also, I can't breathe okay in the winter because if I inhale it's like, hey, it's gonna hurt my lungs and shit. It's like also I got to like keep coughing up a lot of shit. So, man,
Hey,
they tell me I gotta get an air purifier, but I'm like, I don't know. I need to warm up and shit. Fortunately, I don't gotta worry about mold in this current apartment because I got moisture extractors, dehumidifiers, sucking all the moisture out this motherfucker.
that hey, I'm about to say you don't smoke. What's wrong with you? Oh boy.
My
What's wrong
grandfather
with
was a
Mary?
chain smoker.
No,
No,
what's wrong
no.
with Mary
My
Jane?
Oh, I ain't touched that in a long time. But understand, where I'm from, people smoke cigarettes like crazy. First of all, my father would tell me one of the things he was grateful about me was I don't drink or smoke. I've seen my boys get wasted. I've seen my brother get shit faced. They always like fucking with the cancer sticks, you know what I'm saying?
But that's really
I
good
wasn't
though,
down with that.
Neymar. That's really good, Neymar. That's really good of you though. So
I
that
mean,
you managed to abstain
I
from
was
all
a
that.
kid. Yeah, I mean, I saw that shit, but when I was a little kid, I used to see all those ads about don't smoking by Yul Brynner and shit. Also, all them ads about drinking and driving and shit. And I remember I went to elementary school. I went to an international elementary school where they taught us health science in first grade and shit, the dangers of alcohol and smoking and shit. I
Seriously.
showed my dad a picture of what a healthy lung and a lung on cancer on smoking looks like. So I've been always on that point. I remember when we finally went home, people looked at me funny when I was in the car. I put on a seatbelt, like, "What the hell are you doing? Safety first." And then, like in 2002, 2003, they made it mandatory. Everybody put on their seatbelts. And I'm like, "Told y'all."
Oh yeah.
So hell, up here you have to wear your seatbelt. It's mandatory. Otherwise, you get fined and shit.
Oh shit.
They don't fuck around. They're gonna reduce those accidents because they know if there's no accidents, there's no insurance claims, there's no paperwork, no mess. Man. So I just
Yeah, get in.
understand,
Yeah, get in, bro. Shit. Angry black man trying
come
to
on
get
in,
in. I
AB.
don't know.
AB, come on in, man.
And I was doing some typing. I'm still at work.
Mm-hmm. Still doing some taping right now? All right.
Who was y'all talking about earlier? That simp guy
Oh,
y'all
we
was
was
talking
talking.
about.
Yeah, there's this one cat, a YouTuber. He was a cat that Mr. Z had a couple debates with. One goes by the name FD Signifier. He's one of those male feminist academics and shit.
Oh, so he's queer.
No, he's straight.
Sounds moist.
Married with 2 kids.
He has to graduate to be moist.
I'm so
Since
tired of that shit.
Moist Watkins only he's like about to be 6 foot tall with dreads.
I'm tired of soft ass black men. Seriously.
Oh my God, man!
Uh,
I can't stand these motherfuckers like the plague, boy. I can't. Shit.
Wait a minute. What that make me? I mean,
Nah, man, nah. I'm not talking about I need everybody to be fucking old dog from Menace to Society. But this,
oh, okay.
all this kissing a woman's ass shit, god damn, dude, this shit is annoying.
Fuck that. Oh, okay.
I'm
I
just
get you.
annoyed.
It's like,
I'm really annoyed at this point. Tired of this shit.
nah, I mean, I'm super sensitive, AB. ABM, I'm a sensitive cat, but I'm also wise to this shit. I just don't like take shit. I don't have no tolerance for this shit, for the bullshit. But it's like when I hear somebody say soft, I gotta be careful. I gotta be like, what do you mean by soft sometimes? Because if you remember the late Dick Gregory, he said black men need to be, we gotta be hard on the outside but soft on the inside, like a turtle. We gotta be firm, but we don't have to be cruel, you know? We gotta be righteous in our actions.
Yeah, well, the problem is nobody else want to be fucking righteous.
Tell
Not
me
even
about it,
black
man.
women.
Tell me about it, man. Tell me about it.
2024
Get
needs
the
to be the year of the fucking hammer got to come down in the black community. Seriously.
Oh, wrong hammer.
Oh
Right.
man, I feel it, man. I feel like something is about to go down, dude, this year, man. Like
Well,
I just
next
feel
year
it.
is an election year.
I'm really hoping Trump gets a bump in black male voters just to piss everybody off.
Oh yeah, yep. I'm with you on that one.
I'm looking at this shit. I'm like, the way I see it,
God
man, on
damn,
the
I
outside
can't
looking in.
wait to turn on the fucking new, to turn on, and I never watch CNN and shit. Turn on CNN the next morning after fucking, what is it, like a day or two when they start putting out the numbers?
Uh-huh.
When they start breaking down the analytics and shit, and and you see Trump got like 20% of black male voters. God damn. Oh man, that's gonna be a great fucking day.
All right.
But like I said about that whole righteousness shit, man. I mean, I get it. Y'all want to vote for Trump. I ain't gonna fault you for it. You got your reasons, but just be prepared for what comes out with that shit. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, trust me, I know. I know exactly what you're thinking, and I'm with it. And I'm with it.
Let's not get caught with our pants down. If we're gonna do this shit, make sure. This is why I say, motherfucker, you might as well make like a Scotsman. You better rock that kill so you don't get caught with your pants down. You know what I'm saying?
Hey
Listen,
y'all,
man. Listen.
Namer, like, okay, do y'all think that bump will increase if in the black male votes if he comes out showing that he's taking some kind of a stance against feminism, Trump?
Absolutely. That's listen, patriarchy, you know, and I hate that word, by the way, patriarchy, but it's universal. That shit ain't just about white men. When you go on the white side of YouTube and listen to these white dudes talking shit, they really not saying much different than what we talking about.
Nah, he's for real on that.
They're sick of the shit too. They're tired of it too.
Nigga, I come from a patriarchy. I'm African, yo.
We lack patriarchy in the black community, and that shit needs to fucking change.
Yeah. I mean, I'm gonna tell you. I don't know, ABM. I don't know if you heard me earlier what I said about relationships and such. In a marriage, traditionally, they would say the men are the first to die, but the women are usually the first to grow old. You know what I'm saying? That's one of the problems when it comes to a patriarchy. Very few men live to see old age. Because because they're working their ass off, providing for the families. They just end up killing themselves. They end up dying early.
Nobody in the West. One thing the problem in the West, and I've been doing a lot of thinking the last few months.
Understandable.
That I pay a lot of attention to other cultures and shit.
Mm-hmm.
And the biggest difference with how we do shit in the West and everywhere else is too much mingling with the sexes in the West. Women spend way too much time around men and vice versa. I like paying attention to them Arabs. They separate men from women. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, but that's a trade-off right there, man. There's a trade-off on that one.
I was looking at this wedding. It was a wedding somewhere. It was Turkey. And it was a wedding party and shit. And I ain't see nothing but men in the video. So I commented and I said, "Where's the women? If this is a wedding, where's the women?" So somebody commented, they said, over here in my country, we're separated. The women on the other side doing their thing. And I'm like, that makes a lot of fucking sense.
That's not just a Middle Eastern thing, dude. That's like in many parts of Central Asia too, mostly in Islamic societies and such.
Yeah. And that's one thing they get right.
And there's a reason for that. And but I remember it's like in my case where I'm from, we all mix together. There's a level of egalitarianism among us, but there's a patriarchy, but there's a matriarchy underneath as well. But the thing is like when the men come together, the men are at some of these weddings or social gatherings and such. The sexes are separated, right? And the men get to converse with one another. You can get introduced to certain cats right that way. Make connections that way. You network with other people. Dudes could be working. I could end up being introduced to somebody who might share certain ideas. Now we could work something out. Next thing you know, we might start a business or some shit like that, or have some business connections. Or he can or I meet this guy, make a good impression. He can introduce me to some other people and help me get my foot in the door somewhere.
And we don't do that in the West, particularly in the black community. Everything is chase pussy. Everything is chase pussy. That you're constantly around fucking women, because it's constantly chase pussy all the fucking time, and that's why you see so many of these simps. It's bad enough you're raised by your fucking mother most of the time.
What did they say? A lot of guys use it. Oh, go ahead, Ray.
No, I'm saying it is sad too because man, like that shit right there of them being raised, by their mothers, it'll be simps. It doesn't help, man, when they come across other dudes that are, filled with that crazy ass doctrine, and so it grows even stronger and stronger to where now they think, that it's the best thing for them to do to show that they're a man is by pedalizing the coochie and putting it on the highest pedestal, even at the detriment of your own fellow man, of your own fellow brother.
Black men in America think a lot of young dudes grow up thinking manhood is two things: how many women I screw and how many niggas I shot.
You know what? A lot of men think the former, ABM. Some men think having sex with a woman is the doorway to manhood. I'm like, but I've also understood that some guys, especially the ones who bagging all the chicks and shit, sometimes they do that just to compensate for what they're lacking. ABM, do you remember a cat named Johnny Taylor?
No.
You never listened to old school shit? Old school joints like the album Eargasm?
What, like old R&B? Nah.
Yeah, old R&B. There was a cat named Johnny Taylor, the philosopher of R&B. They called him, or the philosopher of soul.
Huh.
He had a song called Jody. He talking about a dude named Jody Wiles who be banging a brother's lady while he off at work.
I think I know that song. I think I know what you're talking
Ain't
about.
no sense in going home. Jody's got your girl and go. I said Jody's got your girl and
Yeah,
home.
yup.
Ain't no
Yeah,
use in going
Oh,
home.
that's what that song. Okay, I remember that
yeah,
motherfucker.
yup. I know that song. Yeah.
Gotta go home, but you work 2 jobs. Woo 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 woo. And he talks about
We
what
have a
Jody does in that house. He disrespect your shit. He be smoking your ashtray, sleeping in your bed, fucking all that shit.
well, back in the day, it was frowned upon screwing somebody's wife. You look at people today. It's funny now.
Everybody think it's cool now.
It's no camaraderie. It's no brotherhood.
There's no respect for that, I mean, and
That shit
you know
was a
what?
death sentence back in the day. You screw somebody's wife, you had every right to kill homeboy, and nobody blamed you.
And
You remember Billy Porter?
that implied? Hold on, and wasn't that implied in most cultures though, y'all? Not just
Yeah,
one.
You would get killed
Oh
for that
wow.
that was
shit. Let me tell
a
you
damn
something.
death sentence. I
That
know
was
for a
Yeah, so
fact
that
some of
was
these Arab countries, they'll kill a damn woman. Saudi Arabia, they got the fucking religious police. They'll throw that bitch in prison. You get out of luck. We don't
ABM.
have camaraderie.
Excuse me, ABM. That's
Yeah,
That's my alley.
yeah. So then
KSA. That's
so
where I
you
was
know.
born. I was born and raised there, so I would know. That ain't no place to fuck around. Of course, now they
They
just like
cut
pull
women's
back on the
goddamn
religious side
heads
because
off
you gotta.
over there. That shit ain't cool.
Shit, I remember one time when I
yeah,
was
boy.
when I was like, I remember was it one of my cousins told me this when they were little, when they were younger, they lost their way, right? They were driving to they're trying to driving to get someplace, and this is in Riyadh. They ended up at a popular square where they hold executions and shit, and they actually witnessed an execution going on. I'm like,
Hey, I think
the
Big
what
Kev
camera?
and PK are trying to get on the panel.
Oh yeah, Big Kev, come on in. Charles, you there? Big Kev, give him a minute. He'll when he sees you, he'll be there. Just hold on. But like I was saying, man. But there's another song that comes to mind also. ABM. Do you remember Billy Porter?
You talking about the gay dude, Billy Porter?
Oh no, sorry, no. What's his name? Not Billy Porter? Sorry. Billy Paul. Sorry, Billy Paul is what I mean.
No.
Me and Mrs. Jones.
Oh, that's him.
Yeah, Billy
Yeah, that's the
Paul.
song I was thinking of. Okay, so that's his name. Me and Mrs. Jones.
Me and Mrs. Let me find the song. Let me find the song. Oh, by the way, that brother had
Oh,
a song on
all
that
these
very
years I
album.
thought that was fucking what's my man name?
Bring
Homeboy
up
that
another
was
song of
in
his.
King of New York. What's the black singer dude? He was in King of New York.
Yeah, you remember any of his other songs?
I thought that was him. Damn, what's his name, yo? That not Luther Vandross, but the other brown skinned chunky dude from the 80s.
Billy
The
Paul.
fuck
That's
is
what I
his name?
mentioned there.
I'm
Me and
having a
Mrs. Jones.
brain fart.
Billy
I thought
Paul.
that I ain't know that. I thought that was the other guy.
Gerald
Or maybe you
Levert
might
came to my
you might be
mind.
thinking of I think you're thinking about what was the name of the movie?
King of New York.
King of New York. Let me look that up. I'm gonna look it up, fam.
The fucking black guy. He had a cameo in the movie. He was at that party. He was singing at the ball or some shit. Damn, what's his fucking name, man? I done forgot. I'm gonna remember when I get home. Watch. As soon as I walk in the door, I'm gonna think about it.
So since you
Hey,
Yeah,
man,
man,
King of New York.
that shit was a death sentence, man. Even in America, you ain't play that shit with people back then. back in the day.
Well, I mean, I think
Somebody
that
kill your ass for that
song.
shit.
I think that song right there, like, probably like was one of the first that helped pivot it, and and just has
Freddie
caused that to
Jackson.
grow to a bigger thing now.
Freddie Jackson,
To a
yeah.
whole big trend.
That's who I thought sung that song.
Tonight. Oh man. Oh man.
All these years, I thought that was fucking Freddie Jackson song.
Oh no, because Freddie was still a baby at the time, because that song, Me and Mr. Jones, came out in '72.
Oh, I thought that was Freddie Jackson all these fucking years, man.
50 years. That album, last October, they celebrated the 50th anniversary of that album. 360 Degrees of Billy Paul. But on that album of Billy Paul, 360 Degrees of Billy Paul, there was another song that was about civil rights. It was called "Am I Black Enough for You?"
Hey,
It was talking about the issues of the community.
He's trying to get in.
Charles, you there? Hey, Kev, how you doing back there? How was the workouts? Big Kev is 5'9", is just really strong, but he's just get back in shape.
I'm guessing these legs. Well, from far back, I thought it was drumsticks. Maybe I'm a little getting hungry, but damn it, I thought, oh, okay. I'm like, whose legs? These must be your wife's legs or something.
You talking about my picture?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's my wife.
She yeah, she got some shoes on her. Huh? Hey, what's good, Big Kev? Big Kev, you're in.
Yep. What's up, y'all?
What's good, man?
Not much, man. Not much. Just living life, man. I'm just doing my late night laundry right now. Hold on. Taking the clothes out the dryer.
Yeah, I'm doing some laundry myself. Thank God I'm just doing it in my apartment.
Oh man,
I just got done my shit. But nah, man. Dude, it doesn't help too, man. You got dudes on the sides here talking shit into man's ear, trying to give hope to the women while trying to, brainwash men to go back into this simp mode with these women. It doesn't help too when we have it all going through the damn TV and shit in these shows, being revealed to us like that, showing that they want feminism, to rule and all that shit. And, man is beneath the woman and all that. It sucks that we have to fight this shit on multiple ends.
Mm-hmm. Yo, let me ask you something, ABM. Do y'all remember, in fact, Ray, Charles, does anybody remember the late Marvin Cease?
No.
He had a song called Candy Liquor. He had a big hit called Candy Liquor. Let me lick you up. Let me lick you down. Talk about, eating the box. And he called it, and he was referring to himself as Jody. Because in that song, he's like that dude who's sneaking in, laying it down while you at work.
Sound like that motherfuckers singing, talking about tossing salad.
Oh, Candy Liquor.
Listen, I grew up in the 80s and 90s, and I'm telling you, R&B music got really simpish from the 90s.
Oh yeah,
90s R&B was some sad fucking shit. Don't get me wrong. You had some good songs. You had some good talent. Don't get me wrong. But the fucking subject matter was fucking pathetic. And I was a huge Jodeci fan, but even I used to get pissed off with Jodeci. That fucking first Jodeci album, I'll Cry for You and shit. Jesus Christ.
Oh, so
God
send it
damn.
to R or Boys to Men. Oh man, End of the Road fucked me
Boys the
up.
Men, I
Ah.
absolutely hated Boys the Men. I hated them niggas.
What about my boys LSG?
LG was
All
good.
of them. Listen, the '90s was sad for R&B.
Oh yeah.
And somebody said something to me, and it made a lot of sense. You notice you don't have male singers today with deep voices no fucking more. You notice that?
Oh.
I noticed.
Only
I
person I
There's
noticed.
can
no
think of
more
who had a
Teddy
deep voice.
Pendergrass,
No
no
Teddy
more
P.
Isaac Hayes, no more Barry White. Even Rick
This is
James
good.
had bass in his fucking voice. Everybody has that high pitch, almost
Good
falsetto type
observation right
fucking sound
there.
with them.
You remember Eddie
Yeah,
Murphy? How could it be?
I remember Eddie Murphy very well.
Yeah, Eddie Murphy, when he dropped the album, I was like, how could he be? How could it be? She don't love me and shit. His shit was high pitch. Eddie could sing though. You gotta remember, Eddie sang. He could sing. The boy could sing. He
Eddie
sang. What do you think he
Eddie
was?
Eddie mimicked a singer. He Eddie really couldn't sing, but Eddie was good at impressions. So
Yeah,
he
that too.
impersonated a singer. You
All
understand what
right,
I'm
all right,
saying?
I think that
I got you. I
reggae.
got you.
I think that reggae shit is all him though. You know, what I mean, him diving into that. He did with a couple of videos, I believe.
Even Rick James had a fucking song. Him and Smokey Robinson had that song talking about crying for a bitch and all that shit. Fucking Rick
Ebony
James.
Eyes. Ebony Eyes. You're talking about.
Yeah.
I
Again, I like
remember.
the song. Don't get me wrong, but damn, niggas was fucking sad back then.
Or how about that song with Tina Marie on the Street Song album, Fire and Desire?
Hey, I'm sure you probably addressed this earlier, man, but I was just
Mm-hmm.
watching people commentate on that whole like FD Signifier video about the space and whatnot, and it's just I find it absolutely hilarious. The level of straw manning he'll resort to try to seem quote unquote right. You know what I mean? Saying arguments that people never said. It's just like it's hilarious because it's like
Yep.
the reason. And I said this on Mr. Z's video. You know, the reason why people like him keep trying to come over and try to lambast people and try to wag their finger at people in the space over here, it's just because of this. All right, here's what they don't want to accept. All right, people like him and people just in general, you know, with the mainstream narrative, they've put most brothers in essentially what you call a lose-lose scenario, right? Because they say you shouldn't say anything about what's going on, right? Yet they won't stop slandering and pathologizing most so-called black men. At the same time, if you do say something, they try to silence and censor you, you know what I mean, and try to throw dirt on your name. So because you keep doing that, because you don't give brothers a way to quote unquote win, so to speak, they're just gonna say fuck it, you know what I mean, and just keep trying to they just basically focus on doing their own thing, you know? And like that's what people like him don't realize. And then also too, I think the reason why he does that as well is because essentially this space existing is proof that how can I put this? This space existing and giving out the information that we give out is proof that we're indirectly exposing here how hold up, wait, let me finish gathering my thoughts. We're indirectly exposing how people like him are basically grifters, you know what I mean? And they don't want to realize that shit, you know what I mean? And that's the real reason that they try to silence the system of space so much, because that again it indirectly exposes how, you know, most of us are exposing how people like him are basically like the new generation of like Al Sharptons and Jesse Jacksons and whatnot. You know, they're the new generation of grifters and race hustlers. You know, because I guarantee you, all the supposed quote unquote advice telling us to do better, I guarantee you he doesn't abide by that stuff in his own household. Him teaching us, him saying that young so-called black males need to be quote unquote resilient to toxic femininity, I guarantee you he doesn't let his wife talk to him crazy like that. You know what I mean? Or disrespect him like that. You know what I mean? That type of thing.
Well, listen, we learned all that from Derek Jackson. That fucking fraud.
Exactly.
Oh yeah.
And when you talk about words like toxic, masculinity and shit, let me tell you something. I live in the real world around real black people. That shit never comes up. That shit is strictly for the internet.
Shit.
Maybe the
Anytime.
college campus. Maybe you might go to some college campus and some fucking gender studies course or some shit like that. But that shit don't fly in the real world. People don't even talk that way in the real world. You know what I'm saying? That's why I don't pay none of these motherfuckers no mind, man. I'm glad you said it because I was going to say it. It's a grift. It's a fraud. You know, all these motherfuckers want to do is get YouTube money, build up a fucking audience, sell them a fucking book. You know, the same old shit. Oh, I got a lot of subscribers now. Let me come out with a book. It's a bunch of fucking bullshit, man. And
Everybody got a book.
spaces like this prove that it's falling on deaf ears now. Men are not listening to this shit. You think young boys are listening to this shit? They're not listening to nobody talk about toxic masculinity, all that stupid shit. That shit don't fly with males. You know, this any one of these simps that you see, you might be on Twitter or some shit, and they talking like that. It's one of two things: either them dudes is gay, or they just trying to get some pussy.
Fair point, ABM.
Yep, and I came across
But here's what I want to say about that.
Yep.
I came across many a man that would throw you under the bus for a whiff of coochie.
Yep.
What did I say earlier when I was talking about the camaraderie and shit? That's what I was saying when I was talking about, you know, the different cultures around the world and how they're different than over here in the West. You know, I tell black women all the time, man, black women in America, you can talk all that patriarchy shit all you want. You have no goddamn idea how good you have it with black men in America. Black men, and I'm gonna say something. Yeah, I mean, I'm probably piss y'all off with this one, but bear with me. Cynthia G, as much as I hate that bitch, she's right about one thing. Black men in America are the weakest goddamn men on the planet. That's a fact. Because we put up with and we tolerate more than any other fucking man on the planet. Other cultures around the world, they wouldn't tolerate the shit you see from black women in America.
Hell no.
Many places in Africa, they'll beat the shit out of a fucking woman. I saw a video years ago in Sudan. They stoned the woman to death. They buried her up to her neck in the dirt and stoned her to death for whatever fucking reason.
Hell, don't forget
a couple
about
months
that
ago,
sassy trucker.
No,
shit.
that's
Don't forget
adultery.
about her.
I was going to get to that. I was going to get to that one. I saw a video in from India. They beat the hell out of the damn woman, killed her. Just simply don't. They simply other cultures around the world, even when you go south of the border over here, you start talking about Mexico and Colombia and shit like that. Man, that shit just don't fly with them men down there. It just don't.
Hey, you're right. You're right. In ABM, I know the other guys too. Big Kev probably seen it too, and Namer, the chick from that was in Dubai, the Strag, the American Strag, that thought that she could take her Medea attitude over there to Dubai.
Hell no.
And try to yell at a man, and then she found out the hard way when she was ended up facing a year in jail just for yelling at a man.
You would go to jail for flipping the bird on somebody.
You got to understand something about when it comes to Arabs, and I'm pretty sure my man right there, he already know. You know, he lived over there and all that, but
I was born and raised, yeah.
A lot of people don't know that when you go over there in the Arab world, when you are a woman and you're not accompanied by a man, they look at you. They look at you funny style. It's like, oh, okay, she's a hoe. You know, she ain't got no man with her. Look, she's a hoe. That's the mentality already. You know what I'm saying? They see a woman by herself, so it already you're not respected. You understand what I'm saying? So the man she was interacting with all this, I think she said she left something in the car. It was a rental car, and she left something in it, and she was so she's interacting with this guy who's already looking at her funny in the first place. You know, you black, you American, then you by yourself, you ain't got no man with you. You know what I mean? So he's already looking at her funny style, and then she gets frustrated because she's not getting her way. You know what I mean? And then she want to
ABM?
raise her voice and shit. Like, come on, man.
Excuse me. Excuse me, ABM. Give me the
Yeah,
handoff. Give me the
take it.
handoff. Let me run this. Let me rush this. Let me
Take it.
run the
Finish it
ball.
off. Finish it off.
Give me let me go beast mode because there's some holes there's some gaps I gotta explain on this one. First of all, they're not all the same. So there's a little bit of liberalism in certain places, like the UAE. They perceive to be liberal, but there's some strict rules as well. So women are allowed to be a certain way as long as they don't act a fool. But there's certain things you cannot do, which it goes against their culture. Now, this female, and understand something about Arabs, man. In their country, you're not going to see them doing you're not going to see them doing blue collar work. You're not going to see them doing certain jobs because they leave that or especially jobs in the service sector. They're going to leave that to migrants and whatnot. So the person she dealt with at the front desk of that rental car was not an Emirati. Most likely it was a South Asian individual. And he was probably talking to cordially. But I would not be surprised if that person said something in her face that disrespected her. But either way, she should have kept her calm, talked to that person cordially, but she probably didn't know how to be cordial about that shit. And the man who was with her should have said, yo, I got this. Excuse me, we need some help on this, that, and the third.
She's not a cordial person. She has a YouTube page. She's not a cordial person.
Yep.
And she absolutely gets off disrespecting men.
Mm-hmm. And she thought she could disrespect the South Asian dude the same way she would probably disrespect the South Asian dude back home, working at 7-Eleven or at a motel, works at a motel.
Exactly. Yeah, I was just getting ready to say that. Yup. See, over here in the States, you can get away with that shit. But when you start going other places, not just the Arab world, but other places, men just don't tolerate a lot of that shit. It's different over here.
True.
The majority of the planet, men rule. All this shit is Western philosophy. How they do things in the West. You can't just up and leave and take a man's kids and do what you want with a man's kids in other places of the world. It's just not happening.
No,
right.
You don't work like that, man. I mean, take me for example. I come from a traditional African society, right? And I'll admit, my parents, their marriage was arranged.
Good.
And they were together 41 years until my father passed over the summer. But I learned to respect my father. Although there were times I would not always see eye to eye with him, but I had to respect him. But fortunately for me, I had uncles and everybody to check me. They would check me in a way so my dad didn't have to check me hard. But they checked me in a way where like, come here, son, sit down. And they would explain to me how things work. Because sometimes that's the thing certain parents forget. Immigrant parents say you're supposed to know this shit. You're supposed to figure it out instead of explaining to you what the rules are sometimes. But the thing is, like we say, ABM, you can't just go up and take your kids from somebody. It doesn't work like that. There might be some shit where you can try that shit, but at the end of the day, unless the children are old enough that they can take care of themselves, they have to stay with the mother. Like, say if it's a baby or an infant, they stay with the mother after divorce. But eventually, they gotta join their father's family. Especially if it's a boy, he has to live with his father and live with his family. Especially if the husband remarries. Because the thing is, in most traditional societies, if couples divorce, a man can take another wife and remarry and start another family, and then take his kid and bring his kids into that marriage. But it's hard for a lot of women after a divorce to remarry. Hell, in some cases, it's even harder if they were, if they're widows in some cases, because there's no way another man is gonna come into a situation and not have kids from her. I ain't gonna raise your kids. Nobody wants to marry a widow or a divorcee, especially one with kids. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, there's relatives I know. I know some relatives. I mean, my aunt, she divorced her husband, who was the father of her 3 kids, and they parted ways. He remarried. The kids stayed with him for a while until she got her shit together because she relocated. She left home. She left home, went to the States, and then she talked to worked out an arrangement with her father. So when they're old enough, they can come. And they all relocated to the States, and they've been good ever since. When they were old and mature and understanding what the situation was, their divorce was. But you don't act a fool like that, especially when it comes to custody of a child. Of hell, in some of us societies, you're not just raised by your parents; you're raised by your whole community. Because when I grew up back home in Africa, even well into the 90s, even into the 2000s, my neighbors would whoop my ass if they caught me doing something. Then they send me to my parents and be like, and then my parents would whoop my ass.
It
When I
used
got
to be
older,
that way here, believe it or not.
oh yeah, I mean,
You talking 60s, 50s, 60s, maybe even 70s. Yeah.
I mean, there were
Yeah.
times. I mean,
Mr. Johnson from up the street, he would jack your ass up if he saw you doing something you weren't supposed to do. And he would take you down the house to your mother, and it was okay, wait till your father get home, and then your father beat your ass. See, nowadays it's that's my child. You don't touch my child and all that shit.
you know what? Do you remember Bill Duke?
Yeah.
The actor Bill Duke?
Yeah.
He explained where the phrase "you know you don't fucked up" right came from. It came from his father, Bill Duke Sr., because his father was a World War II veteran. And growing up in Poughkeepsie, he and his sister, they rode their bike and this is like in the 40s and 50s. They were riding their bicycles not on the sidewalk but on the street. One of the neighbors caught them, Miss Johnson, I think he mentioned. She caught them. She said, "You two, come here. Leave your bikes on the front door. I want you inside. Sit on the couch." She calls her father. Their neighbor calls their dad's workplace. Right? I need to talk to Mr. Duke, please. Yeah, Bill. I'm sorry to interrupt you, sir. I know you're working hard, but I caught them playing on the street instead of riding their bikes on the street instead of on the sidewalk. Mr. Duke Sr. said, "Have them wait right there. I'll be there in an hour." He arrives at the neighbor's house. He sees Bill Duke and his sister on the couch, nervous. And he didn't just straight up whoop the ass. He just looked at him first of all and said, "You want to explain to me what happened?" So Bill Duke tells the story where he tried to lie. He tried to lie and shit, right? So his daddy looked at him and said, "Son, understand, I'm not as dumb as you look right now." But that's a very convincing story, what you're telling me. I see what your point is. You know what? I need you to go in the backyard and get me a switch. Go back
Yeah.
and get me a switch. Because it's from that situation, that look is where he learned the phrase, "you know you don't fucked up." You know you don't fucked up, right? You know that. You fucked
We
up.
we used to have community. Used to.
Man, everything got fucked up. I mean, mass
And
incarceration, war on drugs.
when you when you make your rounds around YouTube and shit, you realize it's black women who don't want to fix shit. As much as they complain, they don't want to fix shit.
Mm-hmm. And man, you got me nostalgic all of a sudden, man. I can't.
Because black women know in order to fix shit is going to have to change. Black men are going to have to be back in power. That's the only way you're going to fix shit. And that's why most black women don't want to fix shit. How do
They don't
you
really want that power.
demand that a man is supposed to pay all the bills and then simultaneously have a problem with patriarchy?
Shit. That well, my parents' generation is a little different, man. You know what I'm saying? Because where I'm from and everything. Because women fought alongside the men for our independence and shit. So I remember it was a good friend of my late uncle's who said, "I never argue with my wife," because he met his wife in the war. He said, I never argue with my wife because she had better shot than me." So he had to learn. So he knew how to keep her in check. But he was an upright dude, and she like followed his program. He knew she had better shot than him, but he looked at it like, "Hey, don't go. No, don't do it." He's the one that had to check her hard, like, "Hey, put it down. We know better." But his wife, was brought up in like in a traditional household, so she knew her position, she knew everything. Hell, when they came home, when everybody came home and shit from the war, many of them came home with babies because they met their spouses and married their spouses, and hell, some lost their spouses in the war, and even when they all came back, they still adhered to the traditional. They wanted to maintain the traditions they were brought up in, but they wanted to modernize at the same time. You know what I'm saying? They had to make some modifications here and there, get with the times, but they had to maintain the core principles. I mean, and I remember on a previous conversation, on a previous hangout we had with Charles, I asked this question, man. What does it mean to be a conservative? What are we talking about here? What values are you trying to conserve? What are you trying to preserve, man? What do you mean by you're a conservative? And on the flip side, I'm asking, what do you mean by being a liberal? What are we talking about here? You my brother and all, but you gotta come straight to me. You gotta keep it 100 with me, man. What are you talking about when you this, that, and third? I mean, somebody wants to ask me, AB, y'all gotta cut me in because I talk a lot.
Nah, go ahead. Keep going.
I know. It's like I ask those questions. Go ahead, Kev. Come on.
I was about to say, like I didn't want to cut in, man, but yeah, man, going to what I said earlier, yeah, that's why I don't co-sign this idea that most so-called black men are just these like mouth frothing misogynists. So I'm like, if you even understood a history book or read up on the history of stuff that's happened just within the last 250 years, you understand how ridiculous it sounds trying to perpetuate this color purple narrative. You know what I mean? Because it's like it's bullshit at the end of the day. You know, and this is why I would ask to people like that, like FD and whatnot, who try to make that assertion. I said, I'll believe the narrative that so-called black men overall just the worst men on earth. When you could show me what we do that compares to something like forced genital mutilation, like wide scale famine and genocide, perpetuated under somebody regime that looks like us. If you could show me the Black American male equivalent of King Leopold II, Joseph Stalin, Idi Amin, Pol Pot, etc. If you could show me what we do that compares to like, female genital mutilation or anything like that, if you could show me what we do to them that compares to that, then yeah, I can subscribe to the narrative that, we're just these like horrible, horrible men who just hate women, because like what you said, brother, I wouldn't even say that necessarily that we're weak. I would say is we're trained, as Edward Anderson said, we're constantly trained to think in terms of ego and guilt when it comes to dealing with women, as opposed to, basically common sense and self-interest. Our idea of a good man is not that of somebody who's reasonably ethical with other people, especially other so-called black people, but our idea of a good man is a self-righteous, uh, hypocrite, cuckold, or simp who tries their damnedest to try to please and appease other people, especially other so-called black people that don't even like them or respect them. That's what I think. What the problem is here is that our definition of what a quote-unquote good man is completely fucked up and unrealistic and not in alignment with reality or even any type of spiritual growth or evolution.
Kev, I couldn't say it any better. But that's true, man. I mean, like you said, self-righteous hypocrites and everything. We also have to remind ourselves, like, women are the gatekeepers to sex and reproduction, but men are the gatekeepers to marriage and stability.
Hold on, say that again. You said the men or the women?
The women are the gatekeepers to sex and reproduction. The men are the gatekeepers to marriage and stability.
I think part of the problem nowadays in the 21st century is everything is too consumerism based. This is why marriage is I hear a lot of people talk about marriage as if it's some sort of business transaction. I think everything is consumer based. It's I should get something out of this, and it's like, what the fuck else do you want out of a marriage except family, companionship, and food, clothing, and shelter? What the fuck do you want? But when you add on the consumerism, which is a byproduct of American capitalism, this generation of women, this 21st century social media generation of women, they don't want it unless it's a Gucci bag comes with it.
Shit. Like Mr.
You
Z said,
understand what I'm saying?
That will expose us all. Nah, I hear what you're saying.
Because I was born in 81. I was born in 81, and you didn't hear shit like this coming up in the 80s and 90s and even the early 2000s. You just wasn't hearing this type of shit. Now you got these dumbass bros, and this whole bimbo thing, this black bimbo shit that you see on social media. So many of these women try to play this bimbo role. The whole Cheesecake Factory debate and shit. That's completely manufactured. That's made up shit.
They said it was a gag, or like the oyster shit that was supposed to be a gag or something like that.
No, I'm not. I'm not. Listen, I'm not talking about the video. I'm talking about the conversation that comes after the video. Because now you got motherfuckers in the comment section, and now it's the actual fucking debate. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
And it's like, yo, that's fucking stupid. Like that's complete bullshit. But what you have now is a lot of black women, young, and some of them old too, but most of them young. And it's this bimbo, this man. It's kind of it's kind of like the fake thug shit, late 90s, early 2000s, when they started making gangster rap mainstream. So you had a lot of young dudes out here trying to walk around and pretend they fucking thugs and shit like that because that's what, Madison Avenue was marketing. And if you wanted to get the pussy, hey, I got to be a tough guy. I got to be a thug and shit. You know what I'm saying? And you had a lot of dudes getting caught up in street shit. Well, you had a lot of dudes getting caught up in street shit because they had no business being in the street in the first place.
Oh, that's true.
And now what you have is a lot of black women are doing the same thing, but now it's just, that whole Kim Kardashian bullshit where you're going to be completely talentless, but you're going to fall ass backwards into fame and money like she did and shit. And this is where that bimbo shit comes from. A lot of these bitches are just trying to be the next Kim Kardashian. They want to be the next Amber Rose, somebody no talent. I can't sing, I can't dance, never wrote a song, but hey, I'm just going to get, and I deserve a rapper boyfriend. And bitch, no.
You know what?
Hey,
ABM. I don't know if
you need to go get your damn Sukianas, man. Go get them Sukiana sexy red bitches, man.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. If I was emperor of black people for 1 year, I would clean a lot of shit up. Twerking would be punishable with you. If you get caught twerking anywhere outside of a nightclub, that's going to be 1 year in prison.
Oh, you just started. You just started a civil war with that one.
We need a civil war in the black community. Absolutely, yeah. We need a fucking civil war.
That's wild. I will say this though.
You upload a twerk video to social media, 1 year in prison. I love the whole aspect. I love the idea of the religious police in Saudi Arabia. I love that shit.
The Mutawa.
We need something like that here in the States.
I can tell you. I can give you scary examples of that.
Exactly.
You got religious police in Iran. They don't fuck around. In Iran, they don't fuck around like that. In Sudan, you don't want to fuck with that shit. Although right now they have a fucking civil war going on. There's other places that have like that. They don't have religious police like that because they know that's gonna fuck up a lot of shit. Because the problem was like the religious police they have in KSA, they had to like, especially when the new king came and the crown prince was running shit, he had to have them fall back in because they were getting way out of control and they were like flexing too much.
I heard Iran. Oh, excuse me, I didn't mean to cut you off, but I heard Iran wasn't as bad as the Saudis. That's what I heard.
Well, yeah, because they're a different sect of Islam mostly, And Saudis.
Yeah, Iranians are Sunni, and they're not Arabs. They're Persians.
Shia,
I get it.
They're Persians.
I mean, Shia. Yeah, right. Shia. Yeah.
Shia. Yeah.
But women can drive cars in Iran, right?
Yeah, only recently, it's just only a few years ago that it was like less than a decade ago they started letting women drive in KSA. And that was not for social reasons. That was because of economics, man.
Wow.
Because personal drivers and shit, that's, most of those people who do those kind of jobs and shit are migrants from South Asia or from Africa. And when you pay those dudes, they don't spend the money. They don't circulate the money inside the economy. That money goes out of the economy because they're trying to feed their families back home and shit.
Yeah.
So they're like, you know what, we gotta cut back on this shit because this is too taxing on us. We're not just talking it's like small changes. We're talking consider the number of migrants working there. Oh, by the way, in the Arab world, I realized two things. It's a tiered system when it comes to outsiders. You're either, if you're from the developed world, they call you guys expats, but if you come from the developing world, you come from Africa or South Asia or Southeast Asia, they call you a migrant. And they treat you differently based on your passport and shit. I mean, hey, let me show you a picture. Let me turn on my camera and show you something. You see that?
Yeah.
That's a Norwegian passport. That's my passport, to be exact. And I can tell you, if I went back if I went back to KSA or I went to the Middle East under an African passport, they would have been shitting on me really hard. But since I have that passport, they got to be a little bit nicer towards me. But that ain't gonna stop them from using racial slurs behind my back though. So understand how things work and how things do not work. There's some shit that flies and some shit that won't fly. And you got to learn how to work around that shit, especially if you know how to speak Arabic and everything and understand the nuances of the culture and shit. Because like in Dubai, and people gotta understand when you go to Dubai, that's only 1/7 of the UAE. You got 6 other emirates that make up that union.
But everybody's making it seem like that Dubai is the most strictest.
No, it's not.
No,
The
they
strictest
don't. They
place
don't know fucking strict. They're ignorant to how shit works over there.
Yeah. No, but the thing is, it's not just that. ABM, you got to understand. Like in the UAE, there are like 4 other emirates that are 4 other emirates within that union that are far more stricter.
Yeah.
It's just that they don't fuck around. They make Dubai more lenient, but man, I'm gonna tell you right now, me personally, I would never want to be in Dubai. That place gives me, it's like Vegas, and it gives me a bad vibe. It's not good for me. It might fuck me up real bad just being down there because I see how seedy it is. Have you ever seen a documentary about what life is like there? You understand? Okay, you know where you fit. You know where you fit in this situation.
Well, maybe I never heard of any. I never heard of any man, whether it be foreign or locals, complaining about how strict it is. There. Like I never heard of the man complaining about it like how the women have been.
A lot of men are afraid to talk sometimes, Ray, because you have to understand when you're working in the Middle East, in the Persian Gulf, Oh, hang on. Let me explain something first of all. Let me clarify something. The GCC, which is basically Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, Oman, the United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, Qatar, they have a union similar to like the EU. Open borders for their citizens. You can travel without any visas, right? But when it comes to but they call that place the Gulf. You have to call it the Gulf. If you're talking to an Arab, you call it the Arabian Gulf. If you're talking to an Iranian, you call it the Persian Gulf. Arabs are going to look at you sideways if you call it the Persian Gulf in their presence. So they're really sensitive about that shit. But anyway, the problem is when you live in those countries, you don't get like a work visa just like that. Your employer you're under something called the sponsorship system. And part of that, and the part of the arrangement is you have to hand your passport to your employer, and they have to give you the legal IDs. And some of them like to exploit you and exploit you and abuse you. Sometimes you find yourself in a situation where you have a ID, but they've been fucking with your paperwork just to keep you in check. I mean, a lot of South Asians, especially people doing blue collar manual labor shit, they're open to exploitation. They get shortchanged and whatnot.
Oh yeah, Arabs don't fucking play with you.
They shit on South Asians and Southeast Asians worse than white folks. Shit on Latinos.
That's why I never believed that bullshit. Oh, Islam. Oh, we are all brothers in Islam and the Prophet and that man, get the fuck out of here. I don't buy that shit. I never did.
Somebody asked me I'm glad you brought that up because when the whole shit happened last month, 2 months ago, about a month and a half ago, over in Israel. I remember we were chopping up on the 18th letters, hanging out about that shit, about the Middle East. And I had to explain to them the racial slurs, that Arabs have for us, but also racial slurs Israelis have for us.
Oh yeah. People fail to realize that shit. It is very fucking racist. Very fucking racist over there. Oh yeah.
I've got my own brethren. There are Eritreans, Ethiopians living inside Israel, just like there are Eritreans, Ethiopians living throughout the Middle East, and they tell you they shit on us hard.
Hard.
And the thing what's really fucked up about it when it comes to Islam, our ancestors, the Axumites, who the Arabs call Habasha, they hold them in high regard in Islamic history. But they still shit on us because we're not Muslims. I'm like, nigga, there was a bunch of Christians who gave you guys refuge when you were being persecuted. And the only reason you guys knew about that kingdom was because your beloved prophet would travel as a merchant there. But however, the brother Bilal ibn Rabah, he was one of the companions. The one who was a slave that whose freedom was bought by the prophet's father-in-law.
And then is that the one that he said could lead the prayer or some shit?
Yeah, Sayyid al-Muazzam, the call of the prayers.
Mm.
The one who calls the people to prayer because he had the voice. A black man. He came from that region. He came from Aksum. He was of Ethiopian / Eritrean descent. Well, so we're like, yo. And even though they say we're all brothers and sisters, there was still slavery going on and there was still racism going on in the Arab world.
Dog, the Saudis didn't stop slavery till the 60s.
Shit. Let me you want to hear some really fucked up shit?
Fucking slavery.
Ethiopia was the last country to practice slavery in Africa, other than Mauritania. They stopped in 1947.
That's why they never really liked Gaddafi like that, because he was half black.
Yeah, that's true. By the way, the last country in the GCC to end slavery was Oman. That was 1970.
See, that's why I'm not too big on trying to go like no disrespect, but me personally, I'm not big on going to traveling to none of them fucking Arab countries. I'm just not into it. A lot of people want to go to Dubai just because it's expensive, and like I said, consumerism. All that shit. But me personally, I'm not with it. I'm not too big on it.
I agree with you on that. I mean, I got peoples who live and work there. Some are doing okay, some are struggling, but they understand that that is not a place to trifle with. It's cool to live and work and everything if you're making it. But the ones struggling, they'll tell you it is hard as hell. But it's better there than to struggle back home.
Who's more? And yeah, see, that's the thing. It's a lot of Africans who feel like that. Like, you know what? Fuck it. I'd rather get screwed over there and have clean water than be back home. Fuck yeah. That shit is crazy. It's deep.
I would rather go to Colombia, Brazil, hell, DR, one of them before I go over
there. Yeah, like no bullshit. Like, I'd rather go to Italy or something.
Oh no, not Italy. Not Italy. No, not Italy. They're racist as hell in Italy.
Oh, I know. But if I gotta pick one between them and the Arabs, I'll go with the Italians. Sorry.
All right, just understand. By the way,
I know full well.
That means black.
They racist everywhere. Black people hated every goddamn where.
Yeah, bro.
Shit. I mean, my peoples are all over Europe, so we all know about racism. You got Africans who know about racism like crazy, man. So in Europe.
Plus, I was told Dubai is a land of human toilets. Where people go to get paid to be a human toilet.
That's those IG models and shit. They get abused by the ruling families and such. In those sleazy sex parties and shit. I heard about that. I said, I'm not surprised. But then again, all that shit is too fucking wild. And I'm like,
Yeah,
all
man.
I know is if I would,
A lot of Arabs are full of
but
shit, man. With all that Islam crap they talk, man. Behind closed doors, they get into some nasty as fucked up shit, man.
Boy, I believe it.
shit, man, you should see the Arab Christians sometimes. I mean, they,
And
like,
stupid fucking black women never learn. Did anybody catch that flyer that Black Lives Matter Chicago put out?
no, what was it?
This was right when the whole October 7th thing had jumped off.
Oh,
so
no.
It was some rally for Palestine in Chicago, downtown Chicago. So Black Lives Matter put out a flyer talking about, and I'm not lying when I say this, paraphrasing. They said, yeah, let's come out and support our Palestinian brothers and something. And they love black women. You could probably get a date or something down here. I swear to God, that's what the flyer said.
ABM, I shit you not when I say this. It is alleged that Osama bin Laden had a thing for Whitney Houston. If you can believe that shit. We mean Whitney Houston back in The Bodyguard with Kevin Costner. Whitney Houston.
Well, hell, I mean, you got to understand, Whitney was big back in them days. He probably did. Whitney was huge. Motherfuckers forget. Whitney was a big goddamn star. She wasn't no fucking, she wasn't no regular R&B chick. She was fucking big. So yeah, he probably did have a fucking thing for her. You know what I'm saying? They say before he got into that Wahhabism shit, he was, he used to like to party and all that type of shit before he got into Wahhabism.
They tell you no. Before that,
he definitely got big after
he went to college
too.
Yeah. As far as Bin Laden goes, he went to college in London, and I don't know if any of y'all are soccer fans, but he went to college in London.
Not
graduated. I grew up playing soccer, but there's in North London 2 areas, Ashburton and Tottenham. They've got 2 big clubs from there, or franchises or clubs. The teams there are called Arsenal and Tottenham. Now, Bin Laden was a big fan of Arsenal FC. He never missed a home game. Anytime they were playing at home, he was always in the stands at Highbury Park. That was the old stadium, Highbury Park. He would go there and attend those games because he was a big fan of them. That was his club. He went to college. There's a picture of him with his siblings, all his siblings in London in the 70s. And you see those all of them dressed like in the fashion of those days, hairstyles and everything.
What's weird about Bin Laden is that he's really Yemenis.
Yemeni.
He's really Yemeni. Grew up in Saudi Arabia. His father was the contractor that does all the maintenance and shit for what they call it over there, Mecca and all that.
Mecca and Medina.
Yeah.
The holy cities.
Yeah. That's what I meant to say. The holy sites. But then he got radicalized and began to hate the fucking Saudis. That's crazy.
This was back in the 80s because a lot of people went for Afghanistan.
And now, if you're paying attention to the whole thing, Yemen has been at war with Saudi Arabia for what, like a decade or so now?
No, ABM, you got to bring it back. You got to bring it back further. All right. I don't know, but ABM, I think I mentioned my background to you, right?
Right.
I'm Eritrean. Across the Red Sea from Eritrea is Saudi Arabia and Yemen. So us and Ethiopians, we've been fucking with they've been fucking with us, we've been fucking with them and fucking them up going back some 2,000 years. So we no strangers to them, they're no strangers to us. And Yemenis and Saudis, man, they hate each other like crazy. The animosity the Saudis have for Yemeni is deep. So that war that's going on right now, that's nothing. That's nothing compared to the old ass traditional animosities they have for each other. Different cultures, different mentalities. Because if you look at countries and their landscape and shit, their cultures, their way, their views, they don't, and the way they dress and shit, it's not one and the same.
So let me ask you something. What are the Yemeni? They mainly Sunnis?
The Yemeni are mainly Sunni. However, in the northern parts where the Houthis are, they're Shia, but they're not the only Shias there. You go across the border into Saudi Arabia, the southwestern part of Saudi, a lot of the folks there are Shia. I grew up in the east. I grew up in the eastern part of the country. Around right near what they call the Half Moon Bay area. It's right across. It's these three cities that make up a metropolitan that connect with Bahrain by a bridge. That whole eastern coast, that whole east coast, just like Bahrain, they're also predominantly Shia. So it varies from tribe to tribe. So the thing about Sunni Shia thing, it's usually in association with which tribe you belong to as well and what region you're from. And this is not just in these two countries. You go to the Levant, Lebanon, Jordan, Syria, and everybody.
Right.
What tribe you belong to is indicative of which sect of Islam you belong to. However, the thing is, pensive, yes, there are Arab Christians. There are Arab Christians. You'd be surprised. I mean, especially if you go to Lebanon, Syria, Palestine, Jordan, Egypt, Iraq.
I mean, it makes sense. It makes sense because Jesus spent a lot of time in Damascus when you read the Bible, so it makes sense. So it's a shitload of Christians in Syria, and Lebanon was created by the French. Yeah. It was really Christian in the beginning until the Muslims took over.
Maronites. The Christians in Lebanon are called Maronites. Mm-hmm. However, you go to Iraq, not all the Christians there are Arabs. There is a group of people called the Assyrians, who are descendants from the ancient Assyrians. Their mother tongue is Aramaic, which is similar to Hebrew, but they still speak fluent Arabic. And they are a community all their own, but they have to protect themselves because they get persecuted from time to time. After the Iraq war shit, they start getting targeted. But it is what it is. But what going back to the racism and shit, like that BLM flyer and shit. Some people ask me, where do you stand on this shit? I said, I'm staying out of this shit. Because let me
That's what I say.
Let me explain. I'm gonna break it down for you why. I'm familiar with Jewish racism, just as I'm familiar with Arab racism. Putting on a kufiya or a gutra and waving a Palestinian flag is not going to stop Palestinians and other Arabs calling me an abud, which means slave in Arabic, which is basically calling me a nigger or a zanjir in some cases. Just like if I put on a yarmulke and wear the Israeli flag, that's not going to stop Jews from looking at me, especially the right-wingers and Jewish settlers, looking at me and calling me a kushi, which is a word they learned from the ancient Egyptians, which means burnt face or black. Ethiopian Jews get racially abused, and all the non-Jewish Ethiopians and Eritreans who are in Israel, they get fucked over hard. They got to deal with the bullshit. Even though some of them are well integrated into society, they still gonna abuse us and shit. I remember an Arab looked at me and said, hey, what up, my nigga? I'm like, don't use that word. Why not? I said, they looked at me and said, dude, you know what white people call sand niggas? Yes, I do. But I have never called you that. And you call me that? That's gonna be a problem, fam.
Arabs have a weird have a weird, almost like a woman in an abusive relationship when it comes to whites. Because white people have been fucking over Arabs from day one. But
it's not just that.
with all that being said, they still will choose whites over black people. That
Everybody
shit is
chooses
crazy.
whites over black. Everybody.
Let me ask you something. Who's more racist? Let me ask you something real quick. Who's more racist, the Arabs or the Iranians? The Persians.
That's a tough one. That's a tough one because you got. By the way, would you believe me if I told you got black Persians?
I would believe you.
Descendants from slaves. Because there was slavery in Iran, just like there was slavery in Turkey. And Turkey and Iran, they don't really talk about their black populations like that. They even try to make it look like they don't exist. Arabs, well, the ones in the Mediterranean, they accept theirs to an extent, but not completely, So that whole thing about racism, I'm not sure because one of my partners, he was married to a Persian. One of my family members is engaged to a Persian himself. There's a friend of the family I have who's married to a Turk. I know there's some people I know who are married to Arabs and shit. And like, it's kind of hard because not everybody's is an absolute racist. ABM, you know what I'm saying? Certain civil societies will say the racist is felt, but others they're more little-minded. But when it comes to like our black asses and such, they'd rather marry white than marry black. They're more likely to. Families are more open if you marry a white person than you marry a black person. You know what I'm saying? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, I was wondering what happened, But Big Kev, where you at? I think Big Kev's putting out is doing another. He's been squatting hard, man. You've been trying to get his legs and his hips back into shape. You know what I'm
saying? Yeah. Shit, man. I mean, it's fucked up too when y'all put it that way, man. Oh yeah, I guess old boy dropped off.
He'll be back.
But yeah, that was a good point too. Like you brought it up. Yeah, it's like I don't know. Yeah, the white man has been on everybody's shit list. But the thing is though, it's like with this white man, just as I just said too, a lot of them will still kiss the white man's ass, even at the detriment of their own people.
Shit. I mean,
so who are you talking about?
I'm talking about like which I was talking about just a little bit ago. Yeah, basically like because I look at it like okay, the Brits, you know what I mean, and them what they did in China and just everywhere, here, man, just how the white folks just all around just been trying to just, dominate and take over and shit,
Ray, can I give you some insight on that one?
And it's like, and then the same people of whom they, try to enslave and shit and all that, these same motherfuckers, who supposed to have some kind of like hatred towards them. Instead, they worship them.
Yeah, that's what that's why I brung it up because it just amazes me. The Arabs fought the Turks on behalf of the British and the British promised them an Islamic state, and they never did it. This whole Palestine Israel shit comes from the British, and it's like y'all
Like
motherfuckers just
Chico.
don't learn. Like, don't y'all get it at this point that these white folks don't like you, and all they ever do is fuck you over? Like, what the fuck, dude? I just don't get it.
Yeah, but understand where they're coming from, because a lot of them are too proud. Because a lot of people live in the past. They live in the glories of their past forebears and say, "We come from this. We're proud people." Yeah, but you're not from that. You didn't. You had no involvement in that.
The
I had no
Saudi,
involvement in what my parents' generation did, but I carry that with me because I'm a reflection of that. I can't say I had a part in that. My generation, we had our thing, but also this whole thing about siding with whites and shit. Understand? Look at Native Americans. Look at certain tribes in Africa, certain tribes in Asia. These motherfuckers are your sworn enemies. And both of you are going to try to side with the whites because you figure, hey, these guys have an advantage. If we side with them, they could help us in our war against the enemy. Because you've had certain groups that were dominating other groups in these on these various continents. You know what I'm saying? So it's only
yeah,
natural that when an outside force comes in, one of the least dominated groups are going to try to support them, thinking that will give them an edge over against their eternal rivals. I mean, that's why when certain tribes, the dominant tribes, is when they saw the whites coming, they would attack them usually, or try to if they could, align themselves with them. The dominated ones, they would align themselves with the whites because they were sick of the yoke of their oppressors. I mean, look at the Aztec Empire. When the Spanish took over, they didn't just go in there on their own. They had native allies. Some of those allies were groups that were sick of being under the rule of the Aztecs. Because the Aztecs really fuck with, the Aztecs were just something else.
Well, from that sentiment, I can kind of get a graph of what you're talking about from watching that movie, directed by Mel Gibson, that Apocalypto movie. So yeah,
that wasn't accurate, but I get your point because I was wondering, is that mine or Aztec? That was confusing.
I mean, yeah, because
what was he drinking?
that was some shit.
That was some shit, but it was confusing because like some of the shit that he was confused. He was mixing both Mayan and Aztec. I'm like, what the fuck is this? Is this a Mayan story or is this an Aztec story? Those were two different societies, man. In different parts of Mexico. If you're from northern or central Mexico, you talk about the Aztecs and such. If you're further south and going into Central America, that's Mayan. Which is it, man?
And just the whole showing of how one tribe was, got going around different other tribes and just snatching up their men, and their women and leaving the children, by themselves and shit. And and then the man, they'll sacrifice some of them to their sun god. I forgot what the name they call them. Yeah, and then
that was Aztec.
They'll decapitate them, let the head roll all the way down. Yeah.
Actually, I was actually reading up on that here, and I was saying this before I'm about to head out. A lot of what they consider these so-called human sacrifices were not necessarily human sacrifices. They were like public executions, because you could be put to death for like violent crimes or getting drunk in public, or like if you're like one of these like captured prisoners of war or whatnot. Because what happens is that during like the Spanish Inquisition, right? Basically, I forgot the name of the document, but they basically said anyone that you found practicing, cannibalism or human sacrifice, you could enslave them. So what happens is that a lot of these Spanish conquistadors would be writing these like codexes of like alleged human sacrifice. That's why if you look at a lot of those codexes of human sacrifice, it's written in Latin. which is the Indo-European language. That's not like an indigenous American language here. So yeah, like a lot of that so-called human sacrifice is really just a public execution. Like it's no different than the public hangings that you saw in like many places in Europe, that they brought over to America, where people would be like hanged in public or public injections or be put in front of a firing squad and stuff. Yeah, like it's that type of stuff. So, but yeah, like I gotta head out though. You guys be safe, man. Enjoy the rest of the morning. All right.
All right, buddy.
Stay safe, fam.
Yep. You
All right,
later.
you too, bud.
Yeah, love you, man. But yeah, I mean, you know what? I remember back in the early '90s, Kevin Costner, he had a docu-series called 500 Nations, where he talks about the plight he talks about the history of the indigenous populations of the Americas. What became of all those nations, especially in the U.S. and in the Caribbean? Like what happened on the island of Haiti or Hispaniola, Haiti and DR, when Columbus first landed there, and what happens to the indigenous population there, and how they were disappeared. How various groups came into contact with the whites along the U.S.'s northeast and into Canada. It's called 500 Nations. It's hosted and narrated by Kevin Costner. It's a multi-series documentary. It's a docu-series, excuse me.
I'm gonna try to remember that.
But yeah, I mean, you want to see an example of, choosing whites over your other groups? Look at Mongolia. Surrounded by, wait for it, Mongols would rather side with the Russians, who they consider their cousins, over the Chinese. Because they've always had a
this
very.
is news to me.
If you go back to the Cold War, when everybody was communist, Mongolia was a communist nation, but the Mongolian communists would side with the Russians more than with the Han Chinese, because they are traditional enemies of the Han Chinese. I'll give you another example. Take Vietnam. The communists in Vietnam, the North Vietnamese under Ho Chi Minh, you think they were cool? You think they saw eye to eye with Mao Zedong and the Chinese communists? Hell no. Because they had the traditional animosity towards each other. So Ho Chi Minh looked at Mao Zedong like they were cordial, but Vietnamese, but they had traditional animosity. Vietnamese and Chinese don't like each other. Cambodian and Chinese didn't like each other. Laotians and Chinese didn't like each other.
That's because
always get along with one another.
That's because of that hierarchy that comes with Asians. Same type of hierarchy that comes with whites. You got the fucking the like Hitler say, the Aryans, and then under them was the Anglo-Saxon, then the Mediterraneans, then the Slavics, and then everything else after that that somehow don't count for white people, the Irish, the Gypsies. Asians got that same type of hierarchy. That's where all that shit come from.
ABM, you want to talk about white stuff? Who was allowed to identify as white in the U.S.? The Irish were not considered white until after World War II, after the Civil War. After 1865, that's when the Irish were considered white. Other groups later on. The Chinese were never considered white. The Japanese made 2 attempts to be recognized as whites. 2 times they brought such a case to the U.S. Supreme Court. Both times they failed.
Mexicans fought real hard to be considered white too.
Oh, that's from but then again, you have to understand, Spanish racism was Spanish divided people into like 16 groups. At the top was white, at the bottom was black, in the middle was indigenous. And it wasn't just what percentage of you is black, white, and or indigenous. What sides of your family is black, white, and or indigenous? Like take two guys who are half black, half white. The one who's white on their father's side is above the other one who's white on their mother's side.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's how that shit went.
And they still do it to this day.
Oh yeah.
South of the border,
Right.
real goddamn racist, man. They hate dark skin down there.
Down where?
And you'll be a
Down
full
where?
blown fucking Mexican. But if you just so happen to be a brown Mexican and shit, yeah, you catch out.
Oh damn.
Versus the lighter Mexican, yeah.
Nah,
It's crazy.
I thought it was worse. I thought that right there was worse when it came to not
That's from the
Chinese,
legacy of slavery, the whole colorism.
not China, but Japan. Like, you know, they frown upon the darker Japanese because they didn't protect their skin from the sun by them going around.
Everybody preferred lighter skin, no matter where you were, where in Asia you are. There's a sense of colorism.
It depends on who it depends on who you talk to. I've had Chinese people tell me that Chinese is the top Asian, and I've had a Japanese man tell me to my face, that's bullshit. It's always been the Japanese. And they start breaking it down, and you know, but it gets real. That shit gets deep when it comes to them Asians and their fucking hierarchy.
Well, the Chinese and Japanese, they've been beefing for a long time now.
Yeah, that shit go back a long, long time.
Shit. And everybody hates Korean, and they all clown on the Koreans hard.
Well,
that's why if you go back to World War II, if you notice how America and Great Britain and Canada went into France to help liberate France, to drive the Nazis out of France. But prior to that, when Stalin asked for help, not even Stalin, when Poland asked for help, France and Great Britain didn't go into Poland to help the Polish out. That's because the Polish are Slavics. See, we're better than you. Absolutely. We're Anglo-Saxons. We're better than you. We're not sending our men to go down for you dirt bags.
First of all, here's the thing you got to understand, ABM. Slavs are divided into three groups. You got Eastern Slavs, Ukrainian, Belarusian, and Russian. Western, Central Slavs, that's Slovakia, Czech Republic, Poland. Yeah, those three. And then you got, you know, the Southeastern Slavs. That's like Bulgaria, the former Yugoslavia and such. And the funny thing about it is they don't like each other. They all hate one another because they're all divided by some of them are Orthodox Christians, others are Catholic, with one group that's an exception. Bosnians. The Bosniaks, they're mostly Muslim. And they still catch hell from both sides. Albanians, they're not Slavic. They're a completely different ethnicity. And you can tell who is what because, you know, and the thing is also not just what sect of Christianity you adhere to, but what writing system you adhere to. Like, take, for example, in the former Yugoslavia, Serbs and Croats. Croats are mostly Catholic and they use Latin script. However, predominantly Orthodox Christians and they use Cyrillic. You know, the Russian writing system. And they all take shots at one another. So, hell, even if you go to like the Czech Republic and Slovakia, Czechia and Slovakia, they were once one ethnicity, but they were once one nation, but they didn't always see eye to eye. They had to separate. They had to separate in '93. And the Poles, they're Catholic, but they're still Slavs either way, and they hate Russians. Hang on, I'm getting a lot of notifications. So it's like but you understand, everybody hate everybody. even if you're part of one group, they're like, Yeah, but if you look at slides and say you're all one the same, that's when you get your ass kicked. If you
So
look at
what I'm
all
getting is
Germanic tribes and say you're all one and the same, you get your ass kicked.
so I'm
Yeah.
what I'm looking at is okay. Everybody hate each other, but worship the white man.
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh hell no!
When you understand history,
And
like me,
geopolitics.
I'm not a scholar or anything, but I got a general understanding of history. I don't
Yeah,
get
I
too
kind of
upset
do too.
about,
I'm not a I'm like that too. I'm not a scholar in that, but I have some level of general idea. Yeah.
I don't get too bent out of shape about racism no more because I understand that's just how the world works. Everybody is extremely fucking racist. And it's not just black people. Like, okay, like this group hates black people. That fucking group will hate other people too. Like, don't get it fucked up.
Yeah.
And the one thing I will say about the Iranians, the one thing I will give the Iranians credit for is that they have made a decision to hate goddamn white people. Like they once they kicked the Shah out, that's been it. And they haven't went back. And I'll give the Iranians credit for that one. Because
Yeah,
unlike the Saudis who are fucking chumps, the Iranians said, we're not going to let the British get 80% of our fucking oil proceeds. Fuck you. The Saudis have been getting fucked over from day one.
Is that right?
My man, do you remember back in the 80s? Ray, hold on.
Hold on, real quick. Is that goes right on with this news clip? That I've seen about Iran. Right, there was I think it was Iran, that was shouting out that chant. You know, what I mean, this chant, DTA, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what I mean by that. Yeah, so they was shouting out that. So that's So that was Iran. Yeah, okay. So that makes sense of what you're all saying. Okay.
Yeah, see, that's why America and the British have hated the Iranians ever since. Ever since the Iranians had their Islamic Revolution and basically kicked the British out, the West have hated them ever since.
That's true.
And the Iranians have hated the West right back.
Here's the thing, though. The government's good, but not the people. A lot of people like America. They like the West and everything, but they just not. But they understand how things work, and they just not used to that shit. Because remember, under the Shah, it was more liberal, more free. But once things came, but once the Islamic Revolution came in, things got way too strict. And Persians are very cultured people. Now, one thing Persians think of Arabs, they think Arabs are backward and uncultured, but that's an old trope. But another group of people, who suffer under this regime, the Kurds. The Kurds are ethnically related to the Persians, first of all. But you also have an ethnic minority in Iran called the Azerbaijani.
Nice wrestling.
Or Azeris or something. Yeah, Azerbaijani. Azeris. They are cousins of the Turks. They're ethnically related to Turks. Their language and culture is similar to the Turks. And the Turks and the Persians, they have this centuries old animosity because the Ottoman Empire and the Iranian Empire have had their battles. Two different groups. One's Aryan, one's Turkic, and they have their animosity towards each other. But Iranians, they hate other Aryan groups like the Pashto of Afghanistan. The Kurds, they have a love-hate relationship with them. But hang on a second. But everybody, like I said, everybody hate everybody.
You gotta think the Middle East is a bunch of mixed people. It's a bunch of mixed people, a mixture of cultures any damn way.
Oh yeah.
Some are more Islamic than others. Some are Christian, actually.
Yeah.
It's kind of funny when you look at Israel, for instance, and They could have lived. They used to live very peacefully before 1948. They used to live relatively peaceful.
Under the Turks. Well,
But
under the.
you know, with the financing of Britain and
certain places.
the service of weapons from the U.S., you put a lot of power in the hand of one ethnic group. They've been doing atrocities to each other ever since. Sorry. Hell, nobody talks about how the Ethiopian Jews get treated. But when you go through the whole Ottoman Empire shit, I mean, that's where a lot of this stuff, well, most of these beefs started. But then you have a lot of shit when during the Persian Empire.
Exactly. I noticed that because like I sat from on like an African creators talking.
Well, World War II kind of fucked up the. Well, you got to think about it. World War II kind of fucked up the world. Look what World War II did to Africa. Everybody had their little grubby little fucking hands in Africa.
Well, hell, before World War II.
World War One.
Yeah.
Because remember, Germany had colonies in Africa.
And had to give them up after World War One. Yeah.
Mainland Tanganyika. People forget about the Meiji Revolt the Meiji Revolt of between 1909 and 1911 in Tanzania. Nobody talks about how the Cameroonians were folks from Cameroon were like under the Germans. What happened to folks in Togo? I think nobody talks about not just what happened in Belgium, but not what the Belgians did in the Congo, in DRC Congo, that is, but also in Rwanda and King Leopold. Not just that, also in what they did also in Rwanda and Burundi.
Oh, they did some fucked up shit to Africa alone.
Nobody talks about what the Spanish did in Equatorial Guinea were like in Mozambique and Angola, and why they had to fight for their independence, or in Sao Tome and Guinea-Bissau.
And if you notice, all these countries that were just bankrupting Africa, look where they are now. They're on the verge of being bankrupt themselves.
Well, France has had it coming, and the people of France going to get real pissed off more than they. You ever notice people in France always mad?
Absolutely.
Well, they're going to get even more pissed off when their light bill starts to go up, because now France has to pay a fair price for uranium now.
Man, shit heating is going up, man. What are you talking about?
Yeah. Shit is going to hit the fan real soon over there.
Winter, man.
It's already hitting the fan. They have a nice sized Muslim population, and they literally have Sharia law. The police don't even come in that area. You let motherfuckers infiltrate your country.
No go.
You let people infiltrate your fucking country and make Sharia law in it.
Similar things in Sweden. They don't fuck around like that in Norway, though.
Well, like I said, they had it coming. France got nobody to blame but themselves.
I mean, look what they did to Haiti.
Oh, yeah.
Look what they did to Haiti.
Yeah.
I'll give you an example, Charles. Look at the overseas territories of Guadeloupe and Martinique. They knew what happened in Haiti. And the French did that, and they clamped down hard on them to let them know, don't get any ideas. And those three, and ever since then, those regions, Guadeloupe, Martinique, as well as Guillaume Francais, the Reunion Islands, and some of the Comoro Islands off the coast of Africa, French Polynesia. A lot of those people, they talk about independence, but they realize, yeah, I want to be free, but that French passport and being a French citizen definitely has its perks. Same shit if you go to look at the Dutch when it comes to the Dutch Antilles and Suriname. Everybody in Suriname chose to be independent, but yeah, you're free, but that doesn't mean they're gonna treat you the same way you did when you were a Dutch national. That's why the folks in who are from Aruba, St. Martin's, and the other Dutch Antilles Islands, they chose to stay under the Dutch crown. It's a slavery, man. It's like because independence comes with its own, sets of problems.
Independence means hold your own nuts.
Hold your own motherfucking nuts. Without no jock strap.
You got to think about it. Is that a lot of people speak this revolutionary shit, but that means you can't go back to the old ways.
You got to get going forward.
And that's if you could possibly make it.
I'll give you an example. Take the Comoro Islands. Each island had a chance. Each island was able to vote whether or not to be independent from France or stay under French rule. The islands that chose to be independent, they became an independent nation. The ones that chose to stay under French rule, they remained under French rule. But the bullshit is this: a lot of women who came from a lot of pregnant women from the independent islands would always travel to the French controlled islands and give birth to children there. Because they're saying, hey, we might be independent, but we need our children to have the best possibilities. They make sure they end up getting that French passport and shit.
I'll let you know.
And the folks there like, what the hell are you doing here, man? No, go over there. You should be independent. Let your children be independent. What the hell? You can't have the benefits of being under French rule. You won't be like that.
Just let you know already. It just lets you know already that it goes by what you just said. Also lets you know how the world works, especially to the eyes of women. They're gonna always try to get the most selfish, sneaky survivor, and that's where a lot of these dudes out here don't figure out. Kevin, I'm gonna tell you this, and I'm a rant a little bit if y'all don't mind.
Take your time.
Before you do, Charles.
Go ahead, big bro. Go.
But before you do, Charles, you see this?
Kind of, sort of.
The Royal Seal of Norway. Kingdom of Norway passports.
Huh?
That's my.
So
what I'm trying to convey, but is let you know that what that means, because I know if I went home, I know women will be all over me because I have this. They're not interested in me for what I am. They're interested in this because they want that opportunity.
Yeah. They have a baby over there,
and
man.
I knew that long ago. So go ahead.
I want to rant on that for a second. You know what really surprises me about this space? Is that as long as I've been here, it's been almost a decade, really. Almost. What surprises me the most is that fundamentally, how little that still the population of men understand women. And they don't understand the nature.
You mean within or outside of the space?
Huh?
Do you mean
inside the space?
Okay. Yeah, that's true.
inside the space. You'll be surprised how shocked a lot of men are on women's behavior. And I'm looking at them like, how, man? How long you been here? There's a lot of dudes in here who have blue suede shoes, or at least purple ones. And what's crazy is once you get with a chick who's in perpetual poverty anywhere on this planet, right? Let her find out that you got an American passport. What do you think she's going to do if she's pregnant? She's going to do everything in her power to have that baby in this country. Would she not?
That's why you don't bring their ass back.
Exactly.
And the fucked up part about it is this. When you have people who are in spaces like this, like an FD, who tries to deny the nature of women, think that we're like him, but we're not. Because we're not the weirdos. We're only weird in one fashion. We actually see the bullshit miles away when we're supposed to. It gets very hard to sit down and feel sorry for men who constantly put themselves in a jackpot. It's very hard. You should already know that, hey, if I'm going to do this, I'm going to do it because I made a decision. I can't whine about it. I made an open decision to this shit. But what's going to happen is that there's going to be some catastrophes going on. Some major catastrophes that are going to happen in men's lives for them to learn. And I really don't want to see that. You see what the climate of the world is. It's on a teeter-totter. 1 minute is swinging this way, the next minute is swinging another. I don't even see why. And this is an old soldier telling you this. I don't see why we're dealing with Ukraine. We're trying to help out Israel. For what? Especially when you have the most sophisticated weaponry and anti-air defense in the Middle East. At some point, you're going to have to hold your own nuts. And here's another shocker. When Trump was in office, the reason why Europe shut the fuck up for a minute because he was going to get rid of NATO.
Say that again.
He was going to get rid of NATO. NATO was one of the biggest waste of money efforts that we had for a very long time.
Trump said, "I'm sick of it." People don't really understand why Trump was hated, man. They don't know. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
But we wasted a lot of fucking money with NATO. And what did we get in return? Seriously. We just got off of 20-year wars. Literally. The war on terror was longer than fucking Vietnam.
Preach.
And you're telling me we're doing well under this administration?
No.
Everything. But here's the trick bag, right? Especially being in the black community. These dumb bitches will still say they're doing a good job. But then they'll complain about why is milk $10 a gallon?
Can I say something real quick?
Go ahead.
As I was saying earlier about I pay attention to other cultures, I understand now why in many other cultures around the world, women are not allowed to talk. For exactly what you just said, Charles.
And then
Dumb fuck black women will continue to support this man. Biden is a spaz, but he's going to get 98% of black women votes. Watch.
And you know what's sad? You start to learn that so many of our women and some of the men will vote just to spite us. They think we do it to spite them. No, we're doing it for common sense. We need something out the deal. They will vote Democrat just to spite us. And here's the fucked up part. Y'all dumb motherfuckers actually gave up affirmative action. Oh, y'all want to be equal to your men? You took away affirmative action. Where's your standing, motherfucker?
Laws of Roe v. Wade also.
I want you to think about this. You think the government is not as powerful as you think? You don't want to have babies for them? They're taking away your rights. They're taking away your privileges. Oh, they have no problem striking that. Oh, you're not federally protected under Roe v. Wade. Fuck you. Hold your own ovaries. But yet, constant. Well, y'all be hating on. What you think, FD? You think we hating on women that we already know that don't like us? Come on, bruh. Come on, bruh. We predicted this shit 5 years ago about Roe v. Wade. 6 years ago. We talked about this economic crisis years ago. And you think we're mad? We can't get. All of us want to be the prom king. Let me tell you this little secret, FD, because this might not have happened to you. A lot of us over here fucked the prom queen anyway, and we didn't have to wear a crown. You know why? Because she was serving up that shit on the platter anyway.
Here's something that needs to be mentioned, first of all. The economic crisis was long overdue because whoever assumed the Oval Office in 2021 was going to face an economic crisis.
And think you double down on stupid once you get it. You don't have enough jobs like you did anymore. You don't have any skilled people. You don't have any manufacturing plants. How do you let motherfuckers steal your technology and build it better than you?
They call that visa H-1B1, is it?
H1.
H-1B, I think, is it?
Yeah.
The one that they hire skilled labor from overseas for cheap.
But this is
because they don't want to waste the time and invest in the techs in your own kids.
You can't even get your own children in America. Most of the children in America don't even know what position and what branch of government you hold. They don't even know the 3 branches of government.
Shit.
They don't. Most of them don't even. And you're talking about people recently out of high school.
What?
You think I don't talk to 20-year-olds? 20, 18, and 20-year-olds? What are the three branches of government? But I'm supposed to trust these motherfuckers to run the country.
Charles, when I was a kid, because, when we're 12, 13 years old. Now, I was in the Middle East at the time, about 12. No, sorry, 10, 11, sorry. If you might remember AFRTS or AFN, radio service was available where we were at. I remember an ad when they were talking about educating children about the importance of knowing the branches of government. And they used the analogy of the game rock, paper, scissors. How each...
Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
But yet, we constantly fool ourselves in thinking that we're good. It's disturbing, man. It's really fucking disturbing.
You see that within our own generation at times, dude. There's some people who just don't want to learn. I mean, the information is at your fingertips, but you're not willing to look it up. My man said it best when I told him this. I was experiencing this, especially around Scandinavians and shit. Some of them just play the dumb blonde shit. Even the dudes. And he's like, "You and I, my man." He looked at me and said, "You and I and a few others, we're seekers of knowledge." I've also learned that, as an outsider looking in, I have to learn everything there is to know about the local population just to integrate with them. For them to learn about me, what I'm about, that's optional for them. And more often it's like unnecessary. Not understanding that you got to come meet me halfway. That's the process of integration, understanding this, that, and a third. But I'm surprised how much I know more than these guys and how much they like to play naive about it. But the three branches of government,
you got to think about it.
And that's in a federal. And by the way, it's in a federal system we're talking about. You're not talking about parliamentary style or other forms of government. But go ahead.
You got to think about it, right? They don't even know the three levels of government. Like, I don't know this. Like, what the fuck do you do? And you wonder why. You wonder why your kids are not getting high paid jobs.
What are they getting? What are they being taught in school is the question.
Who said they're getting taught? What's the first point of school? It's not education, it's indoctrination.
Mm-hmm. I'm realizing that.
Because the fact of the matter is that you're creating a monster that's all consuming. Your children are not really competing with the Chinese. You don't have enough fit young men to join the military, but you got people who wants to go through this alpha beta shit. We're talking about you, FD. Well, you don't even know what the fuck it's about. Like, what type of skills does your kid have?
Hell, now in school, now in school, Charles, what I've been seeing now, and also from news from you guys, these kids are being taught by the rainbow community, the rainbow teachers.
Well, that's a given. That's a given. Why is it more important for a 5-year-old to know their sexuality than their numbers? And you wonder why kids
Woo!
are failing.
Say that. No, say that again. Woo!
And you really wonder why kids are failing.
Yeah, some months, possibly up to like a year ago, I did see that. Yeah, I was saying some months, possibly like a year ago, I did see in the U.S. that. Sorry, I don't know if I could be heard about that, but I did notice that in the schools in the U.S. that they were allowing the kids to identify as fucking animals. And I'm like, are you kidding me? Like the kids are identifying as cats and dogs.
I
Yeah, and
remember.
I heard that news from somebody in the space, man. Like, damn,
That's
that fucked
okay.
me up.
That's okay, because Trump's going to put away with all that shit when he get in.
I hope so, because apparently those kids are in school meowing and barking. And like, I did hear one more thing, but according to people online, it's false. But who knows? It could be true. Talking about kids identifying as fucking cats, that they're letting them fucking go to the washroom in litter boxes. I'm like, what the fuck is going on?
Trump already said that he's going to cut funding when he catch teachers doing this shit in schools. He's going to cut funding.
If he can't pull that off, because people forget, the government has certain, and not to mention, you gotta also, there's also that issue about states' rights and everything, because this may be a federal case or this could be a state issue. You know what I'm saying, ABM?
No, I mean, I get it, but what he can do is cut federal funding. Now, what the state decides to fund is on the state.
You got to remember that there are certain times the federal government can intervene if it's the same. If the state law is pretty much matching what the federal law is. They can intervene.
Okay.
There are certain laws, like for example, you can never take a child support or child custody case to a federal court because it's a state issue.
Mm-hmm.
And you got to think about this, man. You got people. I identify as a cat. Are these the motherfuckers? You got to realize. Are these the motherfuckers you really want to protect the country if they're saying stupid shit like this as a child and it's allowed?
But Charles, the children are our future.
Hey, man, I'm gonna switch devices. I'm gonna be right back. My phone getting ready to die.
So think about it. You got safe spaces. Oh my God, it's a safe space. I want you to think about it. Las Vegas, they had an active shooter yesterday morning, right?
That was UNLV, University of Las Vegas in Nevada.
Yeah, I seen an article about that.
Are those the type of people you want to have on your campus? The people who says, "Oh my God, my feelings are hurt." You want the people to be able to protect themselves. You know what the ultimate way?
A ladder.
The ultimate way you can protect yourself with an active shooter. Is to shoot back.
Shoot back. Also, they should be taking preventative measures as well. If you know something's up with somebody, if you suspect something, let somebody know. Call the cops and say, "Yo, there's something going on with this brother. Can we pull him aside, see how he's doing?"
Because guess what? I'm like this. You have too many liberal college campuses, which is the kingdom hall of liberalism. Are college campuses. And you're telling me the more law-abiding you are, the more handcuffed you are with gun laws. But some sick, mental, twisted person can get a gun. And people think that you get a lot of guns legally. Sometimes you get them illegally.
Oh,
Sometimes you could have a mental breakdown Or you could just be in your right mind and said, I want to do evil today, and you got your gun legally. And the reason why you keep people in check is because you have other people armed as well.
Who remembers the Virginia Tech shooting?
Well, that guy was screwy.
Mm.
That guy was screwy.
Yes. He had all kinds of issues, man. What was the situation regarding the shooter at the in UNLV?
From what I gather, he must have been a professor who didn't get a job he wanted.
Oh, he flipped out.
I guess
Oh
he
shit! It
did.
was the professor. Yeah, that was Larry, and that's Larry Johnson's alma mater. Because you know, if anybody remember Grandmama Larry Johnson, the power forward who got drafted by the Hornets back in '91, I think it was. Yeah, #1 draft pick after leading the UNLV Rebels to a national championship, and that's his alma mater. They're a name when it comes to NCAA basketball. That campus, I'll tell you, it's like, and that's right near Vegas.
No,
I'm like, huh?
but here's the crazy part.
Mm-hmm.
Liberals believe in gun control so much so they don't realize you're going to have somebody rough on behalf of you to protect you because you're so soft. But what do I know?
I mean, here they got strict gun control and they have strict gun laws, and there's a reason for that. But yeah. I mean, who remembers like a few years back you had that shooting in Vegas? Somebody from a hotel room just shot up. Excuse me. From a hotel room, somebody shot up a concert festival that was going on.
That was Vegas.
Yeah, that was inside Vegas. I did say that inside from a hotel window, and he legally owned those weapons.
If people are going to do evil, they're going to do evil regardless.
How the hell was he able to get all those weapons into his hotel room like that? And this guy is a resident of Nevada. Like, what the fuck? And somebody's got to do some digging deep into why that person in UNLV just did what he did. You know, a college professor who just flipped out like that. Somebody must have done somebody must have crossed somebody bad.
Like, you have a mental breakdown of American people.
Mm-hmm.
See, you can't blame the scary black man as the most dangerous creature. It's amazing what the percentage of active shooters are for a white male, but yet it's always the black male who's the oogie boogie scary guy.
Mm. Can anybody mention a an active shooting that involved a black man in recent history?
Shit. I mean, it's so bad that even the Hispanics are getting on the act. Remember Uvalde?
Uvalde? Yeah, I remember Uvalde. Damn. School shooting in Uvalde.
Even the Hispanics are getting on the act. Hell, the Asians been crazy for a very long time.
Remember the San Bernardino shooting?
Oh yeah.
That was IS right there. IS affiliates.
And it's crazy because why is the black man still looked at as the most dangerous person in America? I think it's hilarious to the point where at some righteous way you're supposed to be able to examine what's going on this planet, how to keep people safe. And there's a reason why in the Wild West people carry guns. You know why? What's the number one reason why everybody carried a gun in the Wild West?
Because when you were going from town to town, you had to worry about bandits, thieves, and also Native American tribes.
You had to worry about the different tribes that weren't too kind to you.
Mm-hmm.
And then three, how many wild animal attacks you think occurred with coyotes and mountain lions and shit? And wolves.
Well, in certain places, mostly coyotes, wolves, buffalo in some cases.
Mountain lions.
Oh, mountain lions in California and shit. Yeah, in certain places. Yeah, pumas you have to worry about.
What do you think the Go West young man was meant for those 49ers?
Mm-hmm. Don't forget the bears too.
Like speaking
bear
about
attack.
that,
Oh my God, they had to eradicate a bear because so many people were getting attacked by bears. Damn near
I
eradicate.
mean, not to mention while you were out in the West, there were no grocery stores.
You had to hunt for your food sometimes.
Outside of a town. Yeah, you had to hunt. You had to hunt. You had to hunt elk, deer, whatever was available. That's why a lot of. Does anybody remember the computer game Oregon Trail?
Mm-hmm.
How you had to learn to maneuver, get from one place to get to Oregon, and what you had to do to get it. And sometimes you had to hunt. Sometimes you had to stop. Sometimes you had to stop somewhere and trade. You had to stay at a certain depot or a certain town and trade for whatever you needed for supplies. And while you're out in the wilderness, you have to hunt for what you need. Sometimes you have to do what you did.
That's how we grew up. 2012.
That was a good game for its time. Oregon Trail.
Like
a lot of people don't know is in that game you learned actions lead to consequences. You had to make tough decisions for survival.
2012. I mean,
on that way.
You gotta look at it. You didn't have enough law enforcement officers. Many of your law enforcement agencies just started during the time of the Wild West, like the U.S. Marshals, which is the oldest law enforcement agency in America. For you little trivia heads.
Also, let's not forget something, Charles. This is before they established the rail lines.
Oh yeah.
And mail, instead of being this is back during the days of stagecoaches and Pony Express. This is before they had before you had what do you call them, Morse code machines for sending messages through telephone lines and such, or before any of that was possible. Everything was on land by horsepower. Even the guys who were on Pony Express, when they had to have guns with them. Stagecoaches. Somebody was driving.
Somebody had a shotgun or a damn repeater.
Yeah, if you had a stagecoach, you had two people that were sitting on top. One was steering the horses, the other had the gun, just keeping an eye out for shit.
Dang.
I'm gonna show y'all this military clip.
Has anybody seen that
from the
on
report?
Netflix?
Say what,
Everybody
Ray?
seen what?
What'd you say?
No, I mean, I said something. I want y'all to see this military clip from the Rubin report. Then Andre said something.
All right.
Don't forget to donate to the
All right,
Cash App.
been
We're
outside, so
waking you. We're waking you up like Folgers today. Like Folgers in your cup.
I get to share.
I've seen videos
yeah. In
like
the
that before,
meantime,
man.
while Ray's getting his clip together.
It really irks me today. Like, people talk about we need stricter gun laws. Well, you already have some of the strictest gun laws in the fucking world, but you have a Second Amendment, so you can't violate the rights of your people. Why not let your people be able to protect themselves? Because the cops, luckily for the rest of the people, unfortunately, 3 died, that the cops put them down.
Mm-hmm.
But if more and more people are able to protect themselves with proper training, it keeps a lot of knuckleheads in check. Because what typically happens in the world is that when you confront an active shooter, you're armed or you're trained to use it. What happens? That bastard is going to go somewhere and off himself. Because what they're doing is a cowardly act anyway. So the coward is going to be true to his nature.
Soft targets.
Yeah,
Who remembers RoboCop 2?
I remember
yeah.
some of it.
There was that one scene, Charles, you might remember a RoboCop 2, where a guy tries to hold up a cafe, right? Turns around, like he points a gun at the register, right? The guy at the register behind the cash register looking at him, and then he points to everybody who's sitting down having a coffee or eating whatever. You turn around to the camera, look at them. It turns out they're all cops, and they all pull out their guns and point it at him. And the robber just puts his gun, drops the shotgun, puts his hands up in the air.
Repeat what you said because
you came to the wrong coffee shop. Oh, okay. Okay, what I said was, in RoboCop 2, there was this one scene where a guy comes into a coffee shop and tries to rob it, right? Approaches the person behind the cash register, pulls out his shotgun, aims it at him, says, "Empty the register right now." And then the guy behind the register just points behind him. He says, "Look at all the customers." He turns around, looks around. All the customers are cops, and they all pull out their guns at him and said, and he just drops the shotgun and puts his hands in the air.
Yeah. Because they were going to light his ass up.
Yeah, light him up like.
They're like, "This is our spot, motherfucker. You think we're gonna let you just rob it? We'll be damned if you don't. This is the first place we protect and serve, first and foremost."
Yeah. And what happens if you had a whole community doing that? When the last time you heard of a black community protected their community like that?
Yeah, that's what
exactly.
I was trying to get to earlier.
Have you noticed why you have an abundance of drug dealers, single mother homes? Where are the men?
Like Charles, that's
men?
what I was trying to get. My apologies.
Huh?
Go ahead. My apologies. Go ahead.
No, I mean, where's the men to tamp things down? Men keep the boys in line. They keep the criminals at bay. When you have single mothers, the mice will play. But go ahead.
Yeah, I was saying that's why I was asking the question if anybody's seen the show Godless. It's a Western movie on Netflix. It's a limited series. It only has like 6 or 7 episodes, something like that, one season. But the reason why I brought it up because like I said, it's it's a Western movie, but like they touched on something that I thought was interesting. They were talking about like the Buffalo Soldiers in the States. Well, obviously in the States, but they touched on that. And as you just said, like they police their own and they kept shit under control. But the only thing I didn't like about it was that they all got annihilated trying to help out the white people.
Yeah. I mean, you got to think about it. Like, hello?
Nah, go ahead.
Yeah, I can hear you.
You're breaking up.
Oh, I'm
I can
muted.
hear
I
it.
thought you were talking. Oh no, he's
We
gone.
can hear you, but you're breaking up a little bit. I mean, I want you to think about that. When a lot of these guys out there, I mean, want to talk about the crime in the black neighborhood, we're the fathers, we're the men.
Yeah, I think it was Kev that had a stream. He was talking about like black leaders, and he's basically saying that like in the past, all the black leaders got assassinated, which is my interpretation of that as well, right? And he's just like the people that can lead now. Why would you want to lead? Not only for the fact that you're probably going to get assassinated, but look at the people that you're trying to lead. Is it worth the effort or the risk?
It's worth the effort if the people are going to follow.
Yeah, that's
People
true. But
don't
I'm
want.
talking about like
In
the
our
majority of
culture, we
people
really
that
don't want leaders. We just want figureheads to blame.
exactly.
Because if we really looked for leaders, you wouldn't have a bunch of people saying they're independent. Oops.
Hey, that's real talk.
Like, oops.
I wonder how the
And all
screen share works, Charles. I want to share this. I want to share this clip, man. This will be my first time doing this.
Like, where's the clip from?
From the Rubin Report.
That's if
oh
it's
yeah.
trademark.
Also, Charles, I was watching the stream yesterday, and the Roger Report, he shouted you out. He did a stream where he was talking about like police and then Black Guru came on later on in the stream, and he was talking about a very interesting fact that that was some elder knowledge that he came on with. You should probably watch that stream.
And who came on?
Black Guru.
Well, you got to think about black police in the black community is that too many times we look at our brothers and sisters as sellouts when they're actually the people who keep the community together.
Roger was just saying that if more cops were like Charles, then things could be a lot better, is what he was saying.
Appreciate that from Roger. Been a while since I've been to his channel.
Excuse me, Charles.
Yep.
I'm looking up the cast members of the show Godless that Andre mentioned.
Mm-hmm.
You're not gonna believe who's in the show.
Who?
The Dean Amin, Keith Jardine.
Hey, he's making a good career after fighting.
He plays a member of the outlaw gang, and he's quite useful with knives in this series apparently.
Yeah, that show was pretty good actually. Check it out if you haven't.
I'm gonna check it out.
Man, that's a good way to, he made a good transition in the movies. So, hey, I can't blame him.
He also does other stuff like let me look up outside of UFC. I think he started because he started a couple other businesses as well as acting.
For those that haven't seen the show, like basically the storyline is basically the main character, he was raised by like an outlaw bandit, but he realized that like the shit they were doing was fucked up. So he went his own way and like he started going against them.
Okay, you said the show is called Godless. Okay, I'm gonna check it out. It's Netflix,
Yeah,
I
it's good,
assume.
man. It's a good show, man. Check it out.
The Godless. Okay.
And he was on some like, they're robbing like stagecoaches and banks and shit. But he was robbing the robbers and like giving it back to like the everyday people.
Sounds like a good damn show.
Mm.
Not a damn fun.
All right, I'm gonna try to screen share this. So,
Depends the copyright.
no, last time I checked, no. But he does have over like I think over a million subscribers though.
Oh man. Everybody still there?
Yeah, I still listen.
Yep.
Yep. Oh, it's cold as Aspen up in this bitch in Maryland today. It's snowing.
Damn.
Yeah, it's snowing over here too.
Hailstorms, little snow. It's not fit for man nor beast. Maybe ex-wife though.
Yeah.
Well, basically, I find it wild, man, how that connects, man. Now we're showing the difference between the military commercials of Russia versus here, and how showing basically how super woke the military commercials here is. Where they're showing this little girl talking about how glad she graduated and happy to marry her
Oh yeah,
mom
that
off
was
to,
my
to
that was
her,
one of
her other
that was
mom.
one of my shows that was one of my shows last year when I did a comparison of the Russian military to the American ones. So it's sad
Yeah.
because they were. How can your two gay moms be brave? What's so brave about that? I think we
First of all,
need
you're
to make
talking
a
about.
That's a layup.
Okay,
Right
now I gotta change my avatar. Now I gotta change the avatar.
That's a layup right there. They're strong and independent, and they don't need a man and all that kind of shit.
You're
I
brave.
mean, first of all, I'm gonna say this. understanding that a similar setup like that and understanding how corrupt that shit is, don't believe the hype when it comes to the Russian military. And understanding that they have problems of their own that people don't talk about, but they are not to be fucked with. But as hard as they, as tough as they are, as hard as they are, they don't fuck around. But understand that they're not without their shit. There's a book called A Soldier's War. Talks about when. Yeah, there's a book called A Soldier's War. It's one man's experiences during the war in Chechnya, and he talks about a lot of fucked up shit that was happening.
I mean, well, the motherfuckers seem like them, and they fighting for family. They seem like they all about fighting for family and country, and that motherfucker.
I missed an important point because
but that's what those ads are for, man. I've seen ads like that here.
Like I missed an important fact and I need to bring it back to the forefront is that like I passed out and so I don't know what happened in the last few hours, what you guys were talking about, but I noticed that in the last like 30 minutes plus, we haven't said a bad word about black women. So let me just say, they caused this all. Right?
Right? Hey, there's a good one about that one. Hey.
Hey, we should do a 2023 end of the year wrap up show.
That's gonna be a long ass show because I thought about doing something like that too, man. Just covering all of the fuckery, man, that happened, throughout this whole year. Oh man, that's a lot.
Shit, we'll be going into 2025 talking about 2023.
2024, the year of the soy boy.
I thought we already had that.
Soy boy.
What the hell is that soy boy shit? I mean,
it's FD.
That soy boy shit basically, like I'm assuming you understand the definition.
It's Destiny.
Wait, is he? First of all, does he?
It's Destiny.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
It's FD. Guys like that.
It's I want a latte with soy and no sugar. I want sweet and low, all that kind of shit. Like,
that's definitely them. Sweet and low.
Hey, you're talking. Yeah, you got somebody up here who has, like I said, has certain things he can't consume. I mean, I can't have any. I don't eat meat, and I can't have anything lactose or gluten.
Yeah,
I'm grateful for that.
Nothing's wrong with that. But like, the problem is like these guys just do this. They do this because that's what's normal in their community.
Hell, I don't even drink coffee because I've seen Starbucks and shit like that. I'm like, you know what? Fuck all this shit. Get the hell away from me. I don't got time for this nonsense.
This is like the decaffeinated latte with soy and sweet and low and yeah,
pumpkin spice and shit. I'm like, get the fuck away from me.
Yeah.
The new war is going to be the soy boys versus the real me.
Boy, I can see it now. There's
some vegans out there you don't want to fuck with though. There's some guys who consume large amounts of soy and it doesn't affect them because a lot of people don't understand this whole thing about predisposition to sensitivity. Like, they talk about what's in soy.
Speaking of sensitivity,
there was one news. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was going to make another FD of Destiny joke. But go ahead.
Not good, Charles.
Oh no, but there was I think a news clip, man, about a chef. But the head chef, he was complaining about vegans. I don't know if y'all seen that. He's about the vegans in his restaurant just being so
Yeah.
chaotic and shit. You know, so and he's like, yeah, vegans, just stay away. He's like, just stay far away.
Yeah, he's right. He's
I'm
right.
like, yeah, I'm like, tell their ass stay away. Shit,
Like I have no
trying
issue with
to
the
fuck
vegans.
up your menu.
I have no issue with the vegans because I've said this a few times. Like I have a cousin that he lived in New York and he served in the Marines and then he became a bodybuilder and he's vegan.
Hmm.
So I have no issue with the vegans because like that dude, he's big as fuck. Well, at least at his height, he's looking like Charles.
I mean, you got people who are vegans or vegetarians of some sort. Like take the Rasta. You got some people like Hindus and
Rastas are
other
vegetarians.
beliefs. Yeah, Rasta are vegetarian or vegans. You got some people who are vegan slash vegetarians, like the Jainism. Those who are the Jains and the Hindus and such. Sikhs also vegetarian to an extent. Certain
Well,
people have certain dietary restrictions.
well, more like pescatarian because they still eat fish.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, they eat fish.
All right. Because you got some people are polypescatarians. They also consume chicken as well or turkey, like myself. And that's been healthy because I mean you got folks who don't fuck with pork. That's a good thing.
Yeah,
Whether or not, regardless of what religion they adhere to.
yeah. I normally don't eat pork. I haven't ate pork in what like before like a couple months ago, like maybe 12 or 13 years.
Hmm.
But it was more like it was kind of on accident and also like just to assimilate with the culture.
Hmm.
I think later today I'm gonna hold confessionals for soy boys. So I am a proud member of the soy boy community. We are meant to.
Okay.
I'm having too much fun with that word, soy boy. But
That's
no,
messed
really.
up.
Remember, the life you save, will be the life you live.
That's why you got to buckle your seatbelt. I'm just glad there's rice milk and almond milk. Oy. I will admit, I've tried soy. It was like, eh.
I mean, I prefer almond milk over soy. It's just because
You can
of
feel the,
like
you can feel
watching
the weakness coming out you.
it's just like watching. I watched a few documentaries, like learning about like the like people like to look at it like it's better for you. I mean, it is better for you in comparison to milk, but like there's also like negative. Can't think of the word right now, but there's negative.
Well, contaminants.
Yeah, basically is what I'm trying to say.
Oh man.
So that's why you prefer almond milk over soy.
It's better for you. Almond milk is better for you.
Oh, okay, I'll keep that in mind.
But I only use it in smoothies anyways, so it's not like I fuck with the shit often anyways. But I almost completely cut out milk in general.
Yep.
Oh yeah, there's a bunch of shit I can chill out. Yeah. For a while, I would stop eating bread like that, dude.
I've had to cut back on things. I'm grateful for it.
Yeah, I still eat bread because I'm not perfect, so I can't do the, as Patrice called it, the 12,000 grain bread or something similar. I can't do that yet.
Yeah.
The 12,000 what?
If I do,
12,000 grain.
if I do, it would be like 12,000. I eat like wheat, you know what I mean? But even with that, that's like a couple of slices. I don't really, yeah. I don't fuck with it like that. So if I'm having baked chicken, I'll just eat the baked chicken and the vegetables with no bread.
Mm-hmm.
Baked or grilled. And yeah, my body feels better for it, man. So, because to beat those cravings, you gotta look at it like this: damn, do I need it? Do my body need this shit? This soda or pop shit?
Yeah. Oh, that's true. I mean, I gave up a lot of caffeine and shit almost a decade ago. It's done me wonders. Gave up meat because a lot of that shit got pork in it, and for some reason, pork doesn't sit well with me.
Yeah.
Nemo, you're
I mean, I
Muslim.
switched it.
Are
No,
you
I'm
Muslim?
Christian.
Oh,
No, I'm
okay.
Christian. Let me explain something to you, Andre. I'm Orthodox, Eritrean / Ethiopian Orthodox, and we don't fuck with pork. We that is from our that is in we adhere to a certain level of kosher in honor of our Jewish ancestors because before we were Christians, our forefathers before they converted to Christianity, some of them were Jews, but the majority were pagans, and they didn't fuck with pork. Most of them don't emote. I don't. I used to eat
Like,
pork when I was younger, but it turns out like it doesn't sit well with me. For some reason, it's just I get a bad reaction and shit. And a
yeah,
lot of the meat here I notice has pork in it, so I'm like, no, I'm good.
it's a mixture of whatever meat plus pork. That's really weird.
Well, here in Norway, they do kind of meat certain. They make certain meat. Like I remember noticing, like ground beef usually has so I had to replace everything with chicken.
Because yeah, in
So
Jamaican culture, like pork is like frowned upon. Still, like a lot of
yeah,
people still eat it, but it's frowned upon. So that was like part of the reason why I haven't ate it in like
yeah,
over a decade because like there's a stigma attached to it. So like you get roasted basically eating it.
yeah, yeah. I remember. I'll give you this example. Let me give you an example, Dre. Because when I first lived here, when I first year and a half, I was living here in Norway. Uh, for the most part, I was living in a 3-bedroom apartment with four or five other guys, right? Now, one of the dudes there, he was kind of like, we're all from the same background, same ethnicity and everything, so we speak the same mother tongue. And we were all still, most of us were still learning Norwegian at the time. So, oh boy, got some chicken dogs. And I was reading the ingredients on the back. I said, and it said shilling, which is the Norwegian word for chicken, among the ingredients, but also had something that said kalkun, 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 which is the Norwegian word for turkey. And one cat, little slacker, he looked at me and said, "So what does that mean?"
Neymar, I have to ask you a question. Do you eat gelatin?
Huh?
Do you eat gelatin?
Yellowfish? Say what?
Gelatin. Gelatin.
Oh no, I don't mess with gelatin.
Oh, okay. I had to ask.
I've seen where that shit comes from.
Yeah,
I was like, oh shit, I can't mess.
Yeah, it's a pork bite.
That's why I can't eat marshmallows no more.
like my only exception is
Mhm.
I'm gonna still eat some Starburst. That's my only exception.
Starburst,
Yeah. But
yeah,
anyway,
hell
just
now I
answer
can
it.
say I rarely eat Brock's now, smoked sausages. I rarely do now like I used to. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. And that shit
I
was like
rather fuck with the cow than the
repeated.
pig.
I mean, like I
Man,
remember,
I
like
don't
when
know
I was
why
trying to
some
explain,
people still want to eat that slave.
why did people still eat over there? I never understood chitlins. I never understood pigs eating shit like that. I was like, what the hell is this? And when I looked in there, I said, oh, that explains why y'all eat that shit. Ray, you're breaking up.
That ain't me.
It wasn't you? Wait. Dre, you still
Nope.
there? Yeah, I hear you, Ray. Yeah. Dre, let me ask you about your avatar. What is that exactly? Is that you at a range?
Yeah, man.
Yeah. He
What's
looking
your
like a kid
marksmanship
that
like?
just got his first. Look like a kid that just got his first rifle. Look at him, boy. He happy as well.
What's your marksmanship
Well,
like?
what's my marksmanship like? Spray and praise. Like when that day when I was there, like at that picture there, like I was shooting. It was an HK assault rifle, and
Uh-huh.
yeah, I was shooting that, and like the dude on the range is like, "Yeah, you ain't hitting shit." I'm like, "Yeah, but I'm having fun doing it."
Oh,
We
shit.
don't play like that because where I'm from, man. When they give you that shit, they will whoop your ass if you try to spray. They're like, hey, single shot, keep it semi-automatic, keep everything on
Um,
semi-automatic.
that specific assault rifle that I was shooting, I think it was like a 2 or 3 round burst, which I didn't like, but like the gun laws here are pretty strict, so
Yeah. I can't legally go to a gun range.
Yeah, I believe those laws are in place to keep cats from trying to go Rambo and shit.
Yeah, no, legally I can't. I can't own a weapon legally here, even if I did get the license, because I'd probably fail the psych evaluation because of my head issues and shit.
well, that's good that they actually have those kind of restrictions in place because they typically don't have that in other places.
Mm. So in my case, it's like, ooh, that's why. I was trained to use those things. I know how to use those things, but I have to learn to respect that shit. That's why I don't. I just stay away from it as much as possible because I know one of those days I might just flip out and
No, I highly
just go
doubt you doing that
coastal.
type of plan, man.
Hmm.
Like when I was saying that it's good to have those restrictions in place, I'm not talking about you specifically. I'm talking about in general. Because like you
Yeah.
mentioned before, like that dude in Vegas, right? Like
Hmm.
not the professor or teacher. I'm talking about the other one.
Hmm. He was a frequent
You
question.
said what state you
That's
living
one
in
side
now?
from whose window
Are
he
you in
shot. Huh?
What's the say, Ray?
Sorry?
Are you in the states? Are you in the states, Neymar, or are you in another country?
I'm in Europe. I'm in Scandinavia, Norway to be exact.
Ah, oh, okay. So you talking about their laws? Okay, gun laws. All right.
Yeah, their laws. Yeah,
That's
because a lot
fine.
of people. Because there's only two
That's
ways
fine.
you can own a gun here. There's only two. Yeah, well, there's only two ways you can own a rifle here. One, either you're a registered hunter, so that comes with licenses and stuff like that, and or you have a membership to a gun club. and I can't do both because
Well, actually,
because
I've
I
been
failed the
making
psych
friends.
evaluation given my head issues.
I've been
Huh?
making friends with I've been making friends with some of the natives out here, like native Canadians, like the indigenous people. And
First Nations folks, yeah.
yeah, they're allowed to hunt wherever. So I've been
Well,
making friends with them.
all right.
But I do also have restrictions, like on, like gun possession and that kind of shit. But I'm allowed to shoot a bow and arrow. But if we're out in the woods,
Mhm.
right, anybody could have shot at anything.
Yeah.
I have been trying to plan a hunting trip. I think that would be pretty fun.
Come on, man. Slow reaction.
How was?
Damn delay. StreamYard is getting on my damn nerves.
Man, it
Yeah,
is what
no,
it is, Ray. Just bear with it.
ain't that with all this bullshit? It is what it is. But yeah, I'm gonna still express my little frustrations here and there. But y'all brought it to my attention. I'm like, damn. Now that I realize it, shit. Are we the only country with crazy ass mass school shootings? Like, because when it comes to mass school shootings, I only hear about that here. I don't hear of no
Unfortunately, yes.
news. Are you
Unfortunately, yes.
serious? Oh man.
I
The only
remember a few years back in Sweden, you had a guy terrorize an entire high school with a sword. When he
yeah,
came in, some of the people. The funny
go ahead.
was when he came in, a lot of people thought, "Oh, this guy's just looking posing," so they just were doing selfies with this individual, not realizing what that person was there. So once that person entered the building and people start taking selfies with him, he was just posing. He said, "Yeah, it's cool, it's cool." But once he
Like
got to but once he found who he wanted to harm, all bets are off.
outside of the U.S., the only time that I've heard about like a school mass deletion scenario, I think it was like a
Mhm.
few years back. It was a guy in China where he went and like he was fucking stabbing people at a fucking elementary school. It was like a teacher or
Oh,
something. Yeah, that's the only other time outside of the U.S. I've heard about some shit like that.
wow.
Yeah, yeah, because I know it was kind of weird because like every time when they talk about mass school shootings and shit, I only hear about that happening here in this country, not nowhere else.
Well, they don't talk about the mass stabbings that go on in China.
Exactly. That's the thing I
Remember,
was just talking about.
the same day as Sandy Hook, a guy in China stabbed and killed 22 people with a knife.
I think that's the same one that I was
Hmm.
talking about. Actually, it was around that time a few years ago. But
Same day.
he did it at an elementary school, and he was killing like fucking kindergartners or whatever.
Same day it happened at Sandy Hook. So what you gonna do? Ban everything?
You got people in Britain already calling for a knife ban.
Yeah, because you got knife attacks in over there. Knife
Yeah.
and stabbings are pretty common in the UK.
Yeah.
Most
Well,
games get
well,
involved in knife fights.
well. My question is, what you going to do about kitchen utensils if you're going to ban knives?
Exactly.
Use the damn hands.
Well, I wish some motherfuckers. Well, I wish
Use
some
the
motherfuckers would try to come in with a knife.
use this.
Well, I actually learned a little bit about like the UK, and apparently there's a lot of acid attacks out there. I don't know where the fuck they're getting acid from, but
Well,
there's a lot
well,
of
that's
acid
what
attacks.
happens when you ban guns. Everybody just gets creative.
What do you say? Wait, Dre, what did you say?
There's a
Acid
lot of
attacks?
Yeah, there's a lot of acid attacks in the UK for some reason. Well, but AB just like explained that.
Like,
I can explain that better because a lot of that comes from India and South Asia. A lot of the people who are targets, usually women getting targeted for women from South Asian descent get targeted by the men in their communities by acid attacks.
Oh.
However, a few years ago, there was a woman a white woman named Katie Piper. She was a target of an acid attack. She was like fucked up from it, right? But they apprehended the person and the assailant and also the mastermind behind it, who was an ex-boyfriend. And they had a documentary about her life recovering from that.
Wow.
A white woman gets acid attack and she starts awareness of it. And she's become more known because of it.
Wow.
I mean, it was kind of messed up. But go ahead.
Who takes the time out for an
Not a
acid
mass
attack?
stabbing.
Go ahead.
What was the question, Charles?
Who takes the time out for an acid attack? Jesus.
Somebody who's that vindictive, that creative. You know, it was an ex-boyfriend who just wanted to get back at her, and he hired another dude to do it.
Hey, yo, I've been in the lab all day, and I want you to throw this acid on her. How do you say yes to that shit? I don't know, man. It might look risky, but I got you. You know what? Give me a couple of Black and Mild, some Hennessy, and $500, and I got you.
I think it was a younger teenager who was involved in that. But hang on, let me look it up.
I bet you the Bollywood version of Lifetime would actually have that story.
No, it's the white woman who was the target of this, not a Asian woman. Hold on.
Man, it's just wild. Talking a ban on knives in Britain. If I was a motherfucker would, I'll pull out a whole machete, motherfucker. I'll pull out a whole machete or katana on a motherfucker. I wish they would.
Well, like if you're talking about like a knife ban in Britain, it's because you don't completely understand the culture over there. Like even the police officers don't carry guns. I mean, they do carry guns, but they keep them in the trunk.
Yeah. Talk about popping the trunk, huh?
Yeah, they don't actually carry them on their person. They keep them in the trunk, so that's why people are resorting to, as ABM said, like more creative tactics. But like obviously, like the gang members and stuff, they carry guns, which I don't know how that society works like that, but it somehow does.
Remember I was watching this one British show. It was called what Vampire Academy or some shit. These damn little bastards, they were being trained on how to kill vampires with using knives and shit. I'm like, oh, okay. So that's a British signature, huh? This whole knife thing. Like you see it in certain shows of theirs. Okay.
Well, if you want to learn a little bit about like UK culture, watch the show Top Boy if you haven't seen it. It's on Netflix.
You said Top Boy.
Yeah, it's on Netflix.
I've seen Green Street Hooligan, who starred that one dude in there from who played with us, Frodo from Lord of the Rings.
Elijah Woods.
Man, yeah, them dude, yeah, him, those dudes, man, in that damn movie, man. I'm like, wow, so that's really how it is over there, boy. They really fighting each other like a gang war, but it's soccer. It's all soccer related. Like, the teams
I
they
can
follow.
explain a little bit about that. Ray, that movie Green Street Hooligans. First of all, it's about a young American kid. Right, yeah, it's from 2005. Green Street, also known as Green Street Hooligans. Elijah Woods, He's an American, and he's like trapped in. While he's in London trying to clear his name, he ends up meeting some people there, and the guys there at the Green Street Elite. That's a hooligan firm. Those are what they call the gangs there. They're called firms in the UK. And he ends up joining them, and they are members of. And they're in this firm are supporters of one soccer team. That's West Ham United. That's a team from East London.
Football name, you know better.
London, yeah, soccer or football. East London.
Hey, boy, they be ready to fight, kill each other, that boy, them damn teams, man. I'm like, oh hell no. I'm like, not over this sport. I'm like, damn, I thought people would fight and kill each other over
Yeah.
over
Fucking
NFL games. But
fucking
they take that real. They take that real
around the
deep, like
world,
this boy.
football is fucking serious business, man. It make us look like fucking kids over here when we fight at football games, man. Them motherfuckers mean business over there.
Like I was raised on.
Oh man, they've been trying to stamp out hooliganism for years, man.
Like I was raised
Throughout Europe, they've been putting a
football.
clamp down on that shit. You don't see that shit in Africa. You don't see that shit in Asia or in the Middle East. They have no tolerance for that.
Like I was saying, I was raised on playing football, aka soccer, but it's the most boring sport to watch. But I like to play it. But like what I find to be the most entertaining part about it is just the fights. It's boring as hell to watch.
That's how I felt about
Or the
baseball.
fouls and how everybody gets all dramatic.
I was the same way with baseball. I used to love to play it, but I to this day I can't watch a baseball game to save my life.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Baseball.
Yeah,
I can't even watch basketball no
before
more.
I get to watching. I rather
think
watch
I'm just getting
slapping.
old, man, because I can't. The only thing I really watch nowadays is football. I watch college and professional football, but basketball, man, I can't watch that like I used to either.
Hell no, that's just trash.
It's soft as shit.
Yeah, it's definitely soft.
Trash.
And there's nothing but fairies dribbling the ball too. So
Too many biracials. If
You
you
can't
ask
say
me,
that. You can't say that. You can't say that.
I hate to be that guy, but it's too many biracials in the NBA.
Hey Ray, when we were having that conversation last night,
The White High with them.
yeah, I was saying like Ray, when we were having that conversation last night into the panel,
Leave the White High with them.
There's gonna be some like beats here today, because Keep It 100 apparently he's gonna respond to BGS today. If anybody's seen this post. BGS he posted a video on his alternate channel. Cause like but BGS only posted a video in response because Marcus he posted a video because he was in the original FD stream when like BGS was responding to like FD versus Mr. Z. Keep It 100 was in the chat. It was in the chat, and BGS responded to him. So he went and made a short, and then now they're on some back and forth shit. But yeah, he has a video that's apparently coming out later. A stream that's coming out later today, so there's gonna be some beef shit. It seems like, anyways.
What the hell?
Just so you know, it's gonna be some beef shit. Like his video is titled Crayola. And the reason why it's titled Crayola, because BGS in the video was like, do I have to spell it out in crayons? So, yeah.
I mean, it's funny because when you look at guys like an FD and others who try to challenge the space, I'm like, I'm going to say this like I said it earlier today. Are we building better men or making them worse? Because every time a black man has the ability to make a decision for himself, the world goes crazy. The world goes crazy. Nobody wants a black man to have any agency of his own. They don't want a black man to make a decision to say, you know what, I'm out this game. He keeps talking about, we talk about divestors. We don't talk about divestors, we laugh at them. For the most part, we pay them no mind. We don't care. If anything, if we see a divestor, we'll help her pack her bags. Go take a trip.
And don't come back.
Hey, don't come back. You want it out? We'll help you get out.
I think they're slick saying no, we're out, but we're still in, nigga. We're still in now. See, this white boy, he whoop our ass. See, we gonna need y'all help now. See, we gonna need y'all to be brothers still. We gonna need y'all to be brothers and help us out and give us that protection we need. Just in case this white man go crazy now, we're gonna need to call y'all for help now.
Let me get out here, fellas. Finally dropped my son off. About to get in the house. I'm gonna hit you guys up later. I might come up midday or something.
All right, brothers. Great show, bro. Woo!
Yeah.